Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Good morning, happy weekend, and welcome to Sewing Street. Oh, have we got a great show for you today. So excited. We have got two fantastic guests. Feel a bit in awe, to be honest. We've got Sallieann and Emma Bradford, who are like the queens of quilting. They have got, so we've got, they're doing 2 hours each as well. So this is all about quilting technique, and they know everything. So if you've got any questions at all, please do message in. Look at this, look at this. Liberty shoe quilt, brand new today. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. I'm so excited about that. I mean, just look at it. I actually wish, I'm hoping Sallieann can show me how to make a pair to fit me. Only in the house, obviously, but wouldn't you love a pair of Liberty shoes? I wonder if you can size them up. Size 5, Sallieann, size 5. Quite like those. Anyway, we've got Emma and Sallieann on today, and they just know everything. So it's brilliant. We've got a great show. We are also even more exciting. We've got Hayley, big boss Hayley in the house, who is producing today. Morning, Hayley. Hello. She's not going to have a gallery shot. Have a little gallery shot. There we are. Morning, Hayley. So, because she's in today, she gets to decide all the offers. We have got, the first hour is Hayley's Treats. So she's like, because she's allowed to, she can do what she likes. So Hayley's Deals today, 8 o'clock. So, do you want to know what's coming up today? Today, 8 o'clock, it's Hayley's Deals. Loads and loads of different things, all different things, special money off things, special products that she's pulled together. So that's really good. So don't go anywhere for 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, Emma will be with us showing us how to do the William Morris Antiquity quilt. It is absolutely stunning. Fairly simple to make as well, and Emma's going to show you the trickier bits or the more interesting bits, and there's quite an interesting part where you have to cut some of the fabric lengthwise in it, so I think you'll enjoy that because she's going to talk you how through that. But it is beautiful. This is your heirloom quilt. This is the quilt that you want to have in your house, show off on your spare room bed, hang on the wall. 10 o'clock, Sallieann will be with us to show us the beautiful Liberty Shoes quilt. So if you've seen the Liberty dress quilt, wasn't that gorgeous? The shoes quilt is beautiful. It's just a work of art. You are going to love that one. At 11 o'clock, Emma will be back with us with another great quilt, the Cosmic Crush quilt. It's really bright and cheerful. You can make it in 3 different sizes. We've got a kit to make it in the twin size. It's a beautiful quilt. Lovely techniques involved in it as well. It's a real learning day. It's all about quilting and learning today. 12 o'clock, Sallieann will be back with us with all a roundup of her best kits and designs. She's done so many, we've just been through them all, don't even know where to start. But what's great is she's going to demonstrate a couple of them for you as well. So if you've missed out on any of Sallieann's designs, then please stay with us for 12 o'clock. Don't forget to message us in at the studio to either of them or to me, because they are the queens of quilting. So if you want to know how to shop with us today. Now, the easiest way to shop, you can shop online or by phone. The easiest way really is on the web, www.sewingstreet.com. Now, all you have to do is click on Watch Live. That's on the top bar. Then when you click on that, you'll see the following screen come up. There'll be me there. And then it will be split into 2 columns. Coming up on today's show, that used to be pre-order. That's all the things that are coming up on the show. and you can get ahead, because you know what it's like. We are limited on several of the items. So if you want to get ahead while I'm chatting now, scroll through, put them in your basket, but don't forget to check out. Now, you can check out as many times. Look, there's the quilt. There's the William Morris quilt. Isn't it gorgeous? Obviously, featuring William Morris fabrics. It's beautiful. All in beautiful shades, gentle shades of blues and greens and neutrals. So put them in your basket. Don't forget to check out that. There's only one P&P, $3.95. You can check out as many times as you like. So don't think, oh, well, I'll keep it in my basket, see if I want anything later on, because if it's about to sell out, it can come out of your basket. But don't worry, because obviously we have got Hayley's show deals and she does drop prices. But don't worry, if you check out now, you will be charged the final price, not the one that you check out on. So don't worry about that. The way the system works is your basket's closed at midnight. The final prices are applied then. But let's start off with the early bird. It's Hayley's special deal day. So now, who wants loads of thread? Me. Love loads of thread. Everyone needs loads of thread. Now, in this pack, these spools are all 1,000 metres, and there are 20 of them. No, I counted this earlier. Yes, there are. There's 20. Let me get them all out and show you. So what's great about it is you've got colours, but you've also got all your neutrals as well. So, oh, hang on, I've just lost my ears. That's better. Right, so you've got white, ivory, cream, beige. These are the actual colours. It's not random. These are the actual colours you get. A darker beige. You've got lemon, daffodil, mustard. Then we move into the blues. You've got light blue, royal blue, navy blue. I'll put that one there, do that one at the end. Then we've got like scarlet, a deeper red and a burgundy. And they keep coming. We've got a bottle green. And then, because these are the colours that we're going to need to use a lot, we've got light grey, medium grey, charcoal, and I wonder if those are the same, 2 blacks. So look at all that. Now, the normal price for this, for 20 spools, so for 20,000 metres of thread, is $34.99. But it's an early bird. Yeah, you ready? Now, remember, this is Hayley's special deal. We've only had them on once on air before, and they completely sold out. They were 20,000 metres, just come back in stock. They were $34.99. What are we going to take off then, Hayley? More than £10. More than £10. Go on then, how much? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm very, very excited. Ready? They are $19.99. So, Hayley, what's 20,000 divided by 19.99 divided by 20,000? She's going to tell me in a minute how much they are per metre. 20.99 divided by 20,000. How much does this work out per metre? I'm 0.0009. That's not very much, is it? Not very much at all. So you're getting 20,000 metres of thread in all of these colours. Yeah, they're £1. Pound a spool. £1 a spool. Remember, you are getting all your lovely neutrals. You're getting white, ivory, cream, dark cream. You've got that lovely sort of grey green. That's a great colour to use when you don't know what colour to use, because it goes with everything. You've got lemon, daffodil, mustard, light blue, royal blue, midnight blue, scarlet, oh, that's kind of a deeper red, postbox red maybe, burgundy, lovely bottle green, light grey, medium grey, dark grey and 2 blacks. So that's kind of everything, isn't it? So you know when you run out of thread, you think, oh, I don't know whether I've got it. $19.99, got loads of you multiplying. Now, I'm not surprised, because I'm thinking gifting. Buy one for yourself, buy one for a friend. For $19.99, this is a great present. What you could do as well, this is what I would do, make a little drawstring bag. All you need is a bit of calico and some ribbon. Make a little drawstring bag, pop the threads inside. What a lovely gift. Or, and I'm sure that no one's got a fabric stash. Well, we keep very quiet about it, don't we? Use a bit of your favourite fabric. You don't need very much. Little drawstring bag. What I do is I put them all together like this, right? Measure. Add about 1 inch all the way round, then you know how big to cut the bag. add a little bit, maybe 2 inches to the top for your drawstring, sew it together down the sides across the bottom, turn the top over by 1 inch twice, sew it round to make a channel, put your drawstring round, and what a lovely gift. And in fact, do it for yourself as well, because then you know where they're all kept together. Now you can use this for hand sewing, you can use them for machine sewing. They are your normal 50 weight sewing thread. So the one that you would normally put in your machine, they're nothing special, they're not top stitch thread, but they're great for hand sewing as well. They're fine enough for hand sewing, you know, they're absolutely standard thread. They are 100% polyester, so super strong. Now, I know some people prefer to use cotton thread when they're using cotton fabric, but actually polyester thread is brilliant because it is super strong and it doesn't shrink. So normally, like a normal thread would be, a normal sewing thread would be 100, 150 metres, depending on which brand you buy. And these are 1,000. So 1,000, so this is going to last for ages. You can do a whole quilt more with 1,000 metres. I'm just going to unravel one. Side view. Look at that. Look how thick that is. See, look, there's the thread. You can see it's normal weight sewing thread, 100% polyester. And look at the size of them, 1,000 metres. Honestly, you can do a whole quilt in one of these. And it's really nice as well, because you know how sometimes you think, well, actually, I'm doing a bit of top stitch on something. I want to use a different colour. Oh, I haven't got the right colour. But you've got so many here. So maybe you're making something using the pale blue. You can do the top stitch in the royal. Or if you're doing jeans and you're hemming them, hem with this lovely mustard thread. That looks really nice. Works really well. You can use them for jeans as well. It's lovely to have the 3 greys because they're really good. I often use like a very pale grey if I'm doing rainbow, because that will go with things. But this colour, I don't even know what the name of it is. It's like a greeny grey colour. That's really good as well for when you don't know what colour to use, because it sort of blends in with lots of things. It's not bright, it's not dark, it's not white. But it's really nice that you've got a white and an off-white, because when you're stitching with you can see the difference there. When you're stitching with bright white fabric, you really do need that. But if you've got something that's a little bit creamy, you don't want the brightness, but you have got both of those. So $19.99 for 20,000 metres of standard sewing thread that you can use in your sewing machine, use by hand, 100% polyester. There's loads of you putting them in your baskets now. Please do check out, because when they're gone, and it will take us, taken us a few weeks to get these back. And again, a brilliant gift. And make yourself a little bag to put them in, because it's just so much easier to find them. And also, if they all get then tangled, they're easier to all pull apart. Loads and loads of you are checking out on those. Absolutely fantastic, aren't they? Look at them. Look at all of these. So, if we've got any left at midnight, how's it going, Hayley? She's on the phone. Hayley's on the phone. What are you ordering now? Yeah, Hayley's on Facebook trying to order them. Don't order them on Facebook. You need to go on sewingstreet.com. She's trying to order the threads for herself. They look lovely, don't they? Now, if you've got one of those thread spool holders, either the wooden ones or the plastic ones, they'd look lovely on there, wouldn't they? Really good. $19.99. Now, if we've got any left at midnight, the price will go back up to $34.99. I mean, I doubt we will, to be honest, because they are flying out. Loads of you are multi-buying these. But look at all the colours that we get. I tried to put them in some sort of order, but now they've all messed up. So tell me what you're going to do with yours. You're going to give them as a present? Keep checking out. Please do. Right, over half of the stock is gone. So I doubt very much that we're going to have any left when it gets to midnight, but they are $19.99. That is a fantastic. We don't normally get an early bird like that. That's £15 saving. So you are paying, well, less than £1 a spool, which is a really good cost, isn't it? When you think that it's normally about 100 to 150 metres on a spool, and normal, maybe about £1.80 a spool you're paying for that, but for this you're paying less than £1. Right, so please keep checking out for that. Let me know what you're going to do with yours. I'll just move them over to one side and hope they don't all roll on the floor. Right, we'll keep them there. Over half of the stock has gone, so if you want them, you do need to get them in your basket. Now let's talk about cutting mats. Got so much. Wool pressing mats. No, I said cutting mat. Wool pressing mats. Now, we've got a special bundle because we've got Hayley special deals. 2. We're getting 2 today so that you can have one in your sewing room. $39.98. One to take on workshops. And also, you see, what I use for mine as well, because you can pin into them, I often use mine for blocking things. So if I've made a smaller block and it's gone a bit skewy, damp it with a bit of spray, pin it onto here and then leave it to dry. So it's quite good to have 2 because you can have one that you've got something blocked and drying on. You've got another one that you can use for your pressing, or you can take one on workshops, or you can give one to a friend because they are really good. So you're getting 2 for $39.98. Now let me tell you, there's many things that you can do with a wool pressing mat. I have one, obviously, and I love it. So you know when you get your fat quarter, here's one I found earlier, and or you buy a ½ metre fabric and it's folded in half, and you get those creases, don't you, which are lovely because it means it folds really nicely, but it's often quite hard to get those creases out. So all you do, the way that the wool pressing mat works is that the heat goes down through the fabric, the wool absorbs that heat and pushes it back up through the fabric, so you're almost pressing from both sides just because it's wool. Now, when you use steam on it, obviously, I mean, they are quite thick, I think ½ an inch thick. It will absorb that, but just watch underneath because they do get a little bit damp after a while. So you can use them for as a small ironing mat, your pressing mat next to your sewing machine, but just do watch out that they do get a little bit damp. Don't put them. Are we changing the price? Oh, didn't know that. I thought it was a special deal. So we're going to change the price. Normally you'd be paying 2 for $39.98, but not today. £10 off. £10 off. £15 a mat. That's amazing. Don't put them on your cutting mat, just saying, because the heat will transfer through. Never put. I have to admit, I did it the other day because I thought I'd just do it very quickly and I've got a slight warp in my mat. Top tip, put it under a rug for a couple of days and it flattened out again. So don't press on your mat. I thought I'll get away with it. Didn't. So let me show you. Right, now I'm pressing. Did you see that crease? Give it a little whoosh of steam. Look, gone. So there's the crease there where I didn't do it, and then that's what there. So they're really good. Now if you're doing something, you know when you do like lots of little half square triangles and you've got to press the seams open or to one side and they're small and they're fiddly and you can't get them to press, if you press them on the wool pressing mat, it's absolutely amazing. Also the great thing is, let me just get the pins, you can pin into them. So if you are, this is what I do. Say if I'm wanting to measure something or I'm pinning some binding on, if you're putting 2 pieces of fabric together, you can pin one end. So if I wanted to pin these 2 pieces of fabric together, and maybe I'm doing a bit of sashing to a pieced fabric, and you know what it's like, the pieced fabric shrinks up a little bit. I put the 2 pieces together, put a pin in one end, and then you can pull the other end, put a pin in there, the pins stay in, that's lovely. Then what you do, put a pin in the centre, then you can pin those ends because you know that they're the same length, and then you've got a really nice pinned end. And because you can pin into it, which I used to do, I mean sometimes I can on my ironing board, but I found because of the metal mesh under an ironing board, some bits the pins will go in and some bits they won't. So this is ideal. You can just pop it on your ironing board and you can pin into it. And like I said earlier, you can block things. So if you've got a square that's gone a bit skew or needs stretching out a bit because of all the seams, give it a quick spray with water, or best press, even better. Pin it out on here and then leave it to dry, and it will come back to shape again. But for actual pressing, you cannot beat it. It's always really useful. Now please do check out, there's loads of you who've got those in your baskets. Remember, that's £10 off. The offer will end at midnight if we've got any left. You are getting 2 of the cutting mats. They are 12-inch square, 30 centimetres. They are pure wool pressing mats, absolutely fantastic. And when you've got one and you're trying to press something, you think, oh, that's what I need. So now look, there's no, I've had a bit of steam, there's no water that's come through. What you will find after a little bit of time, they may get damp underneath, so don't put them on your cutting mat. On your ironing board is absolutely fine. Okay, keep checking out on those. If we've got any left at midnight, the price will go back up. So that's a special off. Right, let's do fabric, because we love fabric. We have got, is this all of it? Mega rainbow bundle. Yeah, both of them. There are 23 half meters. Now let me show you the colours, because they put them all in order. Mega rainbow bundle and white. We have got white, lemon, bright yellow, orange, darker orange, red, orange, yellow, green. I'm doing them in a rainbow. Then we've got, I know that one's called spearmint, apple, green. Now, normally this would be for 23 half meters, it would be £87.70. Now, this is our Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, so it's beautiful quality. It's not any inferior, it is Rose and Hubble, because we use this all the time in our kits, so we don't want to give you inferior quality. It is Rose and Hubble, I'm just saying. So it's £87.17 normally for 23 half meters. Red, orange, yellow, green. Hang on, I need another green one. No, I'm going to put them all out. Couldn't remember the order of the rainbow then. So then we've got green. Then we've got yellow. then we've got all the blues, lots of them. Red. No, I've gone wrong already. Look, don't worry, I've gone wrong already because I'm trying to sort it out. I'm thinking I actually can't do two things at once. I've decided, must be a man. Right, that's a lie. I actually can do two things at once normally. I've now offended all men watching, but all the women watching are going, yes, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Then we've got the reds, and I'm really sorry I've got this all in the wrong order. We've got reds, we've got pinks, we've got light pink, we've got fuchsia pink, we've got lilac, we've got purple, and then we've got a really lovely coral pink, and then we've got a burgundy. That's all it. Now, how fab is that in your sewing room? Every time you need a piece of fabric, you think, I need a blue, oh, look, I've got 4 blues, or maybe I want a teal. And sometimes we compromise because we use what we've got, but actually if we had all the colours, it would be great. Or, do you know what, just use the whole lot. Make a quilt. You've got 23 half meters there. Are we going to move on price? Yeah, it is Hayley's deals day, so we do need to drop the price. Can we drop the price, please? I am ready and I'm very excited. No way. We are going to save £20, £67.17 for 23 half meters. You've got white and then you've got all of the colours of the rainbow. So how much does that work out per half metre? Divided by 23. Who's fastest finger on the calculator? £2.92. I've never heard of. Now, £2.92 for half a metre. I've never done that before. Now, we are limited on that. Let me just show you. This is your normal 44-inch, 114 centimetres fabric width. Half of the stock is gone, and it's your half a metre in length. Now, remember, this is Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton. It's beautiful quality. You can make the most amazing rainbow quilt, or you've got all the colours. And another really good thing is that you've got all of these colours, so if you find one you think that's perfect, you can then come and order more. If you know, when you want more of it, you think, because on the pieces there will be a code here, the SKU, which you can then, if you think, well, I love this burgundy, that's absolutely perfect, and I'd love to use that for the sashing of my quilt. If you want to order more, when you go onto sewingstreet.com, if you put in that little code into the search, it will take you straight through to that fabric. and then you can order more of it if you want to. So it's actually quite nice. You could make yourself a little sample book, cut a little square out the corner of each and take the skew and stick it on it, put it all onto a sheet of paper, and then you know what you've got. So if you want more of this, there are some of you ordering 2 bundles. Remember that these bundles are pre-cut, so you will get them as half meters. When we normally sell this fabric, if you want more than a half meter, it will be cut to order, but this bundle has been pre-cut. Now, we are very, very limited in stock on these. Right, we've got more of you. We've got twice as many people who've got this in baskets as we've actually got in stock. You're saving £20. Yeah, so actually I'm thinking, get the early birds. Yeah? Yeah, because and then you get, what you're saving on the fabric is what you're paying for the early bird. But look, you see, if you get the early bird with all of these threads, that is going to go with all of that fabric. Again, I'm thinking, gift to yourself. All the fabric, all the thread. Right. Moving on, we've got more deals. Mini iron, I've got one of these. Love this. And I love this mini iron. Here's the box. Because it comes in its own little case. Looks like a little spaceship. Because it stips. Yeah, we used to sell these, and we used to sell the case separately, and that was £10. It's like, look, so this is it's a travel iron, but you know, like normally travel irons are absolutely rubbish, aren't they? You go to a hotel, you've got your travel iron, you know, you may as well not even bother. But these are made just like a real iron. It's a steam iron. So look, it all fits in the case. It's even got a little slot for the jug. We take it out, and it's brilliant. I mean, it's got a proper long cord on it, UK plug, obviously. It's got 2 meters of cord, so you use it like a proper iron. I'm just going to unwind it all. Oh, we are going to reduce the price because it's Hayley's deal. So you've got 2 meters of cord, which is lovely and long. It's a proper steam iron, so this is great to use if you're going to workshops. If you want an extra iron, maybe you're doing some FPP and you want to be pressing as you go. Maybe you're doing something on the machine and you want to press as you go. Get one of the little wool pressing mats. Oh, we're reducing the price. £2 off. Again, lovely gift idea. My mum bought me one for last Christmas, and it was fantastic. I was so excited. I talked about it so much on air, and she was watching. She bought me one. So there's a little rubber plug here, you see, and the little jug. Fill it with water, put it in there, and the plug goes on. You can then choose whether you have steam or not steam. You can alter the temperature. You can press the button to have a shot of steam. It sits up, it's got little feet, so it sits on the side. Comes with full instructions. But it's got a ceramic sole plate, so it's really nice. So if you have this by your sewing machine, it's a wonderful combination. But you know what it's like when you go on a workshop as well. You're all queuing up for the iron. You go, I've got mine. I have bought mine in the case, and I have my iron. Everyone will go, can I borrow yours? £2 off, £26.99. Loads of you have got that in your basket. Again, brilliant present for yourself. Do some hints. When people say, what do you want for Christmas? I would like one of those, thank you very much. Right, we need to talk about the quilt behind me. Now, this quilt, this beautiful quilt by Riley Blake, we've had it sent over all the way from America. Thank you so much, EQS, for arranging that, because we have the full kit for it here, but we wanted to have the quilt. Isn't it beautiful? Now, the quilt is actually FPP. When I looked at it first, I thought it was applique, but when you look, it's so perfect. And that's the beauty of FPP. And what I love about this is if you do FPP, you'll find it super, super easy and you will enjoy it. If you're new to FPP, want to have a go at it, haven't tried, you can build. You can start off with one heart. Right, how am I going to do one heart? Once you've learnt that, do a second one, you'll be even better. By the time you've done your third, you'll be an expert. By the time you've done the whole quilt, you'll be doing it with your eyes closed. So it's a really, really good way of learning FPP, or if you love FPP, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's bright and cheerful. What a lovely thing to make for a new baby to put on their cot or to hang on the wall, or just something that to brighten up. This size now this, I would say this skill level really is if you've done FPP, you will be absolutely fine with it. If you haven't, practice on one of the hearts. You could even practice with your own fabric and learn as you go. We did demonstrate this on air, so you could go back and watch the tutorial. But really, you know, I would say skill level wise, if you are a beginner to FPP, then I would have a practice first and then learn as you go. What day was it on? 9th of October it was demonstrated on air. So go onto YouTube and you can catch up there. Also, I know that this size is really good for people maybe who are in wheelchairs or are often, you know, sitting down, because it can wrap around them. What a lovely gift for someone. And you know what it's like in the evening. You think, should I put the heater? No, I'll just put that little quilt. But actually, it's lovely to just hang on the wall. It's so pretty, isn't it? Now, oh, we're going to reduce the price. Now, it comes in a nice box, so it's a lovely gift. Look at it. And then it's all Riley Blake fabric. So in the box, you get the this lovely striped rainbow fabric. The cloud, love the clouds. So everything for the top and the binding. Obviously, you haven't got the backing fabric or the wadding, but you've got everything for the top and the binding. But look at it. The colours are bright and cheerful. I love the clouds with the little hearts in. We've got sunshine yellow. Full instructions tell you exactly how to make it. And you've got your FPP templates here as well. Obviously, you will need to photocopy these to use them, but that's fine. But the good thing about that is if you are new to FPP, if you want to have a little practice, you can photocopy one of the templates and try it. So the price for this is $99.99. Well, it was. But we are reducing it today for a £20 saving. £20 for $79.99. That's amazing, isn't it? And we're also doing it on split pay. So if you can pay 2 equal payments of $39.99, if you haven't done split pay before, it's interest free. What happens is you pay $39.99, we send it to you straight away, and the next month we'll take the second payment out. It's just a way of you spreading the cost and the payments. Look at these. We've got a bright pink spotty, we've got a purple spotty, and then we've got this little squares. Now these little squares are used in here so that you get all of those colours, because you only need a small amount of each. So these are used in those centre ones. The rest of the hearts are white, but all of these centre ones are coloured, and you have got a little square of each of these, and then you've got all of the white fabric that's used for all of the others, and it all comes packaged. Look, beautiful box, which actually, I like things like this. It's got a little magnetic closure. It's quite nice. So white fabric, you get all of that, and then all of this fabric, purple, pink, all the little squares for the FPP in the middle. You've got green, orange. Now don't forget, that's a £20 saving. Now we've got less than 20, and we had 100 of them. Look, this fabric matches the box. How nice is that? It's nice, isn't it? It's a little touch. It shows the quality of it, doesn't it? Anyway, the quilt will be hanging up behind me, so have a look. That's what you can create for a £20 saving today. Yes. No, I'll bring it over here. Yes. Should we move? I'm going to move over here so that you can see this. Now, we've got a brand new... I've moved all of my products over here. I'm going to move them back again. That's fine. So we've got a brand new quilt kit today. Jason Yenter, let me show you the pattern. It's called Winter Blooms. So it's not Christmas, it's winter, but obviously it is beautiful for Christmas. Now, in the kit, you get this amazing border panel. You get so much of it, you get 6 metres of it. So we've actually hung it 6.5 metres. So I've actually hung it up because I know that if I tried to hold it and show it to you, you'd never be able to see it. But now the way that it works is you'll get a 4 metre piece and a 2.5 metre piece. And the reason for that is because, I'll show you in a minute, it's the way that it's cut. So you will get all of this border print, which are all these beautiful poinsettias, Christmas roses. We've got mistletoe in here, these lovely blueberries, all on this blue border and all in this sort of like a wooden planter. they're all sitting in. So you look at that and you think, how am I going to make that? It's really clever because, I'll take it out so it's not shining plastic. Let me show you the actual design. The way it works is the border print is cut in certain ways, it's all explained in the instructions, then joined back together. So you get those hexagons. Yep, just counting the sides. You get those hexagons in the centre by cutting and rejoining them. Oh, they're octagons. It's very hard counting backwards, isn't it? There are 4 octagons in the centre, and then you see this centre mistletoe section. It's the way that the border is cut and then pieced back together, and then you get this lovely border around the edge. Now here you've got this fabric. Let me show you. So it's not just a plain fabric. This is Jason Yenter as well. So the background fabric is this. Now can you see it's like a cream, and it's got white snowflakes printed all over it. Beautiful. You also get this gorgeous cross print tartan fabric that's used for the binding. So you just obviously need to provide your own backing and wadding. So you get all the binding. This is all Jason Yenter fabric in there. Now, if you've seen any other of the quilt demonstrations, he has done some in similar ways to create that effect. Now, the finished quilt size, look at that. I love the centre, don't you? That's so clever because can you see? Now, I said there was like that wooden planter thing that they're all sitting in. It's cut in a certain way so the planter is in the centre, and then all the mistletoe and the blueberries are then round the outside of it just by cutting the border in a specific way. Right, so if you want to see a similar quilt demonstrated, 25th of August, so go onto YouTube, put in Sewing Street 25/08/22, then the exact technique is demonstrated. Now, everything you need to know is in here, including, it shows you how do you cut the fabric. It shows you how to cut the triangles out so that you get them. You've got templates and all the materials. Now, normally, right, so the similar quilts that we've done in the past with Jason Yenter fabrics have been 179. Slightly bigger, not much, but they were 179. So 144.99 is a brilliant price, and we shouldn't really be dropping the price of that. So we would normally sell them that, but because we haven't got the finished quilt with us and I'm just showing it to you quickly, and it's Hayley's deal day morning, 129.99. 129.99. That's amazing, isn't it? And we're doing it on split pay, so you can have 2 equal payments of 64.99. That's interest free. I mean, this is you can see how beautiful the fabric is. You can see it's absolutely beautiful, can't you? I love the fact when you look at it in detail, you can see the mistletoe berries, you can see the poinsettias, the Christmas roses. But I think this design makes the best use of this. Now, I know lots of people have bought border fabrics like this. They've used them for dressmaking, all sorts. But I think it's so clever that it's been worked out so that you create this beautiful quilt. I mean, again, I'm thinking, what a beautiful present. Anyway, congratulations to everyone who's got it in their basket. Delphine says, oh, I love this quilt. I've made a few of these and they're so easy and effective. There you go, Delphine. Yeah. And John says, morning, I've just arrived at the NEC. Morning, John. Morning. John's in the NEC. Morning, Delphine, who loves this quilt. It is gorgeous, isn't it? Congratulations to all of you who've got it in your baskets. Tell me who you're making it for, because I'm always interested to know that. Right, stay where you are. So I need to talk about the sewing machine. John has just messaged Hayley about this machine and he says, why have you got that bundle? Because we were told, and John, you're right, we were told that we had this special bundle that comes free with the sewing machine, and it was supposed to end at the end of October, and I was told that and John was told that, so no wonder he's asking. But do you know what? Morning, Alison. Alison Marion's watching. And Normally, it was supposed to, in fact, John and I told everybody that the offer had finished, but because it's Hayley's deals, we have got this special bundle. So if you buy, and it is the last, is it the last day? Really proper last day? Absolute last day. If you buy the Elna Excellence 680 Plus, yeah, it's Hayley's mistake, so she's just going to have to go with it. But she's been so busy, she was at the NEC, she forgot to take it off. So you are getting £150, 157 actually, of free items. So you get, and this is great stitching. So this price of the machine is 1249, and we can do that on 5. If you want to do it on a split pay, you want to spread the cost, but you want the machine straight away, £249.18. And what you get free is you get a cutting mat, you get a ruler, a good 24-inch length one as well. The machine will all come from Janome, and then the other things will come. You've got Gutermann thread with a stitch remover, beautiful quality Gutermann thread, that's free. You get 2 meters of ivory, that's free. 2 meters of red, that's free. A seagull sewing pattern by Helen Newton, that's free. Delphine's Trapanto birdhouse quilt, that's free. A kit from Village Fabrics to make a beautiful festive wall hanging, isn't that lovely? Free, and the little tin, it's all for free. So if you are thinking about buying a new machine, it's in your remit, you know that you want to improve your sewing, your old machine isn't quite doing what it needs to do. This does everything. Now don't be intimidated and think, oh, this looks like really terrible, I can't do it. Get it out of the box, plug it in, thread it up. Really easy to thread up because there's pictures on the machine itself. You don't need to work that out. And then just sew. Right. We're not going to spend all the time on the machine. Why is that? But we've only got 2 left. So 2 people. Right, we've only got 2. So all of you who know all about it, remember this is the last day that we're going to have the free £157 of goodies. There are only 2 left with this special offer, and it is a beautiful machine. So I'm going to move on, leave it. If you've got any questions about it, message the Sewing Street Facebook group. They know everything. Or John, he's got this machine. He knows all about it as well. Beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It will grow with you. Right, I'm going to move. Bondaweb. Now, I love Bondaweb. Bondaweb is fantastic. It's like double-sided sticky tape but for fabric. Brilliant for applique. Now, £23.99 always flies out at that price. Remember, it's 30 centimetres in width, 12 inches, but you've got 5 metres on this roll. It lasts such a long time. £23.99, but it's Hayley's deals. I don't know why you're reducing the price of this, Hayley. But no, let's not argue. £19.99. That's great. Now, that price is just a special Hayley price till midnight. So was £23.99, now £19.99. You're going to save yourself £4. It's the right way up now. It was upside down. Bondaweb, absolutely brilliant. You've seen Delphine use it. I use it all the time for all sorts of different applique. I even use it for free motion embroidery to hold everything in place before I do it. This is a really good brand. I have tried lots of different fusible webs. There are many brands. The Bondaweb is really good. Keep it on the roll. By having it on the roll, it stays nice and flat and all bonded together. And it's really annoying when you run out. So it's brilliant. What you do is you can trace, because there's paper on one side, there's interfacing on the other side, is you put the paper side on the, turn over your template, because you need to trace it backwards. So you trace onto the paper side the wrong side of the template. Cut it out roughly outside the lines, not on the lines, then press it, paper side up, onto the wrong side of your fabric. Let it cool, then cut along your traced lines. You can then peel off that paper backing, flip it over, and it's now the right side up because you've traced it in reverse, and you can then press that on to something else. So maybe you are thinking of making stockings or gift sacks or something for Christmas, and you'd like to personalise them. Print off someone's name off your computer, and there is a setting when you do the printing where you can print in reverse as well, which is really handy. I was so chuffed when I found that out. because I used to trace it in reverse, but there is a thing where it just says flip and you can print in reverse. Someone will be able to show you, or just Google it. You'll be able to work out how to do that. Then do what I just said to trace it and transfer it. Then you can press that onto something, even if it's like a towel, or if you're making a wash bag for somebody or a little gift bag, and then just simply do a machine zigzag stitch around the edge, because obviously the bonder web will bond it, but it might not stay forever. So always machine stitch. Free motion is good. Have we got some reviews of this? I get through a lot of this as I love applique work, and it never lets me down. Now this is a FIFO review, so they're totally independent. We can't change these. So we always trust the FIFO reviews. Great value for money and works very well, and that will have been at the $23.99. Another review. Bondweb is the best when doing applique at an excellent price, and that would have been at $23.99. So at $19.99, super excellent. Another review. Bondweb on a roll, ideal for all your applique projects from Michelle. Absolutely. There's over 20 reviews on the website. It is brilliant. This is the one that I have in my sewing room all the time. And I always keep it in a plastic bag as well. Now, that will only last till midnight, because that's Hayley's special deal. And then the price will go back up again. Okay. Let's do something else. What other deals have we got? Threads. We've got beautiful threads. In fact, I've got 3 packs. What? But we're going to do the Tula quilt first. We'll do the threads in a minute. Look at this. Wish we had a sample, but we don't. But look, it's got a nice big picture. Isn't that amazing? I don't even know where you'd see it. I mean, that is not just a quilt, is it? That is a work of art. It's Tula Pink Sunshine Daydreamer quilt. It is beautiful. Now, it features the Daydreamer and the Designer Essential Solids by Tula Pink. So you've got the print fabrics from her Daydreamer collection, but you've also got the plain fabrics that come from her own collections, because the colours are exactly the same. It's an FPP quilt. All of the instructions are in there, all the templates, and I've read through the instructions. They are very comprehensive, very easy to follow, and it is beautiful, and I'm going to show you. And it always comes, and I do like the fact that it comes in a nice little zip bag as well. Right, I'm just going to show you, I just want to show you. Right, so let me show you a price comparison so you can see what this costs, because we're not the only people that sell this. So elsewhere, that is £339.50 for this quilt, right? How much are we going to do it for, Hayley? So hold that in mind, £339. Our price, £299. Whoa. So we're like £40 difference for that quilt. Now look at the size of it. It's what? But what we're going to do is, so this is 1.78 metres, so we're talking 6 foot square. That's a big quilt, isn't it? That is going to look amazing on a wall, but even more beautiful on your bed. What we're going to do is, we don't normally do split pay 5 ways on something this size. So £59.80. So you pay £59.80 today. The quilt is sent straight to you. Obviously, you've got your P&P, but you've probably already bought the early bird anyway. So that's done, because you only pay it once a day. Then it will be sent straight to you, and then the other 4 payments will be taken out of your account for monthly intervals. By the time that it's all taken out, you'll have finished it, to be honest. I mean, it is beautiful, isn't it? It's just, you know. Now, this was demonstrated by Delphine on the 20th of October. So what you need to do is go onto YouTube, put in Sewing Street 20/10/22, and it will come out. It will come out. And you have got all of this fabric. In total, you have got 13.5 yards of fabric. Really? Are we reducing the price? I thought we were just doing it on 5-way split pay. I didn't know we were reducing it as well. Hayley's deal day, $269.99. Got me decimal points. Now, any of you who've already put that in your basket, don't worry, you will be charged the lower price. You won't have to do the high price. $269.99. And less than 10 in stock. Remember, when we did a price comparison, it was £340, wasn't it? Now, they always come in these lovely boxes. So you've got nice full-size picture, which is really important for any quilt maker, likes to have the full-size picture. You've got all of the instructions. I'll show you on here. So you've got all the look, they're all full colour as well. Really easier. Then you've got all of the templates. Look at this. All of the templates are there for doing your foundation. And here, all of those, look, they're all there. Nice thick paper as well. Oh, actually, no, it's not. I was saying nice. You don't want it thick, do you? This is good. This is proper FPP weight paper. This is nice thick paper. But you've got proper FPP weight paper. All of your templates are in there. And look how lovely. They've put all of the fabrics, the little pictures, so you can see what's what. Everything you need is for the top of the quilt and the binding, and they've even recommended what backing you can have, but obviously the backing isn't in there, but it tells you what you need. All of the photos, step-by-step instructions of exactly how to make it, all coloured, really, really easy to follow, very comprehensive. Then, I like the fact they've given a close-up, because this is your FPP section. You've got a close-up of them. I mean, look at the way that that's been fussy cut. So you've got the flamingos. I mean, that is absolutely stunning. You'd walk into the bedroom, whoa, what a fantastic gift. Someone says, can you make me a quilt? Yeah, I'm going to make this one. Look at this. It's all there. Let's have a look at the fabrics that you get in it. Now, you might have seen these fabrics. Right, we have got less than 10. Very, very limited now. Remember, if we've got any left, that price will go back up to £99.99. So you're saving £30 today only, and that's still a great price because we've shown you the comparison. You've got 13.5 yards of fabric in this. You've got that lovely green fabric that changes colour as it goes along. The same with, it's got the birds and all the clouds, and the colour changes as it goes along. This beautiful big butterfly. Let me just show you the picture. Look how it's been fussy cut. Shows you all of this in the instructions, that you've got one of these big butterflies in each of those points. I would absolutely love to make this. Can you see the darker areas here? I thought they were black, but actually they're charcoal, which is quite nice, isn't it? Because it's not quite as stark. So when I put that against those fabrics, it gives it a really nice softer look. And that is used in these points here and the outer points of the star. So you've got, and this is one of Tula Pink's. She has these coloured and printed, dyed to match exactly with her fabrics. So the charcoal that you've got here mimics the charcoal in the butterfly, so it matches beautiful. This amazing citrine green, look at that, with rainbows. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, you would look at this all the time. It'd be actual joy to make. So there's all the fabrics. We're going to have to move on. But remember, you've got a £30 saving. 5-way split pay, interest-free. By the time you've paid for it, you'll have finished it. And we can't get more of them. When this is gone, it's gone. And look, there's those flamingos that you get in the centre. So what we've got is what we've got. But look at that. That is what you're going to make. Remember, the finished size of it is 70 inches square, which is like 6 foot. 70 inches. So this would be king size bed. Or hang it on the wall. Quilts do not have to just be on beds. Look amazing, wouldn't it? Anyway, what a lovely quilt to keep you occupied during these autumn winter evenings. Right, thread. Anna Maria. Now, I particularly love this. Now, this is all Aurifil thread. If you've not used Aurifil thread, why? You will love it. Have a go. It's brilliant. But Aurifil thread doesn't just come in 50 weight. 50 weight is the normal thread that we use in our sewing machines. But this comes in different weights, and it's lovely. So Anna Maria Horner, she is a fabric designer, and she has worked with Aurifil to choose these threads to suit her fabrics. She loves bright, vibrant colours, so they're all depicted in here. Now, look, this is what you get in the box. I mean, it's a lovely gift, isn't it? Because the boxes are all coloured in her prints. So what you get is you get 2 boxes of 50 weight thread. So this is your normal sewing weight thread. So you get mauve, green and taupe. And then in this box, you get the 1300 metre reels there, and then in this box you get 5 of the smaller reels, which are I think they're 100. I think 200. Sorry, 200 metres. So there's your 3 larger reels. There's your 5 smaller reels, all in these beautiful colours. Those are your 50 weights. Now we've also got 12 weight. So the higher the number, the thinner the thread. So 12 is thicker. Remember that, higher the number, the thinner the thread. Now this is your top stitch thread. This is when you know you've done the edge of something, top stitch, and you want to add a bit more detail. This is fantastic. Like if you're hemming jeans, put them in that. Really good that. Lovely for hand sewing as well. They're actually quite nice when you want to do quite. Let's take some money off. You know, if you want to do some like fine embroidery, lovely for that as well, because they're like a very, very fine cotton perlé weight. Right, so we're going to slash some money off that. We haven't got there yet. £149.99. I've still got another box to open. £25 saving, £124.99. Now, what we've got as well is 80 weight thread. Now, if you love EPP and you've watched Jenny Jackson, you'll have heard her talking about this 80 weight all the time. It is brilliant for hand sewing, in particular EPP. But these are in beautiful pastel colours. So this is a finer thread than your normal 50 that you'd use in your sewing machine. You can use it in your sewing machine, but it's finer. So for EPP, it is absolutely brilliant. Any hand sewing, it's brilliant. You can use it in your machine if you want a finer thread, if you don't want the seam to show up as much, if you just want to do some lighter weight sewing. But what I would use it for is hand sewing because it is light, it sits in the fabric better. So all of this thread you are getting in total 8,220 metres. Now, if you've not used Aurifil before, honestly, give it a go. People look at it and go, oh, it's an expensive thread. It isn't actually expensive. It's Egyptian long staple cotton, which makes it very strong, but also very fine. But then it's dyed in Italy. It's designed, Aurifil is an Italian company, but is Egyptian cotton. If you work it out per metre, it isn't an expensive thread, but it's beautiful quality. I mean, imagine having that for Christmas. Be beautiful, wouldn't it? And when you use one of these, because I love this thread, I use it quite a lot. Pop it in your sewing machine. It lasts such a long time. There's 1,300 metres on a spool, which absolutely loads. Yeah, Hayley's going to work out the price per metre for me. It's an amazing quality. 0.015 pence per metre. So 100 metres is £1.50. So when you look at that, is that expensive? No. £1.50 a metre. You'll pay more for the other brand threads. £1.50. It won't fluff and bobble in your machine. So you know what, sometimes when you're using other quality threads, as you're sewing, you get those little bobbles, you have to undo it. You get you have to unthread your machine and redo it. It doesn't do that. Also, although it's 50 weight thread, it sits within your fabric better, and that's because it's long staple, so it lies flatter. Once you've used Aurifil, you won't go back. Right, I've also got Aurifil thread, a Tula Pink one, so if you've bought that kit. What happens with Aurifil is they work with designers and get them to choose thread colours that will go with, that they love, that will go with their fabric collection. So if you love the colourways, then this is brilliant. So you've got 4 larger spools of 1,300 metres, and these are all Tula Pink colours. So if you love Tula Pink colours or you want to sew with her fabric, these will go with them. But if you want to be inspired by her colour palette, so you've got 10 20 metre spools for 1,300 metre spreads, £79.99, £10 off, and they're all 50 weight, so this is your normal sewing machine thread. And it's lovely that she's done the larger spools as your basic colours. Right, it's all on the website. We're having to rush so we can do Hayley's final deal is the rotating cutting mat. I absolutely love the rotating cutting mat. I have one of these. I use it all the time. So, example, half square triangles. You know, you've done all your half square triangles and you have to trim all 4 sides, but you don't really want to be moving them. So you trim one side. Oh, hang on. The good thing about these rotating cutting mats, they lock. So if you don't want them to rotate, they don't need to. So all you have to do is push the little thingies in, turn it back over, and then it will rotate. So you've cut one side, you just rotate the mat. You cut the other side, you rotate the mat. You cut the other side and you rotate the mat. Maybe you're doing FPP and you need to be cutting all the sides of it, but you definitely don't want to be moving it. You just rotate it. Sometimes, if you're cutting maybe a square of fabric, rather than moving around the other side of the table, you just turn it round. It's absolutely brilliant. Right. This is an amazing, I mean, I think it's an 18-inch square, $32.99. Every time we do it, it flies out. It's marked in 1/4 of an inch increments, 1/8 of an inch increments. And we have never, ever, on Sewing Street, reduced this price below $32.99. We launched it in April, and we have never reduced it. We've just checked. We have never reduced it because we don't need to, because it always sells really well. It's beautiful quality. It's proper self-healing cutting mat. It's marked with circles, angles, 30, 45, 60. It's 18 inches square, and it's got in 1/8 of an inch increments. So you can use it as a normal cutting mat. But can we reduce the price, please, Hayley? £2 off. Well, we have never reduced it before. £30.99, £30.99, and it's a lovely, it's also because it doesn't need to rotate, it's lovely as an extra mat. If you've got a big mat and you just want one, maybe you want to take it on a workshop, this is ideal. It does lock, so it won't keep moving, as I just showed you, so that when it's not in use, you can do that. But also, because it's got the extra back on it as well, it's extra stable, it's thicker, and you don't need to walk around your table. £30.99, that's a £2 saving, and we have never reduced that before. So £30.99. Now, we haven't had time to go through everything just because Hayley put so many deals. But don't worry, we're going to have a break in just a second. And during the break, Hayley will put those other special offers. She'll reduce the price. So if you've been onto the website and you've seen the deals on there, the pre-order things, those will be reduced. Hayley will do that in a minute. Anyway, we're going to go for a quick break because we've got to take all this stuff and get back on. And Sallieann will be coming on next, showing the beautiful Liberty shoe quilt. She's going to be demonstrating it, showing you exactly how to make it. Oh, I'm in the way. Look, isn't it gorgeous? Funnily enough, uses Liberty fabric. Stunning, isn't it? Full kit and instructions to do it. And Sallieann will be here demonstrating it. So don't go anywhere. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I hope I didn't confuse you earlier. I said Sallieann was on next and we got confused. That's at 10 o'clock. So we have got Emma on now with this beautiful William Morris quilt.
It is gorgeous. Oh,
it is gorgeous.
It
is. Look, it's so big. You have to almost stand into the hall.
Yeah,
look,
yeah.
it's amazing, isn't it? So you've been playing with this kit.
Yes.
And having a go at how it works.
Yeah.
So it features all William Morris fabrics, obviously.
Yes. And I love, so you've got the same print but in different ways. So you've got the strawberry thief and in this border print which is small and you've got all the detail, but then you've also got it in here which is just
you've got it larger in there but
and
in
just two colours,
in two-tone,
but
tiny in here. That's gorgeous, isn't it? So it's all in shades of blues and teals
and duck egg
lovely. I love this sort of like an ochre. Is that an ochre?
Oh yeah. Kind of like a very pale mustardy. Yeah, I love it.
Really,
I love it because
really
it's, and I say this to John, so I hate to I don't want to say gender neutral, you know.
Yes,
but it is very much.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could have this in any room. You wouldn't sort of feel like, oh, that's too feminine or that's too masculine.
No,
it really could go in any room. But it's classic, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's so big.
It's so big, isn't it?
So
The
big.
finished size of it is...
Over 2 metres.
Yeah, 213 by 213 centimetres. This is like your king size bed, isn't it?
Yeah, or
Really
wrapping up
gorgeous.
with somebody you love on the couch.
Yes, yeah. Oh, that's such a lovely, isn't it? Lie on the sofa, covered in your William Morris quilt.
Yeah.
Beautiful, isn't it? I love it. And bound in William Morris as well.
Well, this is actually part of the kit. I don't know that this is William Morris.
Oh, okay.
But it's also here, so it's the. I should know.
Yes, it must be because it's there as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
But it all ties in, which is nice.
Easy, hard, takes a long time, or what would you say?
You know what? It's quite a quick make. So
Is it?
I've done basically the middle bit. Literally, I did that in an afternoon. That's including the cutting out.
Wow, because that's just squares.
That's just squares. And then you've got a border. This is pieced. But yeah, I would say for the size of it, it's a relatively quick make. And
Yeah, that's true.
They've some of the technique is a little bit different to what I would expect, put it that way. But yeah, it's very straightforward. The only thing that I will show you how to do is you do need to make sure your 1/4 inch is accurate.
Okay, so
And I've got a way of doing that, so you can check, because
fantastic.
you do need to make sure that this centre point is the right size. Although you've got a border, so you can make some adjustments. But
Yes.
because you've got a pieced border here, this is going to impact that. how
Right,
that
so
fits.
just make sure you're 1/4 inch, but it's, I guess because it's quite large pieces, so you're not
Yes.
working with anything fiddly.
Nothing fiddly. And I also like that it's large because you've got this beautiful print and you've got nice big chunks of it, so that it doesn't disappear. So you've got some nice.
That's true.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. So let's have a look at the kit.
Okay.
We'll have a look at the kit. So remember, brand new today. So we are limited. It all comes in a box. It's all lovely. So if you were thinking about buying it as a present, it's nicely boxed. It is exclusive to us. These are made exclusively for Sewing Street, so you won't be able to get it anywhere else. And it's brand new today, Antiquity. So,
and the dot is William Morris. It's seaweed.
seaweed. Okay.
binding, yep.
So it's $199.99. Which is an amazing price, isn't it, for the size of it and the amount of fabric. So let's get it out, see what you get in the box. Full instructions. How are the instructions, Emma?
Very good.
Easy to follow?
Yes, and I like because what they always do. Sorry, I'm just pressing.
Yeah.
What they always do is they give you a nice picture of which fabrics and a number system.
Right, so it's easy to.
Yeah, it's a very
you can't get them
visual-
mixed up. Yeah, and number 6 is used for the bind. So you've got everything for the top of the quilt and the binding. You will need backing as well, and you'll need wadding, but all of the other fabric is actually in here. Very, very comprehensive. I like the fact they always give you a nice layout diagram, because that really helps.
A lot of visuals in there, which I love.
It comes all wrapped in tissue paper. So we'll try and open reasonably carefully. And then it all comes wrapped in a ribbon. Love packaging. You just move that out of the way. Keep the ribbon, always very useful for your drawstring bags or other things. That's what I use mine for. Nice satin ribbon. And then you've got all of this beautiful William Morris fabric inside. Now it does tell you what the different colours are. So, and it's cut specially so that you've got the right amount for it. It's not like super tight cut, but you're not then paying for extra fabric that you don't need. So you've got this beautiful navy with teal and a little bit of ochre. You've got that piece. Lovely tone on tone teal. Here's the strawberry thief one. Now you've got lots of this because this is for the borders. Isn't that gorgeous? Loads of that one. This really nice, is this seaweed, this one?
That's seaweed.
The nice spot. Now that's used in the outer squares and also in the binding. And I think it's really nice that they give you enough William Morris fabric to bind it, because it then ties the whole quilt together. And by putting a darker binding on as well, it sort of frames it, gives it a really nice effect. This is that really big Strawberry Thief tone on tone print. You can see there. So you've got the bigger one, and that's used in the squares in the centre. Look at that. This is gorgeous. Now, please do keep checking out on this, because whenever we do William Morris quilts, particularly when we launch them, they're brand new, they fly out. So if you want to get this one, I mean, and this is going to keep you going through the autumn and the winter. Although, to be honest, Emma, it depends how often you sew. You can have this done by Christmas. How lovely if you've got guests staying at Christmas. Imagine showing that on your spare room bed.
Yep.
Be very impressive, wouldn't it? And then you've got this beautiful print that's used in the outer border and around the triangles in the inner border. And that's lovely because it's a bit of a lightness of fabric that lifts the other colours and makes them stand out. So all of that fabric and full instructions, all packaged beautifully, $199.99. Now, we can split pay that. So if you want to pay 3 equal payments of $66.66. That is interest free. Pop it in your basket now, check out. The $66.66 will be taken out now. You'll get the quilt, and then the other 2 payments will be taken out at monthly intervals, but it's interest free. Now this, I mean, the design of the fabric is beautiful because it's William Morris, but it's Free Spirit fabric, so it's beautiful quality. It's all quilting weight fabric, 44-inch width, but it's the quality of it, because we all know, don't we, depending on what fabric you buy, there are different qualities of fabric. Free Spirit is a designer fabric. It's soft, it's smooth, it's printed beautifully, and it's lovely to work with. And that's what you're paying for. You're paying for the William Morris print, but you're also paying for the quality of the fabric, and it is beautiful to sew with. So it is brand new today, and quarter of the stock has already gone. And we've got loads more of you that are on baskets. And because it's Hayley's day, she's going to give us a little special offer. Well, it's your special day, Hayley. So we're going to take £20 off. Wow, $179.99. Now, those of you who have checked out, don't worry, you will be charged the lower price. Any of you who've got it in baskets, you need to get this checked out. We are limited in stock now. £20 saving. You're paying $179.99 for a king-size bed quilt in designer quality fabric using William Morris prints with really comprehensive instructions. If you are new to quilting, this is achievable. You start off in the centre, you're cutting big squares. Emma's going to give you lots of tips and tricks. Have a go. But what a beautiful quilt to start off with. It's lovely, isn't it? $179.99. It's funny, I laughed with Hayley earlier and said you hung that upside down. She has.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because all the birds are flying down.
Yeah, but these are right side up.
Oh, are they?
So it's all cut.
Oh, I see. So there isn't a right way. I was thinking, because Hayley was on a stool hanging the whole thing up, and it was quite hard. She was almost falling off, and I said it's upside down, joking.
Oh, but I have noticed something. I don't know if you can see.
These.
It's sideways. Oh. So these have all been. Now this is just this quilt. I haven't done the same thing on the one that I've done. Right, so
you can choose.
Yeah. So they have put all of these prints facing this way, so they have made it directional. Okay. But that one is direct. Yes, you'd never know unless you look really closely, would you? Because yes, the birds on that one go the other way. Yeah. We were struggling to know which was the right way up. Yeah. So where do we start? I've got it all out. Now what do I do? First thing you do, and I have to admit I rarely do this, but you should do it. Read the instructions, have a cup of tea, have a cup of coffee or a beverage of your choice. Sit down and read the instructions and really get familiar with which fabrics go where. Okay. And
so you know for definite.
You know what you're talking about. And really just have a look at the gorgeous fabrics. So really,
they are. You don't want to cut the the fabrics. Look at them. Well, they've got so much detail on them as well, haven't they?
I love a William Morris.
It's just the colours.
Yeah.
It's just gentle and soft and peaceful, relaxing, isn't it?
And then the next step is press. So you would press the two. So the two that you start with are fabrics 1 and 2, which makes your centre square out of squares. And these all need to be cut, all the same size, basically. And there is another way of doing it, but the way that they have it in the instructions is you literally cut squares and sew squares back together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the other way of doing it, if you want to, is that you can cut your strips with a fabric the correct size.
Right, yes.
Sew your strips together. So what I did was I actually did them in pairs and then cut
and
them.
then subcut them.
Yeah,
so if you've been quilting, you'll know how to do that.
Yeah.
If not, just cut them in squares.
Just squares, because it's just as easy. And actually what I liked about doing them in squares is like what we talked about, these are all directional. If you want to do directional, you could have a lot of control over that.
Yes, that's true.
Or if you want them all random,
we've got the best press for spraying your fabric. Whenever I never used to use best press, but there's so many people of our guests who use it, so I thought I'll have a go.
Yeah.
So when I get my fabric, I always spray it with best press and then press afterwards. It makes your fabric slightly crisper. This was my favourite one because it's lavender and it actually smells really nice as well. And it just gives it a slight crispness, but it's not starch.
It's not starch. Another thing I really like about best press, now we're getting a bit off topic, but so when I was taught to quilt, I was always taught to wash all of my fabrics literally as soon as they came in the house.
Right, okay, yeah, it's always a big debate, the washing.
A debate. My motto is still always, there's no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you.
Okay.
But what I liked about washing it is that it shrinks it already, so because there'll be some shrinkage. Once you've quilted it, you've made it, and you wash your quilt the first time, there will be a little bit of shrinkage, which adds a bit of an aesthetic to it.
Yeah,
so it makes it look a bit more antique-y. So it's not a negative thing by any means, but if you want to mitigate that, definitely wash it. And also, I was finding when I was using a lot of fabric, is the sizing that they use in it used to make me sneeze on my nose run.
Okay. Really?
So it's literally for that as well.
Oh, okay.
But where the best press comes in is if you do wash your fabric, definitely best press will be your best friend, because you put some of that nice sizing back into
so you
it.
Get that gives it a little bit more weight, doesn't it?
It's a little bit more like you would be cutting and using.
But it's not like your old-fashioned starch on collars and cuffs. It's just a little bit.
Because I remember that. You used to
yes.
do it and you'd get flakes. Yeah.
It's
no,
not
you don't
that.
get flakes with the best press at all.
And it smells really nice.
It does smell really nice.
Really nice.
Yeah.
So definitely worth getting that.
Perfect. So.
Okay.
Before you start doing any sewing, what I do recommend is working out your 1/4 inch.
Right.
Your accurate 1/4 inch. Now I'm not talking about full 1/4 inch, scant 1/4 inch, whatever.
Proper one.
Just, so your 1/4 inch, how much that takes up, will depend on your machine, your sort of sewing style, so where you sort of line things up against your presser foot, the needle size, your thread, all of that.
Also, it is variable then.
It is variable. So I recommend doing this before you start any project, especially if you've changed machine or thread or anything like that. And what I do, so I've got a little 4 patch that I've made. And this is just cutting 2.5 inch squares.
Okay.
Just of a bit of scrap fabric. And then just sew it together as you normally would. Press it all out as you would normally press. And then measure it. So if it's 2.5 inch squares, or you can see 4 patch, it should come out to 4.5 inch squares once it's all sewn together, which it did. I did this just on this machine as it was set up, not changing anything.
Just to be sure.
Yeah, using my 1/4 inch foot. And it's perfect. Now, if you find that this square is larger than 4.5 inches, that means that your 1/4 inch seam allowance is too small.
Yes.
So what you can do on your machine is, if you're finding your 1/4 inch seam is too narrow, just nudge your needle position towards the left a little bit, and to do that, that makes that 1/4 inch seam a bit wider. As it's sewing straight, you just hit the stitch width button and you increase the width. So if you want to add width, then it'll nudge your needle to the left a little bit. If it's smaller than 4.5 inches, that means that your 1/4 inch seam allowance is too wide and you need to narrow it a little bit.
Right, okay.
So you need to nudge your needle position a little bit to the right hand side.
Okay.
So you do it minus, basically. I think that's right.
Yeah.
me just double check.
And then I guess once you've done that a few times, if you will get to know your machine and how it works. Because we had a guest on the other day who said she did half of a quilt on one machine and then she was doing the other half on another, and they were different.
Yes, oh, they are, absolutely.
How weird. And I guess it's so minimal that for a square like that doesn't matter, but when you're doing a whole quilt, it all adds up,
It does add up. And the reason I say it particularly for this quilt is because you've got a pieced border here. Normally, if you've just got squares in the middle and then just border, just straight strips, it wouldn't matter so much. But this inside needs to be a certain size so that these pieced bit will actually line up the way it should, and it all will work together.
Okay.
So yeah, so listen to me now and believe me later. If you sort out your 1/4 inch to begin with,
I know, but that's a fantastic tip, because that is something that I think particularly beginners get, or even people who've been stitching for ages, get really frustrated about. Think, well, I'm following that line. Yeah. Why is this not working?
And they also, and you measure it as well. So then they measure, and but it's a 1/4 inch when I measure it. It's hard to explain it all.
Well, it's because it's so minute, you can't see it. But when you join it all together, so if you did that as 4 16 squares, you'd see it even more, because it would just get bigger and bigger.
It does, because it multiplies.
So it is worth doing, and it's a good thing to get into as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So it's just getting to know your machine and how it works. Oh, and also, when you're doing it, press it the way that you would. And I'm saying that because I've become a new convert to pressing seams open.
Have you?
I know.
Oh, very controversial.
I know.
Why is that?
Well, so there was a particular quilt kit that I did earlier the year where they had a mixture of pressing seams open and pressing them to the side. And actually, it helped reduce some of the bulk in some of the, when you've got a lot of seams coming together.
Yes.
And it was a bit of both, and it worked really well.
Yeah, I'm a bit, because I can't decide, I do both.
Yeah.
So it depends what I'm doing. I quite like the speed of pressing to one side.
Yes.
But then I quite like the flatness of pressing open.
Yes.
So,
exactly.
And I guess someone said to me, oh, you shouldn't press open because it's less stable. But once you've quilted it, it's stable again, isn't it?
It is. And also, and John argues with me about this as well, is I always say if you want to press them open, reduce your stitch length a little bit as well. And think about using like a 40 weight thread rather than
right.
finer.
And what stitch length do you normally use?
If I'm not thinking about it, I just use what's on it, so about 2.5.
Right.
But if I think about it and I'm going to press the seams open, I'll reduce it to about 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. No, this is good, because I think my machine is set to 2.4 as its standard. Don't know why.
Yeah, I think that's what this is.
And then I'll go up to 3 for a top stitch.
Yes.
Right.
Definitely top stitch and quilting.
Yeah.
And when I attach the binding as well. So even just sewing it on, I increase it to about 3.
So go down to a 2. These are brilliant, brilliant. I told you today was going to be a great learning day, didn't I? I said you're going to learn loads and loads. Right, so we've cut all our squares out.
Wow, yeah, we've got to get on. I'm waffling. All squares are cut. And then if I've got this is my bit that I've already done. So imagine this is the last strip. Oh, let me turn it around the correct way.
So did you use the stripology to cut these out? Or was
I did use the stripology. To cut the strips and the squares. I will show stripology when I'm doing the the border
so
next.
If you've always wondered about stripology, wait.
I'll show that. So this is my next one.
Okay.
And then these are my last 2 that go on here and then onto there. So you'll sew all your squares together into strips, which I'll show now.
Having pre-tested your 1/4 inch seam allowance, I'm going to do that. I never do that.
Let me just double check. Also, one thing I do recommend is if you are thinking about putting your squares, your directions in a particular way, lay out your squares first, how you want them, and then sew them together. So I have a method. Let me grab some pins. Sorry. So I lay it out, and then I'll put this on top of this, and then I know that this side is my seam.
Right.
And that is my method.
Okay, because you know that's your seam.
Yeah, I haven't lined it up, but
that's a good idea.
Yeah, just to denote, because once you pick it up, it's like, oh, what side?
Yes, you might know. I do that quite often. Then I go, I can't remember. That's a really good idea.
So I have that little method that I know that.
I got a message from Deborah. I hope Sallieann got the message. RE what to wear today. You two match so well.
Oh yeah,
we do, don't we?
Yeah, we got the memo.
Yeah, we must have been in sync. I can't remember what Sallieann's wearing actually, but I don't think it's the same.
No, I think she's Oh, is she wearing some mustard? Because
we'd be rubbish in a lineup, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I think she's matching Hayley because
So
Hayley's wearing
Sallieann
mustard.
No idea. Have you seen her? Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure it's a very beautiful floral blouse.
So no,
Ooh,
this was a mere coincidence. We obviously both like navy.
Oh. It moved. Sorry, that was me. I'm turn it off and on again.
Soft reboot.
Yeah.
I remember they used to say that to me in work with the computer. Soft reboot. And what's that? Turn it off and on again.
Yeah. There we go. There we go.
Just to let you know, there are less than 20 kits available, and we had quite a lot. And this is a £20 saving. So if there are any left, that price will go up at midnight, but we are down to less than 20, just to let you know, because it's an amazing price.
It is. And you do get some left over, so there are some
Do you?
That I have quite a bit. So you get about 1/4 metre of the fabric that's in the very corners. And those bits in the corners are the only bit that you need from it.
Because I did did one of these quilts from these that are made for us, can't remember which one, and there was enough bits left over for me to do a scrappy binding. So I kept the binding fabric for something else.
Nice.
Because there was just like a little strip on the end of each one. I mean, I don't know if it's the same with this one, but I think they probably overestimated it.
And
I did a scrappy binding, so it's quite
lovely.
Nice to keep that.
It is nice. Or you can use the extras if you are going to do it. Make a cushion or a pillow.
That's true.
That
would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Now I have pressed all these seams to the side, and I've pressed them consistently towards this fabric, so that when I put my strips together, they will nest nicely.
Beautifully. Yes.
That's one thing I do like about pressing them to the side.
That's true, and it's quicker.
Yes. There we go.
And don't forget, for those lucky people who bought the quilt, write down today's date. Remember the 5th of November.
Oh yeah.
And all of that. And then you can watch this tutorial back on YouTube while you're making it.
Yep.
And listen to us talking
Waffle
about
on.
all sorts of nonsense. But very useful things like checking your seam allowance.
Yes.
And all of everything that you need for the sizes and the measurements and the cuttings, all in the instructions.
It is all the instructions.
You don't need it's just that this will help you with things like checking your seam allowance. And it's quite nice. I often do that. I like to watch some things back and think, okay, right, yes.
Yeah.
Because you forget when you get it all out the box.
You do. So.
And it's the 5th of November.
Yes. And, well, we're actually going, we do have fireworks in the village, which is really handy.
Yes.
Because we just have to get to walk there, basically. But we are going to miss them tonight because we actually have a date night to the cinema, which we don't very often do. But
what are you going to watch?
That film, the new film with Colin Farrell? And I should remember the name. So have you seen the film In Bruges?
No.
Okay. Well, it has Colin Farrell in it.
I love Colin Farrell.
Yeah, and this other Irish actor.
What's the film called, everyone? Pass this finger. Message us in.
Yeah.
Someone will know.
It's the...
Message me in and let me know. Could you let Emma know what film she's watching tonight? I haven't been to the cinema, honestly, since lockdown.
Oh, wow.
No, that's terrible, isn't it? Love the cinema.
We don't go very often. Last one we watched was Elvis.
I'm going home to lie on the sofa.
Really sad.
Tired.
Oh.
Too many early mornings. I have to get up so early when I come here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go home and lie on the sofa. I'm thinking under a blanket. That's what I'm feeling.
Well, I have to admit, there may be a granny nap happening this afternoon before we go out.
Really? I can never decide whether that's a good idea or not, whether I feel worse as a result or better. I did go to bed really early last night though, so not too bad. Oh, you look really nice in front of that quilt.
Oh.
Yeah, your colour, your hair and your top match in beautifully.
Nice.
It should be yours.
Well, the other thing that's nice about pressing to the side, these squares especially, is that you don't have to pin. It helps because they're nesting, your seams are nesting.
So you just hold them?
Yep. I mean, obviously, if you're a pinner and you prefer that way, obviously do it.
I I think I'm a pinner, actually. But I know what you mean. What I tend to do is I'll take the pins out before I get to there because it's almost nests better without them, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think I use pins to make me feel better. We have got some great pins, actually. We have got the quilting pins.
Oh yes, I will be using them. So I do pin a border, and I will show you the border. I always pin a border.
These quilting pins are fab because they're really long and they come in 2 different colours. So you can choose which ones you put where.
Yeah, I like them how they're nice and long as well.
Well, they're very nice and long and very fine as well.
Yes.
And although they've got like plasticky ends, you can iron on them, which is quite handy, isn't it? I have melted many a pin, but these you can actually iron on top of.
Almost there. Get in there. So yes, literally this middle bit took me yesterday afternoon.
Wow.
To make.
Well, I think also with William Morris fabrics, because the print is so beautiful, you don't really want to be cutting into it too much, do you? It makes it stand out. I mean, obviously, you know, I've seen plenty that are made with smaller pieces, but it does let the beauty of the print shine through.
It does. There we go. So that is the centre.
Wow, all done.
There you go. I'll let you have a play with that if you'd like.
Yes, that's gorgeous, isn't it? It's lovely. Do you know what? I think I'd have everything facing in different directions, so it never mattered which way up my quilt was.
And
I'd never have to get overly worried about it.
No. And no, like me and Sally were talking in the back, like nobody else would probably notice it, but because you put it together and you know it's that way, you would notice it every time.
But I think if you make a point of them all facing in different directions, then it wouldn't matter, would it?
It wouldn't matter.
It's gorgeous.
Now the borders are normally, if you cut widths of fabric.
So this is important. This
is important.
You need to concentrate for this bit.
So the way that you cut your strips, length of fabric, so you're doing the length, which is also a very good idea for any borders that you're doing, which is just a regular border. It's not pieced in any way, because the length, there's less stretch in the length than there is across the width. So from selvage to selvage across the width, if you feel any fabric, and it does differ fabric to fabric, there's a tiny bit of stretch that way, which if you are attaching borders with width fabric strips, you do have to be careful that you don't stretch your strip as you're attaching it on. Otherwise, that's when you end up with the wavy borders, when there's too much fabric attached. But the length, cutting it the length,
I didn't
diminishes that.
Can't remember which one's the warp and which one's the weft.
Oh
no, I can never remember either.
Yeah, somebody will know. Somebody will let us know. But yeah, I can never remember. There is a little ditty to remember it, but I've also forgotten that. Yeah.
I always go warp and weft. I know that one's one and one's the other. There's probably is a little thing.
So to cut the length, I'm actually matching up my selvages, but I'm folding them together along the same side as opposed to matching opposite sides together.
The weft. Oh, the weft goes away from the selvage and the warp goes along. So the warp is the length and the weft is the width.
Okay.
I don't know how to remember that. Weft is width. Warp is length. No, weft is width. Warp is length.
I'm trying to see how best to get this on here and still have
weft
it lined
and
up.
width sort of rhyme-ish.
Yeah, yeah. There we go.
Yeah, and you warp the length. That's true.
The other thing that's nice for doing this for borders is like this, you've got your pattern going lengthways, which, is it Tula Pink that does it the opposite way?
Yes,
She does the pattern across the width so that rather than the length, so that when you cut your strips there,
that they work.
They work.
Okay.
So let's see, I'm going to try and use my stripology and we'll see if it works, because this is a little bit wider than it would normally be if you're doing it width of fabric.
Yes, okay.
Let me see. Not quite.
Now this is the extra large stripology.
So I'm going to use my ruler rather than that one. But I will cut some up with that. We should have time. And then the strips are just cut the same way you'd normally cut any strips that are the width. Sometimes if you've got long bits, which we'll have for the outer border, which we also need to talk about, a bigger rotary cutter helps because you might have more than 4
so what's
layers.
the benefit of a bigger rotary cutter? Because most of us have a 45mm one.
Especially if you're doing the length. So on the other one, I might have another fold on here just to keep it narrow enough to fit onto my mat and my ruler.
Right.
See what I mean? Depending on how long the length is, you might have more layers, which if you've got a bigger blade is easier to get through than your
so for
smaller ones.
For more layers, the bigger 60mm blade.
Yeah.
So that's on the screen at the moment. 19.99 is the So Simple rotary cutter. It's a 60mm. So most of you will be using a 45mm, and this is a 60mm. Oh, now so Paul has just messaged in weft to the left.
Oh, okay. I know there was one way of remembering
Weft to the left.
An easy way.
The left of the selvage, because weft to the left, I guess, because you can so if you've got the fabric selvage, the weft goes weft to the left. Thank you very much, Paula. Weft to the left.
So I'm just cutting my selvages off. Ooh.
So the ruler that you're using is the
6.5 by 24.5.
We don't often use this one, so the blade's
really?
not sharp.
Oh,
no, that rotary cutter.
Oh, this. Oh, I see. I thought you meant the ruler. Okay, because that's the ruler I recommend if you're just starting
the ruler
off.
we do. That's my favourite ruler. That one.
I use it for everything. This one, and if you're going to splurge, a 12.5 by 12.5 inch square.
Okay.
Those are the two.
Although I have so many rulers. I've just bought an 8.5 inch. Same the 24, but an 8. I quite like the 8.5.
Oh, okay.
So what are you doing then? You're cutting
my strips. So what
how
I've
does
done,
that work then?
So what I've done is I've folded it up. I've lined up my fold against one of the lines on the mat, and then I used one of the lines on the mat to cut my very first cut, which is cutting the selvages off, and then from that point on, I just use the measurements on my ruler to cut my strips.
Right. Okay.
So this happens to be the right size.
So because you're cutting, is it 6.5?
Yeah.
6.5 inch strips. Then you just use the edge of the ruler.
Just use the edge of the ruler.
So if you're cutting 4 layers perfectly.
Yeah. If you've got to cut strips obviously that are wider than that, then use your lines on the mat. If you don't have a larger ruler. And then I'm just moving the strip away rather than the fabric so that I'm not disturbing this at all. There we go.
But it's worth spending the time to get this perfect, isn't it?
Yes. So, well, open one of these up. If you don't fold up your fabric correctly, what you might end up, so this is a nice straight strip. If you, if your fabric isn't perfectly lined up, and your layers are a bit across from each other, what you might end up with is sort of zigzags where your folds are.
Yeah, that's true.
I've had that before.
So
I have
spend
done that.
some time.
Yes. And it is actually easier to do it lengthwise than it is, I find, widthwise to line everything up. Because you've got your selvage, you can just use your selvage, and you know your selvage is your edge, so it's a little bit easier. Let's see, how many is that? One more, and then I'll show you the so while I'm doing this, so you're going to have to do this again for your outer border, but from your outer border fabric, you also need to cut some strips with the fabric for these parts.
Oh, for those triangle bits.
So I recommend before you cut any of that fabric out, just make sure that you've got the length that you need for your outer border strips before you start cutting your width of fabric
do lengths
strips
first before you do widths. That's
or
a good
at least
idea.
measure out, because you do have it a little bit longer than you need. So at least cut across what you need for your...
Yeah, sort of make sure that you've got the right... Yeah, it's quite not. I like that though that they've done it by length, because then you're not having to piece it, which is fine because a lot of quilts you do piece the borders, but it does give you a nice.
And they've allowed
finished.
for it. And you do get extra. So this is all I need of this fabric now. And
and that's extra.
That's extra.
Wow.
So all of that.
That's good, isn't it?
Can go in the stash.
Yeah. That's definitely matching cushion.
Yep. Material. And then, so this is the other trick.
Right, we've got less than 10 now. Just urgent stock warning. Less than 10, and 30 people have got it in their baskets.
Ooh.
So when everyone's checked out, 20 people won't be able to. So remember, it's £179.99. That's £20 off. We can do it on a 3-way split pay, so you pay £59.99 now. That's interest free. It won't cost you. Now, when you come to check out, whether you've done it on the phone or on the web, there is an ask section, so you don't have to. It doesn't matter either way. If you're on the phone, they'll ask you. If you're on the web, you just tick a box, so you can choose. But remember, we've got 30 people in baskets and less than 10 in seven left. And it is gorgeous. I always miss out on these things.
Oh.
Always. I come through the show, I'm actually lovely. In fact, the other day we had a blanket on Yarn Lane, and I thought, I'm going to miss out on that, so I just bought it before. So I didn't, because it happens every time. So please don't miss out. So what are we doing now?
So now I'm cutting the length.
Now
the length is tricky because I need to cut a length that is longer than my cutting mat.
Okay, so what are you going to do?
So what I'm going to do is I've got a pin. So what I've done already is I've squared off one end.
Right.
So I just trimmed off the end so I know that end is nice and square. And I've laid it out on my cutting mat along one of the lines on my mat to make sure that it's nice and
flat.
So at an even number, so I'm going to go for 30. I'm going to put a little pin to denote where 30 was. And then I'm going to cut it, adding the extra bit. So I need to cut it at 42.5.
Right.
So if I line up my pin at the back of the 0, I know I need to cut at 12.5, and my strip will be the correct length.
Perfect.
And you can do the same for the outer border.
And then that's an extra bit as well.
Yes.
That's the front of a makeup bag.
Oh.
Or a pencil case, isn't it?
So that's that. And then you just continue.
And you do that and cut them all the same length. Good idea.
And this is why, if I can borrow that middle bit again.
You can.
Now, fingers crossed, these will match perfectly.
This is at the point at which you go, oh, yes.
So, match up here. And this is where I do, in fact, pin. Probably about every 4 inches or so, put a pin. So that's that one.
Do you want to use our lovely special quilting pins?
Oh yes. What am I thinking?
It's because I have them.
I'm slumming it with what's left over.
I know, and I've got beautiful coloured quilting pins there. They're lovely. They're really long and they're really fine, and they've got some have got green ends and some got orange ends, which is quite nice if you're using them to mark things. Yep. But you can iron over them, and they are really worth the money.
So I'm just pinning one at each end, and then I'm going to lay it out and pin along the length. Now, if you get to this point, take this one out, and you do find that one bit is a little bit, and I'm a little bit longer than the other, and I'm talking literally like maybe 1/8 of an inch or less than 1/4 for sure. Put the longer one when you're sewing it on the bottom when you're sewing it.
Okay, so if your pieced one is slightly longer or your top one, put the longer one on the bottom.
Yes.
Right, okay.
And the reason for that is that after you've definitely pin it so it's nice and even all the way along. The reason for that, and this happens with piecing as well, if you find that when you're piecing, a seam is a little bit longer than you need it to be.
Yes.
Put the longer one on the
bottom. Okay.
Because when you sew it, your feed dogs will feed that piece of fabric through ever so slightly quicker.
Oh, that's a brilliant tip. I love that tip.
Yeah. So, and you will find that it will eventually match. It'll help ease, the little bit extra
Yeah, so that's a great tip. Yeah, because I guess that's the whole point of why people use walking feet, because of the feed dogs well. But this you can use to your advantage.
Yeah. Yeah. And also when you're pressing,
learn loads today.
Yeah, the other tip when you're pressing, not particularly for this quilt, but for other ones that have a bit more intricate, because we always say press to the dark side, but that isn't always possible anyway. But if you find you do have sewn something and your corner is a little bit off, try pressing it the opposite direction, because depending on the way that the seam is pressed will make it have it look one way or another.
Oh, okay.
Basically.
So just try it the other way.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Because you know, however accurately you cut and sew, things are sometimes a little bit off.
Oh, a bit off. Yeah. Now the reason I pin my borders on as much, because that's the only time I really do, is that because of that action with the feed dog feeding the bottom ones through quicker than the top, if you've got it all pinned and you make sure that everything is sort of going through together, you won't end up with a surprise at the end where it doesn't quite match.
So what do you do if one layer does start puckering a bit? Is that because your machine's not set up properly, or is it because you've cut it wrong? Yeah,
if it really starts puckering, then I would be a bit concerned. What I tend to do is, so in between each pin, so I've just taken a pin out, I'm just making sure when I'm sewing this one that if there's one that looks like it's a little tiny bit bowed, I will pull the top layer maybe a little bit to compensate, so that it's a little tiny bit stretched.
Just to get it
tiny bit.
Okay.
You just need to ease it in. But the goal is when you get to that pin that they should be perfectly matched up together.
At that point,
Yeah. And because you're doing that all along the length, you shouldn't end up with any surprises. Now, I'm not tugging it by any means. I'm literally just putting a tiny bit of pressure just to make sure that everything goes through together.
Right, only 3 left. 3 left and 6 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
Well, let me stop this here for now, because I do want to show you the next block.
Right, okay, that would be good. Well, no, but it's been really, actually, what you've shown us so far about the sort of the cutting and the piecing and getting the seam allowance, it's been really, it's those kind of tips that makes a difference. And it's all those little things for even, you know, whether you're beginner or experienced, that you think, I never even thought about that. But there are only 3 kits left.
Okay.
So if you've got it in your basket, please do check out, because somebody else will come and get it.
Now,
don't want you to be disappointed.
Where am I? Make sure I've got all the bits I need. So the border, the next one.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, an experienced quilter will look at that and think, oh, that's a square, that's one triangle, that's a square, that's one triangle. But it's not made that way.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It is actually, so these are your corner blocks. Let me just press that out so you can see. And the border is made exactly the same way.
You could have a wool pressing mat if you
Oh yes, yes, please, please.
Because they are so nice, aren't they?
They are. I love it. The only downside to having a wool pressing mat is that sometimes if you have a cat, you have to shoo the cat off it.
Oh really?
Yeah, my cat loves it.
Oh, is it because it's nice to lie on, or to put their claws in?
No, he just likes to lay on it.
Well, I guess it's nice and warm if you've just been pressing on it as well.
Yeah. No, the wool mats, I have to admit, I was introduced to in our previous lives, a sewing quarter.
Okay, they are amazing.
They are.
I couldn't work out what everyone was going on about until I got one.
I'm like, okay, I'll try it and see, you know, another gadget. But actually, they are amazing.
Especially when you're doing like little seams. They're just magic.
They are. And I think it's because, and this one you'll see, they just make your block lie so flat once you've pressed it, because it's the seams sort of sink into the mat. Yeah. It doesn't sort of bounce back, which I really love. So that is your corner block. So these. And then these are made exactly the same way. So I've got one here that is sort of half done. Oh yeah, I've got a little bit of time. I just want to show you the trick to doing these, because you'll cut your your triangles and your squares out, but as you'll see, if I lay this one down, you can probably see it, your triangle ends are longer than your square.
Okay.
So when it comes to lining them up, it's sort of, well, how do I...
How's that going to
Yeah, it's not like sewing squares together.
No.
So put that down there. So I should have, sorry, I should have some triangles already cut. Woo! There we go. So these will go on here, there and there.
So they're just squares that you cut in half when you're doing the cutting out, okay.
Sorry. So these are squares that you then cut in half diagonally,
yeah.
basically. But it's all in the instructions, so that bit is already there. This part though, so in order to make sure that I've got this triangle centered onto here, where it should be, is I do this. So I'm just going to line up those seams.
2 minutes.
Oh, press
But
the
you
center.
can do it in 2 minutes.
Okay, I can do it in 2
You
minutes.
can do it in 2 minutes.
Put a little finger press in the center so you can see where the center is. Do the same here. And then you match those creases up. So if you do it one way, so press to the inside and then the outside on the other, they'll line up.
Okay, so you know it will be exactly right.
Yep.
Perfect.
So I'll put a little pin in the middle.
So that's actually a really fabric efficient way of doing it as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, sold out.
Oh no.
Sold out. That's not bad though, is it?
It's
2
good.
minute before the end.
So if you come to this part and you're thinking, oh no, I've cut my triangles wrong because they are longer than my square, and how on earth is that going to work? That's why. They have to overlap.
Okay. I love this message from Laurie.
Oh,
I have
hi,
a deal.
Laurie.
I have a deal with my cat. She can lay on one side of the wool mat and I iron on the other.
Oh.
Lovely demo, Emma. Always so clear instructions. Well,
Oh,
I
bless
read
you,
that
thank
first
you.
and thought, hopefully not at the same time.
It must be a very big wool mat, is all I can say.
That's a great message. So once you pinned it, you just sew it, and then you know it's centered. That and
Yeah.
it is. You're not. There's no fabric wastage. Whereas
No.
if you were snowballing and
Oh,
doing it that way,
yes.
you'd waste loads, wouldn't you?
You would,
This is a
yes.
brilliant method. Fantastic. Well, congratulations to everyone who's got it.
Yeah, you just press that one out and then you just continue. So I do 2 opposite sides.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 opposite sides to make it efficient.
Right, oh yes, let's just talk about backing very quickly. So obviously the kit has everything in it that you need for the front and the binding, but it doesn't have the backing. So what we've got here is 7 meters of fabric, which you will need, because obviously you'll have to join it. Now this is a beautiful colour. It's,
Ooh.
is it like a duck egg?
It is, that will go perfectly.
Should we show it by the quilt? Look at that
Yes.
for the backing.
Oh, amazing.
Now this is obviously William Morris, but it's your Rose and Hubble quilting cotton, but that's lovely, isn't it? And you are making a small saving by buying it as one big piece. So 7 meters of fabric, and also wadding. So with the wadding, you will need 2.5 meters. So this wadding is sold by the half meter, so you will need 5 units of it. Okay. So, because it is cut to order, so you need 5 units because you'll need 2.5 meters. And we're out of stock on that. Have we got the wool one? Ooh.
Oh, the wool. The wool is nice.
We have got the wool, yeah, we haven't got the 80/20, but we have got the wool one, which is great. And again, this is cut to order. So this is going to be super extra warm, cosy. $6.49. Remember, this is extra wide, so you will actually get more than you need across the width, which is fab, isn't it? There we go. So you will need 2.5 meters of this wool wadding. It's lovely. So just put 5 units in your basket and it will be cut to order. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's really soft.
It's nice. And a lot of actually competition quilts use a layer of wool over a layer of cotton wadding.
they?
Yeah, because it makes the quilting stand out.
Oh, I guess it does, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
and it doesn't crease as much. So when you're sending quilts
Yeah.
off for competitions,
It doesn't crease. Wow.
Yeah,
But
it
this will be
decreases.
extra warm. And you know, wool is brilliant for allergies. So my son is allergic to everything. He's allergic to himself, I think. And he has to have everything. So he has to have wool pillows. I've bought him wool pillows and it makes a world of difference. So they're actually better than polyester pillows because of allergies.
Oh, wow. Good to know.
And only 1 P&P. So there you go, those are all the extras. Thank you so much, Emma. It's been fab. You're going to be back with me in an hour
Yes,
for another quilt.
Yes.
But a really bright, fun one.
Yes, it is.
Totally different.
It is.
Thank you so much. As always, fantastic tips, Emma. Thank you for joining me in this hour. Now, I will be back in a few minutes' time with Sallieann, who's going to be demonstrating how to make the Liberty shoe quilt. I'll just hold it up there. I got confused in the last hour. Isn't that gorgeous?
Stunning.
Complete kit to make these beautiful miniature.
So I love how they got the labels inside the shoes as well.
They've even got
It's
labels in the
so
shoes. She's
detailed.
going to be showing you how to make them. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? You can make your own Liberty. We have complete kits to make them as well. So don't go anywhere. You can make a cup of tea, and I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, or if you've just joined, welcome. We have got a fantastic, I've got to bring it so you can see it closer. Look at this, everybody. Isn't that beautiful? I'll take the clips off, but they need those to hang them up. There we go, look at that. Isn't that not gorgeous? They are miniature Liberty shoes, not flat, 3D miniature ones in a wall hanging, all surrounded by Liberty fabric. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, these are exclusively designed by Sallieann, and they are brand new to Sewing Street today, never been seen before. Absolutely love it. I mean, we love Liberty, and I think we love it because it's miniature. There we go. Well, I think we love Liberty because it's in miniature. The prints are so ditzy and tiny and sweet. So having miniature shoes made in Liberty as well, it just works. Absolutely stunning. I mean, this is something you hang in your sewing room, isn't it? It's gorgeous, isn't it? Morning, Sallieann.
Morning.
So what was your inspiration? What made you design a Liberty shoe quilt?
Well, I've been doing more and more folded stuff recently, like fabric manipulation. And I don't know, in my childhood, I stayed for a while in a hotel on Windermere, where I met a Japanese lady, and she was anxious to learn English. And while she was learning English from me, she was also teaching me paper folding, and that was what? 40 years ago. We made cranes and all the rest of it in the Lake District. And it sort of seems to have all come back to me more recently.
Right, so paper folding translated into fabric folding. Wow, well that's how it works, doesn't it? I mean, they are gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really cute to make.
Do they take time?
Once you've got the knack, no.
Okay.
You might have to, there's a video in the
there's
video tutorials, but once you've watched it a couple of times, then, I mean, I've got it down to, I can make a pair of shoes probably in about 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
So do you do this with a lot of your kits and this video support, or is it specifically for this one?
It's specifically for the folding.
Right,
because I think that's the best way to learn the folding, is to actually see somebody doing it. And the idea is that you can get it onto your phone, prop up your phone, and it's only like a short clip, so you don't have to go through loads of video.
Oh, that's quite nice,
so
isn't it? So there's loads of support then.
Yep.
So when you've got the kit, if you have any problems, look, you've got that video that you can watch.
Yep.
And the information for that's in the instructions.
Yep. And also alongside the video, is the QR code for the video. Underneath there are 6 key photographs as well, so they of key stages for the folding.
Oh, perfect. So that's loads of support then, isn't it? I'm going to put this on yours so we can look at overhead, because I want you to talk me through the shoes. So are the shoes all look the same but different?
Yep. They're all the same size.
And is that to do with the decoration?
That's really sort of down to the decoration, yeah. These ones have got like a liner.
Yeah.
And these ones are just all the same.
Beautiful, aren't they?
Colour.
So now you can see how gorgeous they are. Who just doesn't want one of these? I'll move that away, out of your way. So we've got a choice of kits as well.
Yep.
Right, so we have got, I'm just going to put that there, nice and correct. Now we have got instructions on their own. So if you want just the instructions, you can have them. £11.50. just the instructions. Remember, these have the special, in here are the QR codes so that you can scan, so that you can get the video links and help with them. Those are all in the instructions. And they are brilliant, brilliant. You've got we get lots and lots of feedback about the instructions, how well they're written. There's lots of little photos in every stage. They are very comprehensive. Sallieann is an expert. She's really good at writing instructions, so you'll love them. So if you want just the instructions on their own and you want to use your own fabric, $11.50. So we've got 4 options of kits. I'll start with this one, since that's this one. It's the closest. Now, there's different Liberty fabrics. There's different Liberty fabrics in each one, and then they all have different lining. This one's got the grey lining, Hayley. So in this one, you're getting 5. Right, so you get 5 fat quarters of Liberty. So just so you know, because you've got to choose now which one. So this is sort of blues and yellows. I'll lay them out and then I'll hold them up for you because it's easier. So there you go. So there's your blues and yellows. 5 fat quarters, and then you also get a fat quarter of grey. Now that's used for lining the shoes. So if you want blues and yellows, obviously full instructions come with this, okay? So if you want blues and yellows, and then so for $32.99 you're getting 5 Liberty fat quarters, 1 of our Rose and Hubble plain cotton, and the instructions for just $32.99. Oh, and also, yes, forgot that bit, you get the white backing fabric, 1/2 metre. That's used for the whole of the background of the quilt. So you get the white, 1/2 metre of white background fabric, you get a fat quarter of the grey, of the silver grey, and 5 Liberty fat quarters in blues and yellows. Right. Now we are limited on all of these. Now this is the pink option. So again, you get full instructions, you get the white fabric. This time, the Liberty fat quarters are lovely pinks and greens. Look at that little print. You've got to now imagine these in shoes. You've got the little white one, pink. So this is all pinks and greens. And also, it's not just for the shoes. You'll see in a minute, but this is also used on the borders as well. And you get a fat quarter of the pink. That will be used for the lining. So there we go. It's called blush. So these are used for the shoes and the borders. And you get the 1/2 metre of white, and you get the full instructions. So that's the pink and green version. Okay. The next version is, it's got a pale blue background. And the fabrics in this one, we've got a white with pinks and yellows. This one's called teal and pink. We've got a little ditzy pink. Beautiful teal. I love this one. Really rich teal colour. A nice strong pink there. And then another teal print. So, and this teal one's got all the pinks in. So that's lovely. So this is teals and pinks. Let me just lay them out so you can see them like that. Then you get lining as for the shoes, pale blue. It's a really nice contrast because this is sort of much lighter. It's a lovely contrast. Obviously, you get the 1/2 metre of white and the full instructions with this one, but those are the Liberties. So, and then the final one is gold. It's like blues and golds. So again, you get the full instructions, a 1/2 metre of fabric. These are the Liberty fabrics you get. You've got like a blue and white. These are quite strong colours. Green. You've got a really pretty, that's a really fresh blue and pink. Look at that. That's like, is this one you're demoing with, isn't it? Look at that strong cornflower blue. I love that. And then this one that ties those together. And then the gold is the lining fabric for the shoes. But you know, that's up to you whether you choose to use it, or you can, and then obviously you get the 1/2 metre of white and you get the instructions. Now, if you know, you'll see in a minute when you see Sallieann's, on hers, she actually used, instead of plain white, she used 1/2 metre of Wiltshire Shadows, which is like a white on white print. If you're getting really close, now we've just put a plain white in the kits to make it more affordable, but if you look at this, if you really want to use Liberty fabric for the background, you will need 1/2 metre. When you see, it's harder to see the print on here. When you get it home, you will see the print. Maybe it's easier on the finished one to show if we get in really close. Does it work out better? So if you want it all Liberty, you'll need to get 1/2 metre of this. Otherwise, you will have plain white in your kit. It's just if you want Liberty, we just made the kits more affordable. But if you want the Liberty, we have got it by the 1/2 metre. And you know, and that 1/2 metre white that you get in your kit, you can just use for something else. There we go. Right, Sallieann, where do we start? Very excited.
Okay. What I wanted to say also before we start is that since I made that quilt, I've actually gone ahead and made the little pincushion as well. So.
Right. Why?
Okay, I had some spare shoes.
Oh, sorry a minute. Your mic's gone funny.
Oh, okay.
So we just sort that out. Right, we'll just recap the kits because your mic's not working. Right, so now the most popular, I'm just going to recap the kits just because we don't want you to miss out, and they are selling really fast. So the pink and the blush one. So there's your 5 fat quarters, all in pinks and green, pale greens. Only 5 of these left, and you get the blush lining fabric on that. You also get 1/2 metre of the white and the full instructions. Okay, are we working now?
Oh, I think so.
Is that better?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, right, let's talk pincushions.
Okay, pincushions. So I had some spare shoes because I was making loads of pairs of shoes for the quilt. So I had some left over and I thought I'd try them as a pincushion, and I was really pleased with the way that they came out.
Gorgeous.
So yes, so that's been a bit of a hit with people. You know, it makes a great sort of gift for sewing
really
friends, that sort of thing.
And how do we get the pattern for that then?
So I have a pattern club that's with all my patterns on Facebook, which is a private group. So all you need to do is, if you go to my website, which is sallieannquilts.com, contact me through there. Then I will, say that you've bought the shoes pattern from Sewing Street, and then I will join you into the club. And in the club will be the details on how to convert. And make
brilliant, that's really lovely. So that's a bit of a bonus. If you buy this kit, you also get the pattern to make the pincushion.
Yes, you do.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Okay, that's fab. So where do we start? So we're going to make the shoes, but you don't. But no, you start off with doing that. But all of the information for that is in the videos and in the instructions.
Yep. So
because that takes a bit of time to do, so it's better if you follow the quilt, the instructions that are all in the video. It's all there, and you know, fantastic support. If there's anything you get stuck on, you can always email Sallieann. She'll always be there to help. So the shoes are all in there in the instructions and the little video clips.
Yes, the video clips and all the photographs are all in the instructions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to concentrate on making the boxes for the shoes, and then I've got some shoes that I've made out of the Liberty Blue Flower Garden.
So you're using the blue bundle, just so you can see, because we have got 4, but the one that Sallieann is actually demonstrating with is this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to go on and make the boxes, then we'll talk about the shoes and how you decorate them and how you attach them to the quilt.
Wadding?
The Thermalan.
Thermalan.
Yes. So
now, why do you use Thermalan? Because this is used for lunch bags, isn't it?
I initially used just an ordinary cotton wadding, but I think that you need something that gives it a little bit more body to take the weight of the shoes.
Thermalan feels like felt, doesn't it?
It
it's
does.
Much thicker and more solid.
Yeah.
So this is pre-cut, so this is enough, isn't it? 80 by 90.
Yeah.
$5.99. Now this is normally used as an insulating wadding, lunch boxes and things, but it's perfect for this because it's got a slight thickness. So if you want the right wadding for this, $5.99, and that is more than enough. Okay.
Okay, so I've got a piece of Thermalan here already set up. Anyway, I'm going to start with the actual patchwork. I was listening to Emma and she gave you some really, really good tips for setting up a 1/4 inch seam. So I would definitely go through the steps that Emma recommended.
Oh yeah, about making a 2.5 inch. Yeah, that's good.
Really good, really good tip. Okay.
Oh, I've just got a question from Belle. Hi, Becky. Does the background fabric match the dress quilt backing fabric that was on your last show?
I don't know. Hayley would know.
Yes, Hayley says yes.
Yes, there you go.
Yes. But the Liberty, yes. But you have to buy the Liberty one on its own, and then that does match. Yes. And we're going to be showing the those dress one kits in this hour as well. But yes, what you get in this kit is a plain fabric. But if you buy the separate one, then yes, it is the same. Okay. Hope that helps, Belle. Right.
So I've already made one box for the shoes. I'm just going to go ahead and make another box. So it's really quite straightforward patchwork. So I'm just putting a pin in either end. And all the sizes, obviously, to cut these pieces are in the pattern. I think it's warming up a bit now.
Yeah, but it was really cold.
It's funny though, it's been really warm lately, hasn't it?
I know.
And it's just all of a sudden.
I know. It's supposed to be, I didn't know, I listened to the weather this morning, I actually can't remember now. It's supposed to be, don't know, wet.
Yes.
It's supposed to be wet. So these are like little frames, aren't they,
They
really?
are.
Shoe frames. So why do you love Liberty so much then, Sallieann?
I don't know, there's just something very iconic. I like this really small scale.
Yes.
The very sort of Britishness of it. The store.
The store, yes. I do. I love the scale of the print, I think. But it's the colours as well, isn't it?
Yeah, the colours are always really good.
And when they started bringing out Liberty in quilt and weight cotton, I was so delighted.
Yeah.
Because I had to use lawn up till then. The store, that's true.
Yeah.
But it really suits your designs because they're miniature.
Yes, yeah. Oh, I love working. I think I've only been to the store twice. I need to get back up there.
Yeah, you do. You should show them your shoes.
So, sorry, these are the cornerstones of the boxes that I'm putting on now. I don't know if you can see. So, there we go. And I'm just putting the cornerstones on the ends. So I'm going to chain piece these. So I'm just going to work from one piece to the next. So this saves thread and it helps you with accuracy.
Okay. And there's no direction or anything, isn't there, with Liberty?
No.
I mean, well, there must be some prints that have a direction, but the majority of Liberty prints don't have a direction, which is nice. And even then, do you bother with that, or do you just go for it?
I just go for it, really.
Yeah.
So I tend to sort of, a lot of people sort of pull all the fabrics and make all the choices as before they start. But I tend to just dive in.
Right.
It's an experiment.
To get it random. Yeah, and then you get that random effect.
Yes.
Which is so lovely, isn't it? Because the thing is with Liberty, which I've never really understood, all the sort of colours go together. All the prints, you can use anything, can't you?
You can, yeah.
And I don't know why that is.
No, I don't either. Sometimes you think, oh, that Liberty print's not going to go, and you put it in and you think, actually it went. I mean, like the deep mustard print in the quilt itself, on the...
Yes.
You see, that is really different to the other prints.
They're completely...
And yet it still goes with that pink.
Yeah, it does. It just
weird.
works. I know, and I don't know how they do that. So this colourway that Sallieann's using, there are 24 people have it in baskets. We only have 16 left. So if you want this colourway, you need to get it checked out. But don't worry, you'll only pay 1 P&P for the day. If you want to check out later, you can. You still only pay 1 and 1. So don't wait or it will go because we've got more people who want them.
Am I in the right spot?
We've got a message from Laurie. Sallieann, this shoe pattern is so clever and cute. You are so clever as well. I hope you have a sellout. Love your ideas from Laurie.
Oh, thank you, Laurie.
It is gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Right, so I'm just going to set the seam like you would do, and then I'm going to press it backwards so that it's ironed away from the lighter fabric, so it's towards the dark one. I'm not used to this sort of clever iron.
Gina Staffordshire said, can you make this with the Tana lawn?
Yes. But you
can
just
it be made?
Yeah.
Then? This is quilting weight cotton in the kits, but yes, if you've got Liberty Tana lawn, you can.
Yes.
It will stand. It will still stand up.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is made using the Tana lawn, but a but a heavier cotton weight interfacing.
Oh,
whereas
okay.
this one with the heavier quilting weight, it's made with the lighter weight interfacing.
Okay. Right, I'll show, yes, let me show the interfacing, because you will need interfacing with this. So it's the only extra thing you need, I guess, is interfacing and wadding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because I went to put the iron up.
So you need the interfacing, and this is lightweight, so this is perfect. You'll need 1 metre of that. You will need the wadding, and you need a covered button, because that goes in the centre of the quilt. Let me show you. So in the centre of the quilt, look, is a Liberty covered button. You see? So we have got those. If you don't have one of them, we've got a pack of 4 self-cover buttons. Brand new they are. Because they're very lightweight, they're just a very lightweight plastic, they're not the metal ones, which actually works better with this Liberty, because the metal ones, I find, they shine through the fabric. You always have to put another layer. Don't know how that is.
Yeah, and also there's the weight of them a bit, so they sort of fall a little bit forwards, don't they, whereas the plastic ones don't.
That's in the centre. We showed that. There you go, that's in the centre. So that's where your self-cover button is, so you will need that as well. But obviously, if you're using lawn, you just use a heavy weight one. Kim says these shows would look fab as a Christmas tree decoration by adding ribbons to the heel.
Wouldn't they?
Yes.
You could do them in sort of all Christmassy red and white or
hang them
blues.
all over your tree. What a good idea, Kim. Sally's eyes have just lit up, and she is now reimagining her Christmas tree hung with shoes.
Covered with shoes.
Covered with shoes and dresses, maybe.
Okay,
so you could, that's a really good idea. Just put a little ribbon in the heel. You could do that while you're sewing them together, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could do.
And then hang them all over your tree.
Yeah. Right, I'm just adding the sashing top and bottom and the cornerstones. And can you see I'm nesting the seams? Can you see?
Yes.
Yep.
Can we
Okay.
see? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you need to go left a bit. That's better. Then we can get in a bit closer. You might have to go left a bit again. There we go. Perfect.
There we go. So where the seams nest, I'm just going to pop in a pin. So I would recommend that you use really fine pins.
Okay, well, we have the quilting pins in.
Big difference.
They would be ideal, the ones that we had in the last hour. These would be perfect. They're quilting, Clover quilting pins, $9.99. They're brilliant because they're very fine, they're very long, and they have 2 different coloured ends, which I always find really useful, because sometimes I use them for marking things. They are brilliant pins. Loads of our guest designers love them and really recommend them, so they are worth getting. And because they've got the coloured ends, you won't lose them, so you can pick them all back up again.
So in the quilt, you're going to make 4 of these boxes, but I'm just going to show you 2.
Okay. So what sort of level sewer does one need to be to make this?
I would say that the background is beginner friendly, but the actual making the shoes is more intermediate.
Okay.
It's a step up on the dresses, but I mean, it's not rocket science.
Right. So if you might have to sort of watch it several times, but if you really want to do it, then you can.
Yep.
Right, this colourway is now sold out, so you can't have that one. That's gone. It is beautiful, but the others are lovely. So if you love the blue and yellow look that Sally's doing, we do still have some of the blue and yellow one that has the grey lining. So this is a really good alternative because that gold one is sold out. So there you've got blue, pretty blues and yellows, and it's got this lovely pale grey lining for the shoes. Obviously you get the plain white fabric that goes for the background, and then you get the instructions. But if you want the blue and yellow effect similar to the one that Sally's making, this is a really good one. $32.99.
Okay, I'm going to work my way across now and join these 2 together. It's exactly as you would in the 4 window, shall we call it, quilt.
Okay, so you put borders around the Liberty.
Yes.
I like the way you've hand quilted this as well. It's really nice. With the running stitch. It sort of suits a hand quilting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Because it's a very handmade thing. What thread have you used for your quilting?
Just an ordinary, I thought probably a 50 weight.
Okay, looks thicker. Now, talking about thread, we have got Liberty Aurifil. Have you seen these?
No.
Look.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I almost sort of grabbed it from you then, didn't I?
Liberty Aurifil threads in a very nice box that has a slight magnetic closure as well. And we have lowered the price for today's show. So this is what you get in the box. These are 1300 metre spool, 50 weight thread. You are getting 12. So look, you've got 2 that are variegated as well. But this is beautiful. Now normally the Aurifil threads come in a plastic box, but not for Liberty, no. These come with a magnetic closure. $99.99.
Ooh.
We'll bring them over. Should we have a look at them on the overhead in the middle of Sally's quilt? 'Cause look at those. Look.
I'm going to have to have them, you realise
I
that.
know. Look at the... Now, what's the deal on these today then, Hayley? Right, $99.99.
My husband's in the green room.
Yeah, this Sallieann was like thinking Christmas present.
Yep.
These are, I mean, they are, look at that gold. That is the Liberty gold, isn't it?
And these are lovely because they're so lovely and subtle. They'll come out really
They
well.
are. So if you were doing like a bit of quilting or top stitching, then they would look. There's only 4 left. Be quick. There we go.
Be quick, husband.
Be quick. Sallieann, this is her first one because look at the box. So when you'd finish with the thread, I know, it's beautiful. The English Garden. There's only 3 left if you want them.
Do you think you'll get more in?
I hope so. Will we get any more in?
If he's not quick enough.
Yes. Can we get any more in, Hayley? She says she doubts it. You can always phone in. We'll take those orders in a minute.
Okay.
In fact, if he runs upstairs... Can't ever get in customer services, though. They lock the door. It's fair enough.
I'm not used
That's
to this.
To keep me out, otherwise I'd be in there going, can I have this? Can I have that? Maybe their door's only locked to me.
It's taken a bit getting used to this iron. I like it, but I keep forgetting.
Yes, I've got one, and it did take me. I kept putting it on its end, but now it's like second nature. Absolutely love it.
There we go. I'm just pressing.
Yeah, I get really annoyed when my iron then doesn't do it.
Yeah, so.
But yeah, I absolutely love it. I use it all the time. And what I love about it is it turns itself off if you forget to, because I'm not very good at remembering that.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh, that's useful.
Yes, it is very useful because the fact it actually turns off. Right, so we're
2 together. Just going to pop the ends on. How are we doing for time?
You're fine.
Fine, okay.
We're fine because we're going to do shoes next. No, we're going to do attaching shoes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can attach the shoes sort of you can use like, I use some sticky tabs.
Right.
Or you can just tack them.
Oh, okay.
I've just used a strong thread on that one that you've got there and tacked them in.
Oh, okay. So that's simple then, isn't it?
Yeah.
So really it's all about making the background first.
Yes. So I made the quilt in its entirety before I made the shoes.
Yes, okay, that makes sense.
Banged it and everything so that it was ready.
Ready for the shoes to hang in the shoe shop.
Yes.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
Which one? So the white and yellow, the kit that I've got up in this one here, when everyone checks out, we've sold out. So if you've got it in your basket and you want it, you need to get it checked out. This is the last one, the others have sold out. But have a look on the website Go on then, you'll see, it'll tell you immediately what's sold out. Oh, and the pattern sold out on its own. Gone. But we're not really surprised. We were expecting that, actually.
Right, just going to put this. So it looks like I have inadvertently cut mine too short, but
you
we'll
won't
run
do
with
that.
it.
Full measurements are in the instructions.
Yeah.
Don't cut yours too short.
Short. Don't cut your demo piece too short.
Oh, we've got a question from Leslie. Hi, had to pop away from the TV. What do I need to get that isn't in the kit, please? Want to get everything so ready to go when it arrives. Well, what you need is the piece of Thermolam. That's the wadding that's used, and the reason that Sallieann's used this is because it's extra heavy. It's a thicker wadding. You can use a normal wadding, but this has got an extra weight to it. Where's it gone? Right. You need one of those, that's more than enough. It's just extra weight. If you want to use your own wadding, you can, but Sallieann does recommend this because it's slightly thicker. If you want to put the button in the centre, you'll need a covered button. But you only need one, and you get 4, so you'll have 4 left over. So you need a covered button to go in the centre if you want to, but it does look nice. And you will need some interfacing for the shoes. It's just a lightweight interfacing. So that's a metre. So you just need a lightweight interfacing, which this one is ideal for. And that's it, bit of thread.
What else you would find handy, and I do mention that in the instructions, and you've got them online, is the clips, your clover clips.
Right, okay.
I did check before I came on. I think they're in stock.
Yes, no, they are. We've got them somewhere.
Yeah. So they are so useful in helping hold the folds.
Oh, for the folding.
Yes.
So fabric clips, very useful to have if you haven't got those. Fabric clips. These are the Clover Wonder clips.
That's it. Yeah. They are really helpful.
I mean, there are other versions on the website if you want. There are different brands. These are the Clover brand, $7.99 for 10. They're very useful for the folding. That's all the things you need. What's the glue for then?
Oh, sorry, and the glue, yes. The glue is for the shoes.
Right.
And the glue, I mean...
So what's so great about this glue then? Glue for shoes.
The best thing about that glue is it always works. I have never actually had things fall off. I use that and it is absolutely great. And it's not gloopy, it's fabulous.
Is it just for fabric? What does it say? All fabrics, silk, paper, wood, trimmings and household work. Have we put the wrong price? So it's supposed to be we've put $3.99 on the Long River website. This is $2.99 on the Long River website. It's $4.99. So this is supposed to be $3.99. Hayley's put the price in wrong. Next time you see it on air, it will be $3.99. That went a bit wrong. So I guess it's used for wooden trimming. So I guess you use it for. Is it used for upholstery? Is it for sticking trimmings on? What else do you use it for?
I generally use it for fabric-related things and some paper craft. But I have a lady in my pattern club, and she tests my patterns for me. And she actually works with ballet shoes, and she puts reinforcements on ballet shoes with that.
Oh, okay. Right, there we go. So it's a fabric glue that's very sticky and very strong.
Yes.
There we go. I like the way it says very sticky. Now, get it now because we got the price wrong. $2.99. I like that. I love a glue. Unaffected by cold or heat, dries clear and flexible and can be thinned with water. Heat bonds fabrics if used between 2 fabrics and then pressed. Did you know that?
Yes, I do that in the video.
It's all in the video?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a bonder. Could you use it instead of bonder web then?
I
suppose you could if you put 2 fabrics together.
Yeah. But with the shoes, with things that are fiddly, you see, you can just put like a little dot and hold it.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, brilliant. So it is for fabric, and it has been, we got it in specially because it is particularly for this. Brilliant. So we've made the thing because we've got to do dresses.
Okay.
As well. So what do we do next? We've done that.
So what I would do, yours would be 4 boxes,
yes.
Mine's only 2. And so I have just layered this up. So I've got my piece of Thermolam and I've got a backing on, and yours would be twice the size of this one. And then what I would do is I would actually quilt. So I'd stitch in the ditch around these.
Right. Hand or machine, so that's up to you.
I tend to use like an invisible thread when I do my stitch in the ditch, because then if I wobble, nobody can see. Okay.
And then you quilt lines.
Yes. So if you do stitch in the ditch all the way around the interior and the exterior, I tend to then turn it over and you can see your lines. Okay. So then what you can do is grab hold of a ruler like this one and draw with a Friction pen right across from one apex to the other, not across the diagonal.
We've got Friction pens. Pack of 3.
Yep.
Love them. Never let them run out. Mine do. Always get some more. That's why it's good to have 3.
They're always useful, but do use them with caution, which is why in this situation I would use it on the back.
Oh, what?
Yeah?
Just in case
yes,
they mark.
Exactly. So you've just right across the back, and then you're going to quilt right across on that line.
£8.97 for a pack of 3. That's £3 off. So 3 Friction pens, £8.97. Okay.
Yep. So yes, so you're going to put in your first diagonal line using the Friction pen, then you're going to iron it off, and then I would recommend that you use a walking foot to put in your other diagonals, all going in one direction.
Okay.
And then to actually cross hatch. And key things to remember with this foot is so that sticks above your little screw.
The needle screw.
The number of times I've put a walking foot on and forgot to, I thought it's not working. That little lever needs to go above the screw, and then you can use this bar to help you space them.
To get the right guides.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think mine's probably about an inch, 3/4 of an inch apart.
Or you can quilt by hand like you have.
You can do.
So have you used 2 lengths of thread together? Double for your hand quilting? Ah, it looks really nice. I love the thicker thread.
Okay, so let's bring in and talk about the shoes.
Let's talk about shoes.
Okay, so here are the shoes.
Oh, they look lovely in that colour. Oh,
yeah.
That blue is amazing. Right.
So also in the pattern, can you see there's like a little label in the shoes?
Yes.
That's in the pattern as well, so that you can just print that off onto some like fabric photo paper.
Yes, yeah.
That's all that I've done, is print those off and then cut them out using like
Pinking shoes.
Pinking shoes.
Liberty shoe box, it says.
And then
Gorgeous.
I've just stuck it down using that high tack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's how the label goes in. And then there's lots of ways that you can decorate them. I've decorated these with bows. Let's have a look what I've got in here. I've got all sorts of things.
Did you buy those bows or did you make them?
I made them.
Oh, cool. Of course you made them. Of course you made them.
Yeah, so that sort of bow, basically you just make out of a wide piece.
Do you just do a normal bow?
No, that one itself is something a bit more.
Oh, scissors. Ooh. Now, earlier we had these scissors and Sally went, oh, those are fantastic scissors. I said, don't tell me. You're going to tell me on air. These are the scissors. They're called Perfect Scissors. I want to know, why are these Perfect Scissors then?
So I haven't been able to get those scissors. Those scissors don't seem to be available anywhere.
Right, take that. So in the packet you get a scissor cover and the scissors. So what is so great about them? Okay, so they've got a slight. So these are developed by Karen K. Buckley, and she is a specialist in applique. Oh, okay. Right. And I was lucky enough to go to Houston, and I did a seminar with Karen K. Buckley, and she talked about all her different scissors, and she also does perfect circles and perfect leaves and all sorts of stuff for applique. But these have got a slight curve to them. Oh, I can see. That's the first thing, so that you can get really close and clip around the edges of your pieces of applique. So any stray threads or you're going to get in really close because of the slight curve. Okay. And it says they've also got micro serrated blades. So they've got one micro serrated blade which sort of catches the thread, and the other blade is just a straight blade that you can resharpen. So it grabs the thread rather than pushing it away. Yeah. So you can get in really close, it's going to grab your thread, and then you're just going to snip it off. And they're really comfortable to hold. And yeah, I haven't been able to get that size, but there you are. You can see I've bought into the brand because it is amazing. There you are. I have that size and that size, but I've never been able to get those. Oh, I see. And that's the same brand? Yep, they're all Karen K. Buckley. Oh, okay. There we go. What amazing. So we did get the Perfect Scissors. You did. They're beautiful, aren't they?
Seriously, after you've bought those, you won't buy any other scissors.
Right, I mean, $22.99, you know, they're a considered purchase for a small pair of scissors, but you know, sometimes when something is made for a specific purpose, it just works.
Yeah, it just works every time.
And they are so sharp that they come with a blade cover.
Yeah.
Which is quite nice, actually, because it's the sort of thing you'd have in your sewing kit at this size, wouldn't it?
Yeah, other ones come with covers as well.
Right,
but
because
I just haven't got them.
You with these little ones, they end up poking through, don't they?
Yes.
So $22.99, nice thing to treat yourself to.
Good Christmas gift.
Good Christmas gift, yes. Yes, I'll bring them back over here. They are lovely, aren't they?
Yeah, so going, can we digress backwards?
Yeah, sorry. I suddenly remembered the because I said don't tell me about them.
So basically for little bows like on here, you're just going to overlap this with a little bit of glue and then put a stitch through the middle and then pop them on, so they would go on like that. Or you can make bigger bows. I think there's some bigger bows on stuff. What else have I got in here?
Love the packaging.
Yeah, you could do covered buttons. These ones are a little bit big, but you could do some covered buttons. I've got some like little fabric roses that you could do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously none of this is in the kit, but we've all got jars of things, haven't we? I love those little ribbon roses.
And then I've got some stick-on little
beads, of
beads
course,
as well. And you can sort of double up, so you can use like a button. Can the camera see this? A button, and then sew the button on. And then put the bead on top of the, I guess this is where your creativity comes in, isn't it? I mean, you've got one of them here. Oh, absolutely. That's got lace around the edge of the shoe and beads. Yep. I'm going to bring that over because I want you to see this. There we go. I'll do it very gently. Look at this one here. Sallieann's put lace around the edge. And then little beads stuck on. Yeah, and so all those little beads that are stuck on there are stuck on with high tack. Oh, of course, of course. So this is where you can really go to town. Yes, yeah. Or not. Yes. Depending on what you want to do. Yeah. So it is really good fun sort of decorating. Yeah, I know, I love them. It is the best bit. The best bit is decorating your shoes. Okay. And then you just tack them on. So you can tack them on, or I didn't bring my sticky tabs with me, but in the pattern they're mentioned and the size that you need, you can have like a little Velcro tab. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you put a couple of those on the background, and then you can stick them on. Stick them on, which means that gives you the advantage then of changing them. I mean, you could have all Christmas shoes, Easter shoes, you know. Many shoes. Yes, you could have all pinks one time, or blues. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Right, so we've been talking about the dresses and you're thinking, what are you on about? We have got the kit. So this is the first thing that you started with? Yes. With folding, not the first thing Sallieann clearly ever started with. Now, let me show you a picture. Look. So this is the same theory. They're folded. You've got the... But this is what they look like. This is what you're making. So if you're getting close to this, so they're basically 9 windows with a Liberty dress. Look at them. With a Liberty dress in each window. Yes, they are. And the dresses are folded and sewn and decorated. And the quilt is made entirely. I make the same sort of process. I made the quilt completely, and then I superimposed the dresses on afterwards. And again, I use the sticky tabs if you want to, or you could tack them into position. Okay. So the kit that I've got here has the instructions, and then it has 5 fat quarters of Liberty fabric for these dresses. Let me show you them. When did we do? When was this? 24th of September. So if you buy this kit and you want to see Sallieann demonstrate it, 24th of September. And those are the 5 fat quarters. So this will give you a blue Liberty dress. And you get 1.5 meters of, is it the white fabric? So with this one, you get 1.5 meters of the Liberty Wiltshire Shadows fabric, which is, can you see? It's like a white on white print. That's used for the background. So for $49.99, you get the full instructions, 1.5 meters of Liberty background fabric, and 5 fat quarters in blues. Right, the other kit that we've had to restock
exactly the same. You get the instructions, you get the Liberty fabrics, you get the Liberty background fabric, but these are the colours. This is sort of peals and tinks. Teals and pinks. There we go. So you've got that lovely, in fact, this is very similar to one of the shoe kits, isn't it?
Yes.
So you could have matching. Oh, hang on, one more. Well, yes, and handbags are next, aren't they? We've seen them. We've seen them. So there we go. So these are folded and sewn.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
What I'm hoping is that somebody out there is going to start combining this. This is something that I haven't done, you know, and putting it in, you know, dresses and shoes, perhaps 2 pairs of shoes and 2 dresses.
Yes, that's nice.
I mean, that would look so cute.
It would, in the same fabrics.
Yes,
it'd be gorgeous.
Yeah. You know, you could have it sort of.
I presume you've got more than enough fabric as well.
Yeah, it's surprising. You've got oodles of fabric.
So even though you're using this for the dresses and the borders, you've still got
oodles. I mean, you look at how much white there is. There's a lot of white, and it's sort of, yeah.
So you could, it's up to you if you have 1 in each colour or you have 3 in each colour, loads of things. Now we've also got it with this handkerchief panel. So this is an interesting one. So again, in this one, you get the full instructions. You get the 1.5 meters of white fabric, but you get this amazing panel. Oh, sorry, it's ivory. But then you get this. This is the vintage handkerchief dress. Tell us about this. Well, I'm going to hold it up. So where did this is, you can make the dresses with this as well. So where did the idea from this come from then?
So initially, when I first spoke to Hayley about the dresses, we talked about vintage hankies. And I said that I've tried making dresses with vintage hankies in the past, and they are the wrong size. The dresses come out the wrong sort of size for me.
Right.
It's not the proportion is not good. So then she said, well, we could do a panel, so we could make the hanky any size you want.
To hold that
so
in
then
so
I've got perfect sized hankies.
Right.
So yes, these are all going to be perfect sizes for the dresses. And this brown piece here is for the
for the coat hangers.
For the coat hangers. Yep.
Wow.
And then the strips are to go around the actual boxes that hold the dresses.
There we go. So the whole kit, that's got this panel, the 1.5 meters of ivory fabric. The instructions is $39.99. But for the first time ever, we're going to sell this panel on its own, because you've got all these little strips to go around the edges. You've got the handkerchiefs to make there. You've got the coat hangers. So if you've already got the instructions, or if you just want to make yourself some handkerchiefs, you do need the instructions, but there are a few people who have asked us and asked Sallieann, can I get just the panel? Yes, you can. So $16.99, that's the panel on its own. So you've got these, well, they're the right scale print, aren't they, for this? You've got these.
They are perfect.
Vintage handkerchiefs.
Yep.
It's beautiful.
And obviously, this is for the
coat hangers.
For the coat hangers. But one thing I would also say about the coat hangers is, in my little pattern club, so get your kit, whatever, message me on Sallieann Quilts, write to me, and pop you in the club. There's an SVG file that I have, which means that you can just print the hangers out, so you don't have to cut them. So there's no fiddly hangers, you can just put it straight through. Is it like a brother scan and cut an SVG?
Yes, that's what you mean, yes.
So there you go.
So look, there's a picture of one of the hankies, that one there, made into a dress. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I think it looks lovely.
Yeah.
Because you can see the rest of the hanky going underneath it.
Yes.
Just so pretty.
And they're really nice to work with. I mean, some companies produce.
There we go.
There's quality in this, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. Some panels that you get from other organisations are a bit cheap and tacky. This is not cheap and tacky. No. This is perfect and will hold the folds for you.
And it's 100% cotton. It's beautifully printed. Yes. It's exactly the right thing you need to do. I mean, I think $16.99 is really good for the size of it, isn't it? I know. I
mean, you imagine if you had to try and go around and find some hankies and then cut them down.
And it's just beautiful. And you've got all of the strips. We've also got the instructions on their own for the dresses as well. It's very complicated. So we've got kits, we've got the panel on its own, And we've got instructions only, $11.99. Gets very complicated, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right, let me just show you the instructions on their own, because we've got the picture on the front. There we go. Look at that. Oh, this one's lovely, isn't it? Gosh, so difficult. How do you choose which one to do? And I guess when you've got the kit, you've got 5 different fat quarters, but you've still got to choose.
Yeah.
Really pretty, isn't it? Now, the instructions are really clear, thorough. They tell you everything that you need to know, all the fabric.
So the QR code is in there. So don't be frightened of the QR code. It's been
Yeah, so
really
what do you do?
well received.
What do we do with the QR code?
So you
Sally?
open the camera on your phone and
Right.
just put it over the QR code, and it will open the YouTube video.
And do you take a photo? Do you have to press the photo button?
No, you just hold it over and it will just scan into your phone.
What?
And then the video will come up
It just
on
comes
your
up?
phone. Yes.
So you don't have to press anything?
No. Yeah, well, you're going to have to press play, but...
Yes,
yeah.
but you just hold your your phone
and then
over.
it'll say, do you want to open page, whatever it is.
Okay.
So you might have to click on that bit and then
it will just do it?
Yes. And if that doesn't work, in there is also the YouTube link
Right,
written out in
so
full.
yeah, if you don't have a phone...
Yeah, you can just copy in the YouTube
that's fine.
link.
Look, coat hanger template.
Yep.
It's all in there. It's all in there. Lots and lots of walkthrough photos. It's brilliant. It's got everything that you need, all in the instructions. They are $11.99 on their own. So if you've got your own Liberty fabric, I mean, you will need a few fat quarters of Liberty. You will need 1.5 meters of background fabric. I guess you need. Did you use the same thermalam wadding for this one?
No, but I would have done if knowing what I know now.
Okay. Right.
Because I much prefer the Thermalan.
It is thicker, isn't it?
It's great to work with in this sort of project where something needs a little bit of support and it takes the quilting really well.
Okay. So if you love Sally's designs, which we all do, when Sally's back with us at 12 o'clock, we're going to do a little look back through all of the projects, aren't we?
Yep, we are.
And we're going to go through some of her previous ones. She's going to demonstrate a few techniques. Here's 2 here. And we're going to go back through some of the other ones as well. So thank you for this out. It's been brilliant, Sally. Really well explained. And absolutely congratulations on a stunning design.
Thank you very much.
I will see you back here in an hour.
Okay.
I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. Emma Bradford will be back with a beautiful quilt, really bright. We've got complete kits for it. She's going to show us a few different techniques of how to do it. So don't go anywhere, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and we've got another fantastic quilting hour with Emma. So this is a completely different quilt, Emma. It's bright.
Sorry.
Bright and
it is.
Fun.
Rainbow. I love rainbow.
It's serious rainbow, isn't
Yeah.
it? Beautiful. I'm going to show you a picture. We haven't got a whole finished quilt.
Oh, no, but let me show you this.
Okay,
So
but
you can
we
have a look.
have got, it's made from blocks. This is one of the blocks. Look at it. It's beautiful, isn't it? We've got pinks and teals and yellows. I'm going to show you in a minute. You get a fat quarter bundle that goes with this. But you've got like outer stars that then make a inner star inside them. Emma's going to show us exactly how to do it. Now, we have got in our bundle everything to make the throw size quilt, which is 60 by 75 inches, which, to be honest, I'd go single bed is 60 by 75 inches. Isn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
Because a single
To be on
bed
the
is
top.
72 inches long, because it's but once you've got a bit of drop on the end and you don't have it under the pillows, it's 3'6" wide, which is 36, which is 44 inches wide. So with the drop on that, yeah, you've got a drop either side. This is single bed size.
Yep.
Now, in the instructions, look, this is it. Can we focus in? This is what it looks like. How many blocks are in this?
It's actually 3 by 4, so 12.
Right, so this is the bigger size. Well, ours will be 3 by 4, but so this is perfect. I'm thinking single bed, because you know how quite often the quilts that we do, they're square or they don't fit, they're double bed size, but this is lovely. Maybe in your spare room, or you want to give it to someone as a gift. I mean, I don't think it would be lovely for a child because it's bright colours, but not just that either.
No, I think it's, so many people will love rainbow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, nice for a student.
Yes.
For their student room. How lovely would that be? But it is single bed size. Now, there you go. So the block is all made in the same way, but this one, what we've got in our kit, is 12 blocks. The brilliant thing about these instructions, though, is that it's got the instructions to make it for a baby one, so that's 45 by 45, or full up to a queen size, which is 90 by 90, which in English, that's a king size bed.
Yeah.
Isn't it? 90 by 90, that's a big king size bed, so that's this size here. Now obviously if you in the instructions you've then got that, it's really multi-use, isn't it, because you're getting the instructions to make 3 different sizes. Our kit will make what they call throw, but we would call a single bed. So let me show you what you get in the kit. It's lovely, isn't it? What's nice about this is you're getting a print background fabric. So first of all, we're getting a 15 fat quarter bundle.
Yeah. Oh, and then if you want to open it, I've got all the, if you want to have
okay, yes, we'll show them all there. So there's your 15 fat quarter bundle.
There you go.
This one has already been opened previously. Here's one I made earlier.
Yeah.
Look at the colours. Love that one. I had this colour on air yesterday and I said, what is that called? Nobody knew the answer.
Oh.
What is that blue called?
It's sort of a turquoise?
Yeah, it was. Well, it's like, I feel like it's 1950s blue.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know what that's called.
Yeah, well, separate them because some of them may be stuck together as well.
Okay, so that's that blue. Underneath. I'm going to make sure I've got 15. Then we've got a paler blue. So it's rainbow, but it's quite a nice rainbow. It's not primary rainbow, is it?
No, it's not. And you can have a really, what I like about this is that not all the blocks are exactly the same. You can have a little play around with what you put together.
Oh, okay. So we've got that blue. Then we've got this lovely, like a bricks, blue and pink. We've got a really nice peach. So instead of orange, this is where you can see the rainbow coming. Instead of orange, there's a peach. Mm-hmm. Arcadia it's called. Then there's the yellow. The yellow's now mixed up with the peach, so we'll put those together. That's the yellow. It's lovely, isn't it? Who is this? Oh, it's Figo Fabrics. Nice. I like their fabrics. Yeah. Then we've got a really lovely
snowdrops. I love.
I'll turn it that way. Look, snowdrops on lavender. So all of the fabrics are print. Even the background, there is not a plain fabric in sight. Then you've got this purpley one that's got bricks on. It's so pretty and vibrant. Then you've got like a corally pink with flowers all over it. Then we get into some really deep fabrics. Look at that, really deep purple. That looks like hydrangeas.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't it, with a little star in the middle. I'm not very good at flowers, so I'm quite impressed, I know that. Or dandelion clocks. Asters, are they asters? Those big ones? I'm rubbish at flowers.
Anything daisy looks like that.
That looks like that. So those are all the pinks. Then we move into blues. So we've got a nice deep blue here. Again, that's that hydrangea print. Colours are so lovely. Then you've got this, again, snowdrops, but in the blue. Oh, let's put that one there. Another, this keeps going. There's 15 in here. And actually, for the one that we're doing, you only need 14 fat quarters. Handy. So you'll have a whole one left over, which means that you can then use them for the thing. Oh, and then there's the final pale pink. So it does mean you can really mix and match. And then you also get the background fabric from the same make. But isn't that lovely? So it's like a ivory with like a floral pattern, but they're all stars in pink. So it goes beautifully with the prints that you've got in the that go in the patchwork. And then you have a metre, I think that was a metre. Yes.
I think so.
A metre of this one that's used for the binding. So you've got absolutely loads. And you get the instructions. Now what you can do, because obviously there's enough for the single bed throw size, if you wanted to make the bigger one, so the throw size is 3x4, this big one is 5x4, you could just use some of your own fabrics. You could bolster it up and use your own fabrics in it, couldn't you?
Absolutely. And I love a pattern that gives you different sizes, different options as well.
Yes.
And also, what I also liked about it, so I'm rambling now, is that it tells you how many fat quarters or yardage that you need. So you can absolutely...
that's really handy, isn't it?
Once you've made this one, dip into your stash, because we often pick up a fat quarter here and there.
Yeah, that's true. So it actually tells you what you need. We're going to reduce the price of this. We shouldn't, but it is Hayley's special day, and if you can't do it, then nobody can. So £119.99. Wow, this is single bed size quilt, all designer print fabrics, even the background, and you've got the fabric for the binding as well. And I love the way it says fat quarter friendly. So once you've got this set of instructions, you can then use it with your own fabrics. It's all very clear. So how did you find the instructions?
Really good. Really good.
Really easy to understand.
Yeah, and like I said, and so many visuals. I love visuals. So you've got both. You've got them written down and the visuals, which are ideal. And you need visuals for this one for sure.
Right, but then it's just sometimes it also confirms what you're thinking about, doesn't it?
Yes.
Ah, that's what I was going to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let me hold the block up. So this is what the block will look like. It's it's called Cosmic Crush because it's a star within a star, and every block's the same.
Every block is the same, and
but different colours.
Different colours, yeah. So you can actually do one whole colour. So there's nothing to say that you need to use all the different colours in each block.
Yes.
You could do a pale blue one, a dark blue, a magenta.
Right.
And you can literally just make it how you want it.
Oh, well, that's good, isn't it? I love the way that you get the star form then within the star.
I love that
It works really well. Right, so where do we start?
Where do we start? So I'm going to start cutting strips first off.
Okay. Do you need your fabric back?
You can hold on to it for a minute. You can actually have a play. And,
okay, all right, I'll have a little play while you're doing that.
Because those are all cut. Oh, before I start.
Quick question, 1 minute. Hi Emma, I love your tip about shorter stitch length when pressing seams open. How would you stitch in the ditch with open seams? Thank you, from Leslie.
Oh, good question.
Yeah, that is a very good question, to be fair.
Yeah, so that would be trickier because you are doing stitches literally on top of stitches. So if you know you're going to quilt in the ditch on a quilt, then that is something you may want to avoid doing, pressing your seams open if you're going to stitch in the ditch, because if you stitch in the ditch with your seams open, you literally don't have any fabric to sew onto.
No,
It'll be if you're very accurate, you'll literally just be stitching onto other stitching.
Yeah, so maybe you have to shadow quilt in that.
Yeah,
in that
or
instance.
do what's more traditional is literally, instead of doing it in the ditch, sew 1/4 of an inch away from the seam line.
Yes,
which is a very traditional way of doing it as well.
Good question.
So yeah, good question.
Right.
Yes, before I get to cutting the strips, let me see, because it does tell you. So you have to cut a certain amount from each fat quarter, and I thought they told you how to do it. So, oh yeah, it does. I'm looking right at it. So there's actually a visual. All your fat quarter pieces, which is what you're playing with now,
yes,
Rebecca,
I'm just sorting them out.
They're all the same size. So actually, it gives you a little diagram of how to cut them out of your fat quarter. So you'll
put it down flat, then we can have a look at it.
You'll get 12.
And then that's what you get, is that you cut them like that into
So if you cut them that direction, you get 12 rectangles.
Okay,
from each fat quarter.
So you know it's going to fit. Yeah. Lovely.
So that is your first cutting
out bit. Do like
a
cutting guide.
Yes.
I feel like I'm dressmaking.
And then, and it also tells you how to cut it if you're using 1/4 yard cuts. So that's fat quarter, but then I've also got it from 1/4 yard cuts. So if you have 1/4 yard cuts in your stash, you also have the instructions on how to do that.
Oh, well, that's quite nice. So this is very easy to add to or make another one from once you've got the kit and you've got the instructions.
Yes.
Perfect.
And then for your background, this is where the stripology really became very useful.
So you've got the extra large stripology there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I haven't got a stripology.
Okay.
And the reason is because I don't really know how to use it.
Ah, okay.
You know how we go,
Yeah.
don't know how to use that, so I haven't got one. So I'd be really interested to know why.
I love it. I love it because it's very good for if you're going strips of a certain size, half-inch increments. So it has to be cut a half-inch increments.
Yes.
That's first off, because that's what your guide is. You can't do eighths of something or 3/4 of something.
Yes.
It has to be that. But when you are cutting out strips, very often because it's quicker because you're not having to reposition your ruler every time.
Like that.
And I will also cut squares with it. So once I've got the strips cut, I'll actually reposition them so I can cut them into squares.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And if you don't like cutting out or it's not your favourite thing, the stripology makes it a lot quicker.
So they come in different sizes, but this is the extra large. So this is probably the most useful.
Yes, I would recommend to go the biggest you can, which is a lot of times recommended for anything quilting, but definitely for the stripology, because when you fold it over, it's wide enough to go over. I mean, I know it's,
it is an investment, $69.99, but when you think how many times you'll use it, you imagine like your ruler. I mean, if you divided it down, it'd be almost free.
Yeah, yeah. I love my stripology. I mean, I don't use it for every single project, but there are projects where it literally just comes into its own.
Okay,
and
so
this is one of them.
And this is one of them. So it is worth it, and it is often for me. It's things like, well, I don't really understand it, so I haven't used it.
Well, let me fold my fabric first. So I'm going to get my fabric ready for cutting into strips first. So I've pressed it, and what I'm doing is folding it in half so that my selvage edges are together. And then I'm going to hold it up, and I want to make sure that my fabric, it's a bit hard because it's like yardage, but that the fold at the bottom is absolutely straight and flat. Now the reason I do this is because invariably when it's cut off the bolt, it's not always a straight cut. Just because of the way the fabric is wound around the bolt, it's not going to be the same. So, but if you do this, you'll ensure that your strips that you cut will be straight.
Okay, so and that's the background fabric you're cutting now.
Background.
It's quite nice getting a proper designer background as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It feels very luxurious. And then I line up my selvage edges with the fold in the middle. So you've got basically 4 layers all folded up on each other. Okay. And you'll find this edge will invariably be a bit ragged, so that it won't be straight on this edge. Oh, you can't see that, sorry. So the cut edge, don't worry if it's not even. It likely won't be because of that, the way the fabric is folded. Once I've got it all folded up, I then line up one of the folds onto the lines on my mat so that it is running straight across the mat. And use a stripology.
Now there comes the stripology. I'm concentrating now.
So I'm lining up one of the lines. Oh, is this extra? Is this extra? No. Thinking it's extra big. I don't know what I'm thinking.
What, the fabric?
The ruler.
This is the extra large ruler.
Yeah, so maybe it is a little bit bigger than the one I've got at home this side, because usually it just about reaches,
well, that's why I guess it's a bit like having the longer ruler, isn't it? It's quite nice to have.
It's really nice. So
this is the one to get. This one will last.
I've lined up. Oh, help me.
I'm going to move you left a bit.
Rebecca. Oh, thank you. Can you help me with this one, please? Can you work that one out? Maybe Kat. Oh.
I have no idea how that.
Help. Help, Kat.
How does that stay open?
I had the big one, but oh wait, I do have to have the big one.
There we go. It's fine.
Okay.
We didn't press the right thing.
Oh, okay. Let me use this one.
Are you going to use that one?
Yeah, this one takes less thinking about. And that's probably best with something sharp. Anyway, so I've lined up one of the lines on my stripology, because you've got lines that go across horizontally as well as vertically. So I've lined up one of those lines absolutely perfectly on my fold. And I'm going to do the first cut. And I'll make sure that all those rough edges are this side of my first cut, so that my first cut is going to be a nice clean edge. And you
see, now that's a right benefit, that you can start on the right hand side, because I would always have to sort of start and trim off on the left and then move across and then turn the fabric after I trimmed it. So that's a good one already.
Yeah, you do have to do a little bit of thinking. So I do very often will start this way, but this way is fine as well. I'm going to leave that as is, and then I need to cut 3.5, 1, 2, 3.5 inch strips. So I'm just going to double check 1, 2,
so
3.5.
each slit is 1/2 inch apart.
Exactly.
So the great thing, I guess, as well, is you can't slip.
No.
You can't slip from, because sometimes if your ruler goes off.
And also, I find it's a little bit less wastage, because very often if I'll cut sort of 3 strips regularly with my ruler, I then have to reposition my fabric, because invariably you've gone off a little bit.
No, I regularly, after 2 or 3, redo.
Yeah, 2, 3. There we go. And then you continue with the number of strips that you need to go across. And you can see, oh, that wasn't quite.
I think we need a new blade in our
there
cutter.
we go. So those are your strips that get cut perfectly, and because you've lined up your fabric,
then you can just run through. So it really is
got
worth
nice straight strips.
having the stripology then, because you can cut all of those all in one go.
Yeah.
Without the and better for your fabric economy as well.
The beauty of it, like I said, so I'm going to lay these 2 strips down.
Oh, Hayley said I can take that one home to practice with.
Oh,
thank you very much,
exciting.
Hayley. It might not ever actually come back though. It might find it likes my house. Might get lost. I'm going to have a go.
So if I have a lot of strips, I've laid these 2 deep. So if I've got a few, I would actually do another layer 2 and then 2.
Yes, you know, I said to John the other day, so I've discovered this brilliant thing for cutting strips, because I can't get through all the layers. I lay one above another, and he goes, "You haven't discovered that, everyone does it." No way, why did no one tell me then?
Yeah.
I suddenly discovered it one day all by myself. And apparently he said it was a thing, and I hadn't discovered anything at all.
So I'm actually going to go this way this time, because so I've got my selvage edges this side. I'm going to cut this way, because if I get anything extra on this end, it's in the middle. So I've got a nice bigger piece than 2 small ones.
Yes. Yeah, this is definitely a really good idea.
Yeah. It just makes those.
And it's creative grids, isn't it?
Yes.
So it doesn't move, even better. Yeah, so Hayley's saying, who obviously does a lot of cutting, she said you can mark with tape the lines, so you need to remember which one you're going to be going through.
Yes, I will often do that. Oh yeah.
If you
definitely
to remember.
Yeah.
Although they've got the measurements on there.
You do sort of tend to get into a rhythm as well.
Well, also if you're cutting different strips, so if you're doing some 4, some 3, you just match it. I loved it. I want one.
There you go.
That's
then
fine.
You've got, that 4, 8,
only 69.99. I know, really quick.
20.
And like you said, if you'd layered them, so you'd had several, one above the other, that'd all be done in one go.
Yeah, exactly. So that is where I do love a stripology. So I'm going to put that back for now. And then we come to do our blocks. So definitely, once you've got all your pieces together, you have to recreate your block. So one, to see if you like those colours together. And there's a nice
all
diagram.
of the fabrics are cut to the same size in advance, which I've now arranged in a beautiful rainbow.
Oh, lovely.
Shall I show you? Would you like to see my beautiful rainbow? Look at that. See? So that's what they look like when you've cut them all out to size. So it's a lovely rainbow. It's not your primary rainbow.
No.
Pretty rainbow.
Which is also
and they're
nice.
all print as well. There we go. So now is this where you do so would you recommend lay out the whole quilt?
You can do if you want to sort of know exactly where everything's going to go, or you want to do something ombre, or you want to go from yellows to pinks to magentas.
I guess you could lay them out in piles rather than like this in arrangement, but you could, because you need 4 colours for
4
each
colours
one.
per. Yes. Although again, you don't have to do that. You could do more colours than that, but that is how I'm doing it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you could have 8, couldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear, it's a lot of choice. You could just follow, actually, this picture on the front, you could just follow that, to be honest, isn't there?
There we go. And then, I've got my multi-mat. So, one thing you do need to do is draw lines on the backs of your squares, because you're going to go basically do the stitch and flip method.
Stitch and flip,
Stitch and flip. So if I could borrow one of your friction pens, please.
You can. I have 3. Which colour would you like?
Ooh.
Red, blue or black?
I think I'll have a blue.
There we are.
Thank you.
Pack of 3, special
and
price.
I've got the multi-mat, which I love for this.
What's a multi-mat then?
It's a multi-mat, and I discovered this because I was needed something to go on retreat. So I thought, that'll be handy because it's got little cutting mat inside.
On one side, yeah.
It's got the pressing mat on the outside, so that's both sides. This side and that side is a pressing mat.
Right.
But then when I opened it, I discovered there is a sheet of sandpaper inside.
Very handy for filing your nails.
I love it for this, which is marking lines on the backs of fabrics.
Okay.
Yeah, I usually use a pencil.
Left a tad?
Sorry?
Can you go left a tad?
Oh, yes.
Perfect.
There we go. So using the sandpaper, and I usually use a pencil, but a friction pen will work as well. It really grips the fabric, so you don't have to press down as hard, and you don't get those little distortions that you can sometimes
normally
get.
I go from the centre down and then the centre up.
Yes, because
but with that you don't need to.
No, you just go straight across.
Ooh.
Just like that. But I do love my multi-mat.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I use the multi-mat almost every time I come.
Oh, really?
Yeah. For this particular reason.
Can we do an offer on it, Hayley? Because it is Hayley's special day and Emma is promoting it for us. Go on. £5 off.
Wow. Yeah, definitely. You'll love it.
Treat yourself. Treat yourself. How many I do this, so many of these, marking them for snowballing, for half square triangles, all the time.
Yep.
Treat yourself. £14.99.
So you're going to do a line there.
4 coffees. I think of it as a latte, to be honest. I judge my life by numbers of lattes.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to do a little extra thing on these, which is not in the instructions, but I recommend you do it because these are quite big squares. And you're going to sew along that line. That line is your marked line, is your sew line.
Right.
So you're going to have quite a big triangle of colour and background cut off from that corner that you're not going to use.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yes.
Yeah. So
leftovers.
If you do this, you can actually get some extra half square triangles for another project. Completely different, completely optional.
For a matching cushion.
Yes. So if you wanted to do this, you can. And the way that I do it is I've got my lines drawn in the middle, and then I'm going to draw another line to one side, half an inch away, which will also be my sew line.
Oh, that makes sense.
So I can incorporate some extra half square triangles in my leftovers, and those little leftovers won't go to waste.
That's very good, you see. I wouldn't have thought of that. I'd have just put them in the bin. And so nice to have half square triangles already done.
Yes.
You can make a pinwheel cushion to match.
Yeah, you can do so much with half square triangles.
Because you can have a lot left, aren't you?
Yep. So those are those. And then you do exactly the same. So you have smaller squares that you also have to cut.
Oh, okay. Is that for make that
to make the middle? Yeah. So then you do exactly the same. Your mark line is your sew line. So you'll do the same for those. Oop. So this is my block. Now,
there's lots of you enjoying the £5 saving. We don't get Hayley in the studio very often, so when we do, it's worth it. We'll find out when she's next on. Make sure you're watching, because she does offers.
So the next bit that is you have to do this very carefully to make sure that everything is lined up properly. So I'm going to, you need to have the line, lay your background square on top of your rectangle. Right. With the lines going sort of towards each other.
Oh, so now I understand why you said you need to get this all laid out.
Yes, because then it makes it so much easier. Because I like to have a system, because it'd be so easy to do all these.
And get it,
because it will be easy to just take these rectangles and say, oh, look at the instructions, I need to put one of these big squares with a line across it on top of that and then sew them all up together. Which will only be half right. Yeah. Because you also need the same colour for the square to go in the opposite direction.
So once you've sorted it into piles of what square you're going to do, then you can work on one pile at a time.
Yes.
That's quite a good idea. This is lovely. I think if you've obviously done some sewing before and you're thinking, I'd like to get to that next stage, I want to have a go at, angles and triangles without it being too complicated. This is a really nice thing to do, and it's actually quite meditative, isn't it? Because you're drawing them, you're laying them out, and you can then sort of think about, well, today I'll make one block. Yes. Oh, I've got that. I'm going to make a couple. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one of those projects where you can come back to it.
Half of the stock has gone. Half of half of the stock are having single beds for Christmas.
Nice.
It's just lovely. It is. It's modern,
I really
bright, fun, but it's actually quite nice to make, but it's really affordable.
Yeah. So once I've got all that laid out, and you can see, just double check. So I'm going to fold it along that line, and then I can just double check that yes, that is actually, when I flip it over, it is going to be the right way. So I've done that. Now I can actually just take them and stack them on top of each other very carefully.
Oh, okay, because
I'm not worry because I know that where I've placed the square is correct.
Right, then you can just stack them to the machine.
Do some chain stitching, essentially. Yeah, we've got time.
Yeah, and I think that whole planning stage of what you're going to put what is quite nice as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what I like about a kit. Oh, I'm not plugged in.
No, your foot is on your trolley.
Yeah. That's what I love about these kits, where you can actually sort of customise it to your own.
Yes, to how you want it. I mean, I hadn't thought about
for creativity
that you could use the same colour in each block. But also, if you have a look at this block, can you see that you've got like 8 different points to it? And what they've done is used 4 colours. But you could actually use 8 colours in one block.
Yeah.
To go even more
rainbow.
Or one colour in each block. Or like just blues.
Yeah, and that's what I like about the laying out, is because you can try that out before you actually have to put it together.
Commit.
Yeah, and I would say lay it out, take a picture on your phone, walk away,
and then have a think about it.
Yeah.
Yes. Or if you've got the yesterday we had the K Facet design wall, and I had a charm pack, so I laid them all out and I made a jacket.
Oh, nice.
Because I said, actually, I really want to make the patchwork jacket with these. So I made a jacket on the wall with our sleeves and everything. These would be ideal for that, because you could lay them all on there.
So I'm just sewing straight down the middle.
It is a really nice
fat quarter bundle. And if you're just doing that, then just continue to the next one. If you want to do the optional half square triangle, I'm literally just going to turn that around.
Oh, of course, yeah. So
there.
If you're doing that, and then you've got, I'm going to work it out, how many you'll get. So you get 1.
There we go.
You'll get 8 HSTs per block. We've got how many blocks? 12? No, 12. We've got 12 in this one, haven't we? So 12 times 8. 10, 8, 80, 2, 8, 96. So you will get 96 half square triangles.
Yeah, so it's just a case of less waste. I'm all about less waste.
Yeah, but then beautiful cushion.
Yeah.
But I think it's one of those things, when they say, right, rather than redecorating, just buy 2 new cushions.
Oh, yeah.
And you think, well, actually, rather than redecorating, just make this quilt, pop it on the bed. But it is a lovely gift for somebody. You could also, just saying from this kit, you could make 2 baby quilts. There's enough fabric to make 2 of the baby. When they say baby, they mean 45 by 45. So in UK terms, that's lap quilt or cock quilt. Yeah. But you actually will have more than enough, too much fabric, and you could make 2 of those as well. Pardon, Hayley? It's 12:30. I thought it was on the bake-off in a minute. Oh. 30 minutes to go. 30 minutes to go.
And this is when I go, oh no,
oh no, I've forgotten to whip my cream and take it out of the fridge. I think, honestly, on that, when they go, got 2 minutes to go, and you think there's no way they're going to finish that in 2 minutes.
No, it's so staged.
I think they cheat on that, don't they?
Definitely on the editing. Yes. Like
That's seriously, because you go, there is no way. Oh, I forgot to turn the oven on. Really?
Oh no!
It's the semi next week. And then the final the week after.
See, I haven't been watching it. I've just run out of bobbin.
Oh, let me get you some. You hold on. Hang fire.
Oh wait.
I've seen the guests, Hayley.
Oh wait.
Yes.
There is actually one in
We've
here.
got guests on a studio tour today, and they were all watching me from above. I thought, oh, what have I done wrong? Have you got one?
I do have one. Hopefully it'll work.
There weren't any in the others.
Okay.
Sorry, we're just discussing. You know what it's like when you run out of bobbin thread? And I'm so lazy that I think, oh, I can't be bothered to wind another one. I put another colour in, and I think, why don't I just wind another one?
There we go.
You've got a message from Christine. Do you know her, Christine?
Possibly.
Ask her about her patchwork jacket.
See, I was hoping that would just slide
From
when
Christine
you said
in
that.
Glasgow. No, it hasn't slid. Nowhere. Oh, Emma, tell me about your patchwork jacket.
So I've been working on a patchwork jacket for a little while now. But in my defence, I started the outside is all done.
Oh, okay.
I've already patchworked it, it just needs to be quilted. But I decided, sort of, as I was starting, that I would really like to have the inside part, have it reversible. So the inside is all hand-done hexes.
Obviously.
Yes, and that's the part that is taking the time, because I never have time.
Madness. That was
I know, but it's going to look amazing when
It-
it's done. It might, to be
So
fair.
like EPP. How long have you been working on
it's not
these?
EPP, it's the American, the hand sewing one that I do rather than...
Wow. And
Yeah.
how long has this been going on for? Yeah. I want to do one, but I can't find the right pattern. Therein lies my problem.
The pattern that I'm using is actually, I think it's sort of a waterfall cardigan-ish. There's no fastenings or anything.
Yeah, you see, I want a fastening. There's
Okay.
my problem. A lot of patchwork
okay.
jackets I see do not have a fastening.
Fastening.
And I do want a fastening, because otherwise it won't do up.
No, but I have decided that I am going to do a patchwork coat, or a quilted coat,
Yeah.
not patchwork, at some
I guess
point.
you can just use those frog fastenings, can't you?
Oh yeah, you could.
Rather than having to put a zip or anything in.
Yeah. Or buttons, or... So
I know,
it
every
will
time
be
I see
done
fabric, I
one
go,
day.
oh, now that would make a nice patchwork jacket.
Yeah.
So I'm the same as you, as I haven't finished it, but very different. I haven't even started it. I just think about it quite a lot.
Well, that's the running joke now, is that everybody asks me how my coat is doing.
I have finished a patchwork dress though. I have got a flying geese.
Oh, nice.
No, a half square triangle blue batik dress that I did actually make.
Oh.
So I have done that, which was on my list. And I love that, but I need, jacket. And I have got crochet trousers. Does that count?
Ooh, I don't know. That
Granny
sounds a bit,
square crochet trousers.
that sounds a bit dodgy. Oh yeah, did I see you were at the festival? You were
I wore them yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. All right, so you can do this with a rotary cutter. I tend to like to do it with scissors. Just make sure that you're doing the correct side. So this will be the waist side.
Right.
And see, I haven't done the extra sewing on these. So
that's all wastage.
That would have been wasted, yep.
Down to 95 now.
Oh, wow.
Well, you would have had 96.
Oh, yeah. Well, I might still save these and they'll go in. But this is what you get if you do the two seams.
Okay.
Just cutting straight down the middle. So you get the piece for your block.
So how big do they measure out at?
They're fairly decent size. So is that just over 2.5 inches?
Okay.
So you could trim it down to 2.5 if you wanted
So
to.
finish size 2. Now, if I was going to see, if it's 16-inch cushion, you'd need 64, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. And you've got 96, so you could make 16 inch if it was an 89 nines. In fact, you could make an 18-inch cushion from the leftover. So because 9 nines.
Yeah.
89 and you've got 96, so you could make an 18-inch cushion front from the leftovers. I do it in pinwheels as well.
Pinwheels would be nice. I actually like the idea of just saving, if you've ever got an option to do this, just saving half square triangles together so you've got enough to do something big.
I mean, can you imagine if every project you did, you made like 10 half square triangles, 2.5 inches.
Yeah.
And then it would be like making a memory quilt.
Yes. Oh yeah, that'd be amazing.
And then you could just sew them in blocks of 4. Mm-hmm. Couldn't you?
Yeah.
And make a pinwheel. Oh, this is great. I'm going to do that. I say that. I'm always saying I'm going to do that. But it would be lovely, wouldn't it?
What happened to the wall mats?
Oh, the wall mats.
Oh, it doesn't matter. This will work.
No, it's fine. We'll get one. Where's the wall mats? Are they under you?
Not a second.
Oh, look, you see, they're down here. Da, da, da.
Ah, perfect.
If you want one.
Yes, please. I will. I'll put it on top of this so then it doesn't go to the mat.
Right, if you've just joined us, let me remind you of the offer, the wall pressing mats, which are fab. Emma loves them as much as I do. If you want 2, we're doing a special deal, £10 off. Amazing. So they're really good. You could have one for you, one for a friend, one for you, one for your workshops. You can have one on your ironing board, one by your machine. And they just make a better press.
Yes, they do. And they just come out flatter. They just really do come out flatter. And it's one
cats
of those,
love them,
cats
by the
do
way.
love them.
Cats
yeah,
love
so
them.
do be warned. You may have to fight the cat for it.
But they are, and you can pin into them, but there's something about the heat and the steam goes down and then it goes back again.
Yeah, so it's like you're almost like you're pressing it from both sides, top and bottom.
And if you weren't here at 8, which I totally understand, because you have other things to do. We had a special early bird. This is amazing, and you've got a lot of quilting and sewing to do on this. 20 reels of 1,000 meters per reel. 20,000 meters. This is 50 weight sewing thread in 20 different colours, ranging from white, off-white, 3 yellows, 3 blues, green, 3 reds. You've got 4 shades of grey, you've got black. Amazing price at £19.99. That works out as less than £1 a spool for 1,000 metres. Amazing, absolutely amazing. I'm surprised we've got any left, but we do have a few. So if you missed out at 8 o'clock and didn't see what the early bird is, remember if we do have any left, this will go back up again. Actually, maybe I need to put them that way up. But look at them all, 1,000 metres, it's 100% polyester, so it's a good, strong thread. We had hundreds of them. Right, but we have about a quarter of the stock left at this price, which will go up. So we know what it's like, we all have to do all of this. You need a lot of thread. Now, 1,000 metres, that'll do you a quilt, I find. Ooh, let me turn it that way around. And you've got 20,000 metres of thread. And I'm thinking, this morning, when we first launched them, a lot of you were multi-buying. Lovely to buy one for yourself, buy one for a friend. Make a little drawstring bag to put them all in. You could do that from your leftover half square triangles with this quilt. And they will be it will be lovely to keep them all in there together. So 20,000 metres of thread. Now that's normally $34.99, so you are saving £15 on those. Back in stock today. So if you weren't with me at 8 and missed it, we always like to recap a few things, because I always think, because I'm here all day, you must be here all day, but there's a lot of you that come in and out and have joined and then gone back again and then come back again. So if you missed out on this, £15 saving, 20,000 metres of thread for £19.99, and it is polyester thread, nice and soft. It was your normal 50 weight as well, so you can use it in your sewing machine, use it for hand sewing. You've got the whole array of colours, and what is quite nice is that you've got 3 greys, so you've got light grey, medium grey and dark grey, and then you've got 2 blacks as well. Perfect. Right, Emma, where are we?
Now we're up. Adding the smaller squares to the centre.
Ah, okay. And is that done in the same way?
It is. So it's a stitch and flip. You do have to make sure to do one then the other. So I've got these 3 done. So
you won't be making an extra half square triangle from the odds?
No, because these are, well, you'll be hard pressed to. Those are more like confetti. So I've done this one. So you only do it on 4 of the arms, 1 of each colour. So I've already done these. So this one, I've laid my square down at the bottom. Make sure that my diagonal goes this direction. So I'm going to sew that one on. And then we'll do them a press, and then we'll do the other side. But it is important in between each sewing step.
Yeah.
Recreate your block so then you know where you are, you know where everything goes.
Well, it's quite, I mean, it's not a massive block, is it? So it's quite easy to have that laid out where you are going as well.
Put that here.
And then, so you can do all the sewing for each one, then all the pressing.
Yes.
Now remember, the price of this kit, £119.99, should be £137.99. So it works out, you get in here, you get 15 fat quarters of designer fabric. This is by Figo Fabrics. So you get 15 fat quarters. You get, so 4.5 in total. 3.5, or was it? Yeah, 3.5 of the background fabric, which is a print, because quite often on a quilt the background is plain, but this is actually a print from the same range as the designer fabric. And then you get 1 metre of this one, and this is actually one of the fabrics that's used in the quilt itself. It is one of the fat quarters that you will get. Oh, that way around. So, but you just get a bigger piece of it, and that's used to bind the quilt. So you've got everything that you need. Now it makes what they call a throw size quilt, but what we would call in the UK, it's a single bed quilt, 60 by 75 inches. But the instructions in here show you how to make a baby quilt as well as a queen. But in UK terms, baby, I would say, is a lap quilt or a cot quilt, and queen is our king size bed quilt. So, but we've given you the fabric to make the throw. So what you can do instead is you could make 2 of the baby quilts, because over half have gone.
Wow.
So this is the size that you would make if it was the king size quilt, because it's got 20 blocks. The one that we put the kit together for has got 12 blocks, and that's your like single bed quilt. But what a lovely gift for somebody, or to put on a single bed. You know, it just brightens up the room. It's beautiful. You mean you could use it to hang on the wall. It's a lovely decoration.
It is
but
nice.
I would pop it on a single bed. And it's quite nice to make as well, isn't it?
It is.
It's not
one of those.
It's not all the same thing in one go. You're sort of stopping and starting.
Which is, I like. You've got a bit of variety going on. Oh, and I also just thought, if you wanted to make it bigger, if you're interested in that, you could, because it's just blocks, you could add sashing in between.
Oh, that's
true.
Or
a border.
That's always a good idea, because when you think, oh, well, I just want it to be a little bit wide or whatever, depending on where you're putting it. Yes, you're right. You could put sashing in between. Use some plain fabric from your stash.
Yeah.
Good idea. A question from Alison.
Oh, hi Alison.
Hi Emma, I've completed your Christmas, Halloween and a spring Quiltsburg quilt. Will there be another one in the series?
There will be. I am planning a summer one. It hasn't happened yet, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. We've got the Christmas, we've got the Halloween, we've got the springtime. I need to do a summer one.
You do definitely need to do a summer one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe a coronation one.
Oh, that's a very good idea.
Because I think that's about May, isn't it? The coronation, red, white and blue.
Okay.
I don't know when the date's getting released, but I hope we get another holiday for it. I think we'll get an extra holiday. Well, I hope they don't put it on the bank holiday. I think we should have an extra bank holiday.
I think we should too.
But that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, good idea. Okay.
Loads of things. Yeah, also and summer. Halloween. Maybe you could do
do summer.
Summer and coronation.
Yeah, and I need to do like just a winter one as well, I think.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Yeah, and autumn.
Yeah, so you could do a really lovely icy one.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, I love this pattern. Do I need different wadding for a baby quilt?
I say no. I know there's a lot of people that say, oh, you know, must not absolutely use this, that or the other. Because baby quilts, I mean, they don't tend to sleep under them, to be honest with you. We tend to wrap them up in them.
Yeah, that's
Or we
true.
tend to lay them on the floor so the babies
some
can
people
play.
say don't use polyester, don't they?
Yeah.
But I mean, if you used a cotton wadding or a wool wadding, that would be fine.
That would be fine. Something that can be washable, to be honest with you.
Yeah, yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why you can't use a polyester.
No, I think it's the because the possibility of them overheating if they sleep under
so
it.
they're breathable. Yeah, but like you say, they probably don't tend to sleep under them anyway. But use if you're not sure, check it out. But a cotton or a wool would be good.
Yeah.
And we sell that by the half metre. So if you are making the baby quilt, you will need, one moment, well, of backing you need 3, so you'd need like 3 yards of wadding. Well, the size of it is 45 by 45 inch if you're making the baby. I always add 8 inches to that. What do you add?
Yes, same.
Okay.
So 4 inches all the way around.
So 8 inches, so you'd need 53 by 53 inches of backing and wadding.
Oops.
Yeah, the 80-20. No, that one's out of stock, Hayley. We did that earlier. You'll have to put the wool in. And have a look on the website as well. But just remember, we do a lot of wadding that's extra wide. The wool's sold out. This is no good. This is no good. There's loads on the website. Just add, what you have to do is add 8 inches, because 4 inches all round. And then a lot of our wadding is extra wide, which is fab, because if you're doing something like the throw where you need 60 inches, so that's wider than normal, that's fine. So you can just then buy it. It is cut to order. It comes by the half metre, so if you want more of that, it's cut to order. Just have a look on the website. But yeah, maybe go for the cotton. But they often don't sleep under them, do they?
No, and I think that's something I tend to, if you're going to gift a baby quilt as well, you know, just let the parents know.
But actually, even the cotton one is quite washable, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, yes. My very first quilt I made for Hayley had cotton in the inside, and it's been washed so many times now. She's 28 now. But yeah, it's so supple. It is so soft.
It's been washed.
It's been washed so many times.
So we had a message from Marie that says, how can I tell what weight thread is, because there's nothing on the reel to say? Well, they don't always say, to be honest, but if you've bought it and it's general sewing machine thread, it will be a 50. To be honest, if you're buying something that's like thicker or thinner, like a 12 or an 80, it probably will say. So I would guesstimate if it doesn't say it's a 50.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I'd say most is that. It's a little bit thicker. Sometimes you get 40 weight ones as well, which are a little bit, tiny bit
and
thicker.
And are they called something else then? Because if it doesn't say, because most reels, I mean, the Orifil thread does always say.
Yes,
say that,
they're very good.
But they don't always. But actually, with this thread that we've got as our early bird, no, you see, that doesn't say what weight is. I just know it's 50 because it's general, but it could be 40, I guess. It could be. Marie, I can't really help you with that. Now, if you want fabric to back your quilt, you will need 3.5 metres, and we've got 2 bundles for you. We've got one in the blue, you see, and that's perfect. That goes really nicely. Oh, sorry, you need 4 metres. I'll tell you what, look, then we'll ready. Because I fanned it out. That's the blue. 4 metres and save £3. Yeah, it's like half a metre free.
Oh, that's a lovely colour.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
So that's blue, but if you fancy more of a fuchsia, I'll bring that one over.
Oh, I do love a fuchsia.
That's lovely, isn't it? Depends who you're making it for. Oh, it's called raspberry, actually. That's a very pink raspberry. I tell you what, if I picked a raspberry like that, I'd be a bit confused. Anyway, again, you're saving £3. So you can use them for anything, but there's 4 metres in this. So either raspberry or blue.
Oh, good. And I do love a plain backing because you can do so much with the quilting, and actually the quilt ends up being reversible.
Yes, and also I think as well, if you've got to join the backing fabric together, then you don't have to worry about matching anything.
Oh,
do
no.
you?
No.
Which you don't really want to do. So it's great. So you've managed to, in this hour and chatting to me, and me chatting and doing everything else, you've managed to get this whole block done.
Yeah, so now I am literally just sewing it into strips.
So if you're not showing someone else how to do it and chat, you could do it so much quicker.
Definitely. So I've done one strip. This will be the centre strip, so I'll sew this onto the middle square, and then that'll join up. To make this strip, what I did was, you can do whatever order you like best. This absolutely has to be sewn onto here, which I will do, because then that makes a unit, which will sew onto there, which will then sew onto there, which will then sew onto there. So you've got 3 strips.
Yes, I see what you mean.
And then you sew your strips together.
And does it tell you what order to do it in?
Let's see. It's all very visual. So yeah, they do. They do.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah. That's quite handy, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but definitely lay out in between each piece of sewing that you do, recreate your block just to reorientate yourself to where everything goes, and also make sure that you like how it's going, basically.
Right. Lovely. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, because I'm actually thinking I can do this at this point.
Oh, well, you can start moving them round.
Can I do that? Yeah, I can do that. So I think I might actually have that more like that and have the yellow here.
Oh, okay. So you could change your mind last minute.
Yeah. I've only sewn this bit, so.
Right, okay.
Yeah, you can change.
So then you can change them around like that. That's
so
quite
I've got
nice,
my darker ones or brighter ones there, and yeah, I think I like that.
I mean, on the pattern itself, no, they've really mixed it up. So you could actually follow what they've done on there as well to give you an idea.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
But it looks really nice. So in the kit, you get the full instructions, which give you the instructions to make the quilt. Also further, sizing and layout details of whether to make it in a 45 by 45 inch, which is kind of throw cot quilt. You can make it in a throw single bed, 60 by 75. Their queen, our king, 90 by 90 inches. So that's all of the instructions in there. But the kit itself has all the fabric to make the single bed size throw. Or you could make 2 babies instead, entirely choice. So all of that's all in the instructions, really easy to follow. You will get 15 fat quarters in these colours, like a rainbow. These have already been cut by Emma, so you'll see them. This is how they will be. You will get it when you have it. It will come like that. It's a lovely squidgy fat quarter bundle. So that's all there. You will get 3.5 meters of the background fabric. So this will go everything that's sort of white, and it's not plain either, which is lovely, isn't it?
Yes.
So this is that's all folded in half. So this is all the fabric that you're going to get, and it's the same make. It's the Figo fabrics, same brand, so it all matches in beautifully. It comes from the same fabric range, Arcadia, so it will look lovely all in together because it's got the same weight, tone and colourways. You will also get a metre of this one. This is one of the fat quarters that you'll get as well, but they also give you a metre of it, and that's used to bind the quilt. So you could use a plain binding for your stash and keep that one. So when we've got to choose waddings, what would you recommend, Emma, about wadding for this quilt? Because it is a bit of a minefield, isn't it?
It is a minefield. I always recommend wadding. One, it depends how you're going to use it. 2, it depends what your personal preference is. Because a lot of people will actually turn their nose at polyester, but I quite like it. I think it definitely has its
really good quality polyesters
and I like,
as well.
It makes the quilt a lot lighter, especially if you've got a big quilt.
Yes.
It doesn't add a lot of weight to the quilt as opposed to a cotton polyester blend or something like that. So that, it depends how heavy you want it, how poofy you want it.
It is puffier.
Yes. But then I also love cotton bamboo, because cotton bamboo has a beautiful soft drape to it. It's so soft, it is really nice. Cotton polyester I also love because it, like I said, it has that weight. So if I have a quilt and I mix and match everything, and I whatever.
Right.
So it depends what I've got on hand. It also depends what I'm looking for. but I do love a cotton polyester quilt in the summer because it's nice and heavy. They're actually quite cool, like even to touch.
Yeah, so when it's that time when you don't want to sleep under a duvet.
Yes, and you've got like that hot summer we had. I absolutely love a cotton
quilt.
Yeah, just a cotton quilt.
I guess it's worth, isn't it, trying, because we sell a lot of these waddings by the half metre. Get a half metre of a few that you can't decide and use them to make a cushion with.
Yes.
Because then you get the
and how you feel. Yes.
And wash it and see what you think. Because I love an 80-20 wadding, the cotton polyester, because you pop it in the machine on a cold after you've made the whole quilt and it shrinks very slightly.
It does.
And any seams that don't quite match or quilting that's not quite straight sort of disappears.
Yeah.
And you end up with this sort of antique-y looking quilt, don't you? Because it all shrinks very slightly, and it's a good excuse not to pre-wash.
Yes. And also, because until I had my quilting machine, I did all quilting by hand.
Right. Okay.
So that also would dictate. So I do love a cotton polyester
for the hand quilting.
Yeah, because the needle just glides through it like butter.
Thank you so much, Emma, for today. It's been brilliant.
We are running out of time. Okay,
that's right. Just show us the last one. We've got 2 seconds for you to do.
The only bit I haven't done is the middle. And then
beautiful. So if you hadn't been chatting to me, that would have been done very quickly.
Yeah,
that's really lovely. Thank you for all of your tips as well.
You're welcome.
So you'll be back with us on the 19th of November.
Yes.
Did you know that?
I did. Well, I was thinking it was the 12th, but I thought that was a bit soon. But yeah, it'll be the 19th, so it's a couple of weeks from now.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
It'll be really nice to see you. But thank you. You have shared so many tips and tricks with me today. It's been brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with me for this hour. Now, don't go anywhere. Sallieann Harrison is with me in a few minutes' time. It's going to be the best of. If you watched her previous hour, you loved her kits. Then we've got more of her patterns and kits. She's going to give us a quick demonstration how to make a beautiful bag and her needle case. So she's going to show you how to do that. This is using like a PVC, a clear PVC in it as well, a vinyl. So that's a really lovely technique. And it's going to be a lot of her other kits. So if you love her work, you haven't got all of her kits, don't go anywhere. I will see you back here with Sallieann in just a few minutes' time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Afternoon. It's afternoon now, it's 12 o'clock. Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, have you got your advent calendar? Have you got it? It's been in the background all day. Now, this is when I actually, to be fair, start buying my advent calendars. Stupidly, one year I bought all 3 of my children nice separate ones, and now I have to do it, and I still have to post it to them because they're not living at home. And no one ever buys me one, so I just treat myself. I've got mine. Absolutely love it. It's brilliant. $39.99. And it's fantastic. Now, because I actually sat yesterday evening looking at advent calendars, to be fair, so I can tell you the prices of all the advent calendars. This is amazing value. There are other sewing advent calendars on the market, and some of the other sewing advent calendars are way more expensive. So, $39.99. You are getting 24 different sewing themed gifts. It is totally exclusive to Sewing Street. In fact, the cover is designed by the lovely Amy, my other better half of Amber Makes. Designed this. Beautiful, isn't it? Ian and I, well, actually, Ian, who's our buyer, he worked on the products inside it, but I'm very nosy, so I had to help him. So we worked on what was going to go inside it together, and it is worth way more than $39.99. So you can guarantee, get this for yourself, that you will have a present, 24 presents, and there are some fantastic. Oh yeah, well, let's do a price comparison. Now, this is the one that I'm talking about, that I saw yesterday, because I am intimate with all advent calendars now.
Intimate?
I am intimate because I got really into them last time. I thought, right, what advent calendars am I going to buy? I've got to buy 3. £84. Look at that. That's the prim one. There's so much in here. I'm not allowed to tell you what's in here. What have we seen? We've opened a few things, but not everything. What did we see? Threads, pins. There is in the last thing, the last window, I know that there's something that's quite exciting. A voucher. There is also there's something that Sallieann loves. I'll tell her later, can't tell you now, I'll get in trouble otherwise. But there is something in here that Sallieann actually loves. So get your advent calendar. There's still time. You've still got to December the 1st. Or if you know someone who loves sewing, get it sent to them directly. How excited would they be? It is really nice. And anyway, why not treat yourself? Because you know that behind every window, there's going to be a little gift, something for you. And you know it'll be useful as well. It'll be something that you'll use. And I know, because I know of all of the things that are inside it, you're going to absolutely love it. Only $39.99. And believe me, that is fantastic value for money. I mean, some of them were like £320. Honestly, I don't know what they put in them for them to be that much. Anyway, there it is. I'll pop it back behind me. Hi, Sally. Thank you for coming back. I just want to talk about your machine that you've been using, because we've only got one left.
Not this one.
Yeah, and if anyone buys it, they're going to take it off you. We've got a special offer today where you get £157 of free goodies, fabric, there's a cutting mat, a ruler, fabric, it's like a generation game, fabric patterns, a tin, Delphine's patterns, Village Fabrics kits. It's like the generation game.
It is.
Yes, and a cuddly toy. No, you don't get a cuddly toy. But £137 worth of free gifts if you buy the sewing machine. Now, that offer ends today, at the end of today, midnight, and we won't be repeating it. And we've only got one left. So what do you think of the machine, Sally?
I've loved it.
Love it.
I love it. I mean, this is the one I ask for every time, you know.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Because
isn't this is also the one that John's got?
And it's the one that John's got, yes.
This is what I find the easiest to use, and I love it. The one thing that I do miss with this machine, but it's got the hole for it, is the knee lift, and I am a big fan of the knee lift.
Oh, yeah, well,
and if I was at home using this, I definitely put the knee lift on.
Well, we've got it somewhere, because it comes with a knee lift.
Yeah, but then I might sort of like...
Oh, yeah, that's true. It does come with a knee lift. Right, we have actually now got more in baskets than we've got in machines, and you know how it works. Like going to the supermarket, and you go to the toilet, leave your basket outside, someone come along, takes everything out of your basket, so you need to check out. But you know what? The postage, £3.95. These machines are sent direct to you from Elna, and when I bought my new machine a few months ago, I got it within 48 hours. Now, I'm not saying you will, but that is the standard of service. They come direct to you. Comes with a extension table, all sorts. So if you want this machine, you need to get it in your basket now. Becky's doing imitations of knee lifts. She's standing behind us like this. Yes, it comes with a knee lift. She's doing a knee lift. Behind me, I'm going, what is she doing? Standing behind me, I'd make her to come round to do this. Anyway, we have got more in baskets than we've got in stock. So, Sallieann, what shall we do this hour? You're going to give us an introduction to your kits. An introduction. How long have you been making kits and designs for?
So, you guys make the kits. I don't make any kits, but you guys are specialists in the kits.
Designs for kits.
So I've been doing this for about 2.5 years, designing patterns, and I absolutely love it. I really do. But saying that, before that, I did teach, and I taught patchwork classes. I did stuff for John Lewis.
Yes.
I did stuff for the American Museum. I taught beginners. I went to classes in Houston. So I was doing all the sort of stuff. But it was Becky Alexander Frost who said to me, Sallieann, you can design some patterns. Why don't you give it a go? And that's how I really got into it, because she gave me a little bit of a friendly push and said, Sally, you can do this.
You can. I mean, we absolutely love them all. They're brilliant. We've got quite a few of them here. I was going to say which is your favourite, but then it might not be one of the ones we've got here.
I don't really have a favourite. I like all of them for different reasons. That's very diplomatic, isn't it?
It is very diplomatic, yes.
But I love designing them. It really is a case of a light bulb moment. Generally, when my husband's watching the cricket, the cricket or the rugby. Because
it's so boring.
Yeah, exactly. So, what can I make?
What can I make? Yeah.
What can I make?
Yeah, there's nothing more inspiring than boring telly, is there? Sorry to everyone who loves rugby.
Also, I think that a big part of sewing is the community. And so with all my patterns, as I said before, you can join my little pattern club. Yes. And I love that sense of community, that people are able to share what they've made. People say, I've done a twist or a hack on this. It's really good, and it is absolutely, like I was saying to Emma, it's really heartwarming when you design something and somebody makes it and you see it and you think, well,
Yes, absolutely. No, and it is lovely, isn't it? And it feels like it's nice to be part of that group with other people as well, like-minded people.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Right, we're going to start with the book cushion.
Okay.
The bunny reading cushion, look at this. Ta-da! This is one of the newest ones. So why did you design the bunny reading cushion?
Because I know there's a lot of reading cushions out there, but I hadn't actually seen any with a character quite like this.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I have a friend who has a niece, and her youngest, she's 4 or 5, had just got reading glasses.
Oh, I see.
And I love bunnies, and I thought, oh, how cute would it be to have a bunny with specs?
I know, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So in the kit, right, so this, sorry, instructions on their own at the moment, $9.99. Now in here is all the information about what the fabrics are that you need for it. It's all in there, all very, very detailed. So if you just want the instructions, yeah, now if you've not bought from Sally before, you heard she was just talking about her pattern club, that once you've bought a design from her, you then get automatic membership into the pattern club.
Yeah, I think my email address is on the back of every pattern, and if you
it is,
and if you just go there, pick out the contact form, say I've bought the bunny pattern from Sewing Street, and perhaps even quote the little codes on the front, then I will send you a link and you can join the group and we can share.
And then you can share everything, and you get free patterns on there sometimes as well, don't you? So there is benefits to it.
Yeah.
So that's the pattern on its own. Now with the kit, we've got them in various colourways, 2 options. So in the kit you get denim, that's obviously for the front and the back of the cushion. You can talk this through. You get grey fabric, that's for the bunny.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get...
No, I think the cream's for the bunny.
Oh, right, so it depends which one. The cream's for the body.
The interior of the pocket.
The grey's for the interior of the pocket.
Yeah.
And then you get these 3 Liberty Fat 8s that are for the bunny's dress and ears.
Yeah. And the checks. I think have you got a check in that pack there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's for the inside of the ears.
Yeah.
Right, so 2 Liberties and 1 gingham for the ears. So there's the gingham for the ears. And then you get 2 Liberty fat quarters for the dress.
Yes, and it also comes in a dungaree version as well.
Oh, I see. So you could make dungarees or a dress. Yeah. So you get those. So basically you get all of the fabric that you need to make it. You will need a bit of felt for the glasses.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I just use some, there's just some DMC, some stranded DMC for the nose.
Oh, for a bit of embroidery.
Yeah,
so you need a little bit of felt if you want to put the glasses on. So that's that one. I like the denim. I think that the denim works really well. We've also got it in another colourway. So exactly the same. You get the instructions, you get the denim, you get the cream, you get the grey, but these are you get the check for the gingham for the ears, but these are the 2 ginghams. The ginghams? Liberties even. Don't know why I said that. So very pretty floral ones. 3 meters of fabric and 2 fat 8s. All in there. So that's the bunny reading cushion. It feels like you can make more than one. You've got a lot of fabric here, haven't you?
There. Yeah, there is a lot of fabric there. The other thing that I wanted to add about the bunny is I've always struggled with faces.
Right.
Yeah? So I have made it a fail-proof face. So
okay.
You can actually trace off the face directly onto your fabric.
So you are guaranteed to have a nice face. Yeah. I'm having a look. Look at that, see?
See, because I don't know...
Foolproof face.
I've made dolls and all sorts of things in the past, and then you've made all the arms and legs and everything. You try and do the face, and you can never get it right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah? So nowadays, I start with the face.
Start with the face,
get
and
the
there
face
it is.
Right, and then add the rest
trace it on, and you know it's going to look right.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? And that's all in there. You know, you've got all of the templates, all of the instructions, everything that you need. Oh, so that's the girl dress or the boy dungarees.
Yeah.
So you can make it in either version. Oh, look, there's a picture.
There's the dungarees.
There's the rabbit if you want to make it with dungarees. So you can choose between the dress and the dungarees, but that's what it will look like if you do dungarees. And that's using that blue colourway as well.
One of the recent hacks I've also seen with that one is that someone made it into a bag, and that came out really well.
Oh,
like a denim bag. So they just got the bunny with the pocket on the front of the bag and a plain back.
And then made it into a bag.
Great.
Gorgeous. Yeah, that's a really good idea. It's lovely, isn't it? Oh, we've got an image there. Okay. Fab. So that's the bunny cushions. Right, shall we do what you're going to show us now, which is the little pink bag.
Oh, okay.
Or are we doing the makeup?
Can we do the
needle case? Yes, we can.
I was ready for the needle case.
Right, so the Liberty needle case I have here. Look, I have a finished one. Look at this. It's beautiful. Right, so for the needle case, it's just instructions. We don't have the kit. For the pink bag we do, which is a similar technique, but for the needle case, let me show you inside. So you've got this lovely technique, which Sallieann's going to explain to you now. Is that a bit cathedral? Has it got a name? Because I think it's cathedral window, but it isn't.
No, it's a bit cathedral window. I think they just call it folded patchwork. That's
right.
all I've seen it called.
Okay.
But it is a little bit cathedral window-esque.
It is one side of isn't it? So that's what you get on the front, but it's beautiful. And what's lovely about this needle case is that you can learn this technique, but in a small space.
Yes.
So you can really focus on the technique without having to have to do loads of it.
Yeah, and it's a nice little hand sew. I'm going to hand sew it now. A nice little hand sew. Which you have in your lap.
Telly, evenings, box set.
Yep. I'm there.
I'm there. Each page is made from felt and then it's bound, so it's really pretty. Really, really pretty. Obviously using Sally's Liberty. You can use any fabric for it, but she is a Liberty lover. These are the instructions. They give you, obviously very comprehensive, lots and lots of pages. Everything you need to know. It's all in there. And look, always really good, clear, close-up photography, so it's really easy to understand. So how do we make this?
Okay.
It's such a lovely thing.
So this is my initial one. Can you see? I don't know if you can get close up to that. So that one is actually built around a 5 patch, and you can see in the pattern.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I've actually taken little 1.5 inch squares and built them together.
It's total scrap buster.
Yes, absolute scrap buster. So I did it that way, but you don't have to do it that way. You can do it just with a square of fabric.
With this, that's the one there where you've done it with just one square.
Yes.
And then they're all the same colour, so that's up to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the whole concept is built around using fabric that's cut on the bias. And I go on in the pattern, I show you how to cut the bias strips, which I've already cut some bias strips this morning.
So if you haven't heard of what a bias strip is.
Okay, so fabric has got a warp and a weft. I always forget which way.
We know that because somebody messages weft is left.
Weft is left.
So, because Emma said there is a rhyme, and one of our lovely viewers messaged in, weft is left, so weft runs across the width.
Okay, weft is
left. So if you've got your fabric like that, weft is left, isn't it? Okay,
so the warp goes parallel to the selvage.
Yes.
And the bias goes at a 45-degree angle between.
Okay.
And it's the bias that gives you a little bit of stretch.
Right.
Okay, so you would actually cut strips on the bias, and it's cutting strips on the bias that actually makes the folding and the reveal work.
Right, okay.
So I give you all the dimensions in the pattern, and I've cut.
Have you told them how to cut on the bias?
I think so. I'm right at the very beginning.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? If
no, it must be in the little pink bag where I show a diagonal cut
of how to cut on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's in the other one, which uses the same technique.
Right.
So, but what I would say is you need to cut these strips on the bias, but don't be tempted to join them. Okay.
Right.
So these are continuous strips; they've got no joins in them. So all I've done is, here I can see my strips are a little bit, they've got a little bit of stretch
because
to them.
they've got a nice stretch, haven't they?
And all you're going to do,
you need to move over.
Okay.
There we go.
Thanks. So I'm just going to fold it in half along the lengthways. And then fold the middle into that crease.
Oh, so like making binding?
Yes.
Homemade bias binding.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Which is so much nicer, isn't it? I don't know what they do to shop bought.
No, it seems to be impregnated with something.
It's not just a bit of best press on there, is there? I don't know what they do. Because it'll say on it 100% cotton. You think, well, this is clearly cotton, but why is it so stiff?
Yeah.
Never understood that.
Okay, skip that.
It's a bit like a home-baked Victoria sandwich. Always better. Oh, and you love a piece of Victoria sandwich. Ooh. Raspberry jam.
Oh, you're gone now, aren't you?
I am. Yeah, I'm on a Victoria sandwich. You can see I need my hat. You can tell I need my lunch.
Okay, so you would go along and you would make the number that you need. I think you need 6 for the case. And then all I've done is I've found the centre of my feature fabric.
Right.
And I've started to position, so I've overlaid the strip.
So if you've joined together little squares, you just put it down the centre with your little squares.
Yep. And so you want the raw edges will be underneath, and you'll be able to clearly see the folded line down the top. Okay. So then I'm just going to start sewing down that line and the middle of the strip. So I would start in the middle and work my way out to try and get it as straight as possible, rather than working from one edge in. You'll find it comes out straighter if you start in the middle. Then you're just going to put the next one.
This is a lovely gift for somebody, isn't it? Because it will always fit. It's not like making clothes for someone, is it?
No.
And everybody would love one of these. And I just think with this, I would love to make it. I'd make it with all the little squares. It's just such a thing of beauty. And just something quite small like this, where you can really take the time.
Yes.
And as a gift for somebody, I'd absolutely love it.
Just thinking this is somewhere where the clips probably won't work.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with a couple of pins.
But it's a nice thing to do, isn't it? Because it's quite small.
Yes.
I always find I take my time a bit more on little things. I don't know why, but you know when you're making a big quilt and you've got meters of fabric to be sewing, it's always a bit fast. But with something like this, you take your time.
It's because,
Well, I think it's lovely that we've got the instructions on their own, because it is only little pieces of fabric that you'll need, and it does tell you what you will need as well. And if you bought any of Sally's kits before, you'll have the Liberty left over anyway. But it does tell you exactly what you need. So you need a fat quarter of linen or whatever of linen, and some scraps, really, of Liberty prints.
Yeah.
And a fat quarter of felt for the pages. And then some wadding. And a few little bits of buttons and pearls and things. But not much. It really is something that you could make using fabrics from your stash. When you look at all the small pieces that you need, you will have this. I mean, you could even make a kit up for somebody if you bought the instructions. You could give them all the bits from your stash.
It would also be a nice thing for a guild to do, you know.
Oh, okay.
Sort
for
of
a
as
group.
as a Christmas sort of, you know, get
that's
the guilds
true.
together. We'll all make little
We'll all make these,
needle
yeah.
cases, and we might even do a swap. You know,
Yeah,
everybody
that
gets
would be nice.
somebody else's.
Yeah, that's true. So you could tell people in advance what to bring with them, get them to buy a set of instructions. Yeah, it's a lovely group project.
Yeah. Okay. Right, I'm not going to work so I would work my way going back that way, but I'm conscious that we haven't got a lot of time. So I put in 3 strips, and then you would put in some horizontal lines. I'm going to use a Friction pen for this.
So we've got a pack of 3 Friction pens. £3 saving, which is good. So in the pack you get a red one, a blue one and a black one. And you save £3 because these Friction pens are brilliant. You just heat and then they disappear. £8.97. I use them for all sorts. I use them for this sort of thing, for marking. I use them for embroidery and then I stitch over them. Brilliant for dressmaking because you can mark pattern markings and notches and darts and all sorts. Writing with, general writing, although I don't tend to use them for general writing because they disappear with heat, and I was thinking I'm going to lose them. I wouldn't write a card with them. What if it got hot? If you put it above the radiator, it would all disappear.
I must admit, my son came flying down the stairs this week and grabbed a pen, and it was the Frixon pen, to write a message to his dad on a piece of paper to wave in front of him because he was in a meeting. You don't realise that's a Frixon pen.
Yeah, and that's
it could be coming off soon.
Well, if you had the piece of paper like above a radiator, it would disappear. Always test it, obviously. We always say that. Do test. But in the main, I haven't found
You do hear horror stories, but it is still a very useful
It is,
kit.
yeah. So just test them. But they are great, but they do run out, sadly.
Yes, they do.
Message Minette. Hello both, I'm really loving your shows today. Sallieann, the top you are wearing is gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
It is. It's very Liberty mustard, I think. Isn't it?
It is a little bit, isn't
Some of the Liberty collections they've brought out recently, actually I've done them with Susie, have been sort of from Liberty prints from their archives. And a lot of them have been using that sort of colour in them. Kind of 1940s.
Yes, it is a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, so you're looking a little bit Liberty today.
Yeah. Oh, so, talking about people at home, I haven't waved to Jan. Jan, here's your big wave. There you go.
Hi, Jan.
There you go.
Did you promise them a big wave?
I always promise. I always wave to Jan. I don't think I've ever been on and not waved to Jan. So.
Any Jan in particular?
Now you've asked me what her surname is. I can't remember. I think it's Hill.
Oh, do you mean Jan Hill?
Yes.
Oh, yes. We all say hello to Jan Hill. How are you, Jan? I asked her actually on Monday if she'd send me a picture of a crochet blanket because she's in the Mystery Christmas crochet blanket.
Oh, I saw some, yeah.
Yes, and thank you very much, Jan, for sending me a picture. Yours looks amazing, obviously. I wondered whether it was a particular friend. No, Jan, yes. She's our star listener.
Yes, she is. Yeah, because John always used to call out to her dogs, didn't he, and make the dogs go wild.
Oh, that's really mean.
No, that's
so mean.
Okay. Right, so we've got some. Am I in the right place? Yeah. So I've got some vertical and some horizontal lines in, and I've got 3 strips of bias. And what I'm going to do is, and it's simpler than you think. Is actually sort of push those windows back. And I'm just going to use my hand to do that. Okay. And I've got just some 50 weight thread and an ordinary needle.
Okay, so you don't even need to pin it then? You just push it back?
Well, I wouldn't pin it. It's too little to pin, but it's surprisingly easy to sew. You think it's going to be really awful.
Yeah, can we get a bit closer on that? We'll get close. You might have to move.
Yeah, I might have to do it from a distance.
Yeah, if you just because he's trying to get in close.
Okay.
There we go. Left. There we go. Because it's nice to be able to see it in detail. Because the stitches are tiny. Oh, so how many do you put around the? Oh, quite. Only about 5.
So, yeah, the shocking thing is it quite readily does this. It doesn't fight you at all.
Yes, it's surprising, isn't it? It doesn't go,
no. Yeah, it's quite happy to bend.
So do you go through all layers of fabric or just does it make like a pocket?
I've got a little...
And does it go through the background, the Liberty, or does it just go through the binding?
It goes through just the top.
Right.
So I'm not going right
the way through. So like a little pocket?
Yes. So hang on. Let's try and get it in the frame. And then you go down into that point.
So you get the idea, but you know, it's all in the instructions. It's all there. But so you just carry on doing that for...
Yeah, shall I just show you? Because I've got samples that you can actually begin to see it coming. Okay. So there you can see these are hand stitched.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh. And then there you can also do it on the machine. And this is machine stitched.
Oh, nice. Just depends which effect you want.
Yes. I mean, you could do this. I mean, obviously I've done this as a demo piece with a grey thread so you can see the stitching, but you could do it with an invisible thread quite readily.
Okay, or then
you could use a straight stitch, or you could use like a very open zigzag.
Oh yeah, that's true, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is what the finished needle case looks like. It just depends which fabric. I mean, this one, Sallieann's used one piece of Liberty for the back, then with a plain fabric that's used for the little windows. $9.99 for the instructions. So if we, I was going to say we could go on to the little bag, but shall we go on to some of the others? What should we do for the next set? Yeah, the London bus. So the London Soldier and the London bus. Now we've got this one as well. This is lovely. Look at this. I love that.
Yeah.
So instructions only. London Soldier mini quilt. Now it will tell you on the instructions the fabric that you need, so you can see what you've got in your stash. So tell me about designing this then. What was your inspiration behind this one?
I did some wool felt work when I went to Houston, and I was inspired by working with wool felt and using it on a sewing, because I actually sew it on a sewing machine.
Oh, okay.
So I don't hand stitch it, I actually do it on a sewing machine.
With a blanket
with
stitch.
A blanket
That's
stitch,
nice,
yes.
Isn't it?
And
okay.
I didn't have any designs at that time of my own, and so I wanted to design something very British, so I went for a soldier and a bus. Now, in the Little Pattern Club, my pattern tester, Sandy Roberts, she's done the soldier, but her soldier far exceeds mine. And there's all the extra detail that she's put on. But in the Pattern Club, there's real close-ups of all the extra details that she's put on.
Oh, okay.
On him. So, and hers is amazing.
So what did she put on hers?
Oh, she actually created a bit more depth for a start. Sort of down the bottom, there's a bit more. So the box is more three-dimensional.
Okay.
There's more detail in the face. And he's got like stripes and epaulets as
wow.
well. It is incredible.
He is
incredible. But as I say, there's if you buy the pattern, come along to the Pattern Club and you can see
the
a
rest
close-up of Sandy's, and you can copy, and she's quite happy to take queries.
So does it tell you about applying to the Pattern Club in here?
So it'll say through the website, you'd have to go straight to the website.
Right,
I think it might say on the last page as well.
Let me have a look.
Good point.
Not on that one.
No, after that.
Oh yes, it does.
Yeah.
Don't forget to join us in the Facebook group Little Pattern Club with Sallieann Harrison, and it tells you how to do it there.
Yeah.
So in here you've got all the full size templates. None of that half size. It's all in there. So it explains exactly, and obviously you've got all of the instructions, all the details. $9.99. We've also got, if you fancy doing another British one to match it, we've got the London bus. That's gorgeous. They do, I mean, together, they're lovely, aren't they?
Yeah, they are lovely. And they look great on I've seen that one on a cushion.
Oh, okay.
And I've seen it on a cushion with three as well. You know, with the saying,
yes.
Three buses came along at
once.
Oh,
yes, yeah, that's right. All three buses. That's such a good idea,
which
isn't
was
it?
a good hack. And I saw another hack only a couple of weeks ago where someone's made it into the, am I allowed to say the Harry Potter night bus?
Oh, okay.
So they've used the templates, but they've just added the third layer. So you've got 3 decks.
Oh, of course,
and they've done it in purple.
In purple. Brilliant. Well, it is lovely, isn't it? And I think wool felt plique is lovely, and I think doing it on the machine like that, you get a really nice effect.
Yeah, you get a really crisp finish.
Yes.
Yeah. And
so that's the London bus.
Yeah.
Which one? Oh, the home quilt. I love this one. This is gorgeous. So this is wool felt again, but this one you did originally.
Yes, so this one I designed for a quilting magazine. I can't remember what it's called now. A quilting magazine. And it also featured in Quilt Mania as well, in one of their magazines, in a Quilt Mania magazine. And it also went to the Pour l'Amour du Fil, you know, in the Nantes quilt show.
Yes,
It was there. And they appropriately positioned it at the exit. Which I thought was really clever.
Yeah.
As you go out, the last quilt you saw was my quilt home.
Brilliant.
I really loved making that.
And again, is that all wool felt?
So I did, in wool felt, but I've seen it in cotton, and it looks really good in cotton as well.
Oh, okay.
And I've seen it on a cream background, and it looks great on a cream background. And I've seen it cut down as well, hacked down to smaller houses. That looked good.
That's lovely.
You know, there's so many things that people are so, you know, they take something and they put a little spin on it. And
That's always lovely, isn't it?
It's great.
So why do you tend to use wool felt rather than acrylic felt? What is it?
Oh, it's the feel.
Just the feel of it.
Feel of working with it. It feels so nice. And there's sort of acrylic kiddie felt, and then there's proper wool felt, and it feels different to work with. And the colours are so deep as well. I really like that texture and colour.
So what you need for this is, it's all in here, but you will need, I mean it's all on here, black fabric A for the quilt centre, black fabric B, I mean there's a whole list. In fact, if I hold that up, it's all on that one page, isn't it? There's a list of everything you need. So you need black fabric and black. So you need, how much black fabric then? You need, is that all the same black fabric? Because you've got A, B and C. Is it all the different sorts of different blacks?
Oh, I use different blacks. Yeah.
Why not?
Well, I could say I use different blacks because I wanted to create some depth.
Yeah.
Or I could tell you I use different blacks because I didn't have enough black.
But you could use all the same or all
but
different.
it's one or the other.
But like Sallieann was saying, you could use cream for the background. You could use like a navy blue. You could use anything, wouldn't you? So that's all on there.
I've seen it done in navy blue. It looks really good.
You'll need cream fabric for the windows. There's lots of then felted wool. So you need 15 18 by 12 inch rectangles to make all the different houses on there. So it's all of the information is in there. But you could use, all the houses could be the same colour. You don't need to have them all different. Use bits of your stash, and like Sallieann was saying, you know, do a little bit of a twist on it. You know, use the pattern, but then change it to what you want to be.
I've also seen it done, I'm getting overexcited now.
Yeah, no, you
with
can
little,
do.
little cats at the window.
Nice.
Curtains at the window. Lights on.
It's such a lovely thing to have hanging in your hallway, isn't it? Or if somebody's just moved home to a new house, what a lovely present for a new home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really nice.
Yeah.
And because it's got a lot of hand sewing on it as well, again, it's a nice project to do this time of year, isn't it?
I mean, you could also, it would look great as a cushion as well, wouldn't it?
Yes.
If you could just use one house and the word home, and it would look great as a cushion.
Right, so the rainbow cushion. Oh, this has been so popular. So popular, hasn't it? The rainbow pleat cushion. I don't know how many times have we reordered this pattern?
4?
4, yes, loads. So this is the rainbow pleat cushion. It's gorgeous, isn't it? But we are limited again now, £9.99. Now this is a lovely technique, isn't it? So what made you think about this one then?
I started playing around with folded pieces of fabric and pleats. I became a little bit obsessed, and then I must admit, I had a strip in a row of about 6 or 7 of these pleats, and I thought, what could I do with them? And it sat there for at least 6 weeks on my pin board at home, just sat there. And then I thought, oh, I'll make it into a bag. So I made it into the little pleat pouch.
Oh, okay.
Which was very popular. And then after that, I thought, well, how good would it look if I actually had rows of these pleats?
Yes.
So that's how that was born, But, yep, that one's been really popular, and people have, one of the nicest ways I've seen people use it is for memory, as a memory cushion.
Oh, really?
You know, all granddad's ties as a gift to grandchildren.
And put little, just because you only need a little piece of fabric.
You only need like a little tiny scrap to fold over to create that little pleat.
And that is, yes, just like a little window on that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have we got a kit for this one, Hayley? Which is the kit then? Ah, there we go, I have. I have. So with the kit, now this is great because the kit you get, this is calico, isn't it? You get 1 metre of calico that's used for the background, and then we have created a panel so that you've got, look, £19.99. So look, that's the back of the cushion, isn't it?
No, that's for the binding. Sorry, like the cord, which are piping around the edge.
So that's the binding around the edge.
Yeah.
And then look at all those little pieces.
And you get some spare pieces.
And you get spare pieces?
Yes, you do. Those ones at the end, I think. So you could make like a little bag or something.
Yes. So if you don't have scrap, if you're not like a Liberty fabric collector and you haven't got the scraps, you need all those little pieces, so they're there. So so the calico is enough to do the front and the back.
Yeah,
You've then got this
calico.
piece here, that's used to do all the binding around the edge.
Yep.
And then all of these little pieces £19.99. And the instructions as well. So you get a metre of calico, you get this big panel, and you get the instructions for £19.99. That's just silly, isn't it? It's just silly.
We used the Thermolan in that one.
Oh,
so
okay.
if you were going to do that, get the Thermolan.
Right, okay, so we have got the Thermolan, unless it's sold out. These fabrics are lovely. They're really crisp and fresh, aren't they?
And they took they take the pleat and the crease really well.
Yeah, they're lovely. Yeah. So the Thermolam, you'll need a metre piece of that. We won't need that much, but that's what we've got it as. And the reason for that, if you weren't watching earlier, it's a nice weight.
Yeah, and also because you have to actually draw this design onto the Thermolan.
Right, okay.
Unlike, so batting's slightly fluffy.
Yes, whereas you can draw.
Whereas Thermolan is so compressed that you can draw your nice straight lines on it. It's almost like a thick
felt, isn't it? It isn't. And also you'll have a very insulated cushion, because Thermolan is originally used for things like lunch bags and wine coolers, but you'll have a very insulated cushion. So £19.99, but if you want the Thermolan, that's the one that's on the screen at the moment, £5.99, you will need that one piece of it. That's a fab kit, isn't it?
It is.
So the next one, we ought to do a little bit of... Let's do a bit of demo. So we're going to do, so now the same technique that's used for the needle case.
Yes.
Is used.
Is in the little pink bag.
In the little bag.
Yeah.
Right, let me show you the little bag. There we go. So it's the same technique, but it uses a vinyl, so it's see-through. So look. So you can see actually what's in your bag. Now, we're going to we've got the instructions on their own. I've got, that was the wrong one. But we are limited. So here's the instructions on their own. It's called Little Pink Bag. Yours doesn't have to be pink. And we've got, so those are the instructions on their own. We've got 2 kits. So this is the kit if you want to make it as blue. So you get the instructions. You get the vinyl, which is very important. Fat quarter of clear vinyl. And a fat quarter of Liberty in blue, and ½ a metre of plain blue fabric. Beautiful. So when you look at this, can you see that's the outer, that'll be your blue, and then the Liberty that's behind that shows through the vinyl, that's this blue one here. So this is your blue, so it's the Little Pink Bag in blue. £18.99 only for instructions and all the bits, and it's quite nice that you actually get the vinyl. Now there are less than 10 of these available. Right, and then we'll do the pink one. So in the pink one, what do you get for the outer fabric for that? Because I haven't got the outer fabric for that one. I've got, is it the same blue? Okay, so for this one you get the instructions. It is called blue, it is called grey, but it just looks quite blue, doesn't it? So you get the instructions, you get the vinyl, you get this lovely pink Liberty, and then you get this, it's a grey blue, I thought it was just blue, but you get that's the 2 colours, and then you get the vinyl and you get the instructions. So this one, you'll get the pink Liberty shining through, and then the other one, you'll get the blue. We have got less than 10 of these. So if you want them, you need to check out also the instructions on the road. So Sallieann, how do we make this then?
Okay, so this one, it leads directly on from the Liberty chain needle case because it's the same technique.
Yes.
But on vinyl.
Okay.
So I got this, you can see how on this one we just peeled back the windows. So it's going to be the same. It's difficult to see the, I put that up that way. Difficult to see the edges of the vinyl.
How about if I turn it over? Okay. Or do you need the iron?
No, not at the moment.
There you go. Oh.
Yeah?
Yes.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Okay, so all the dimensions for actually cutting out the vinyl, etc., and some tips for cutting out the vinyl, being able to see it, and etc.
Okay, yeah, so if you've never worked with vinyl, don't worry.
Yeah, don't panic. And when I work with vinyl, I actually use like a parchment paper over
like
the
a
top.
tracing paper.
Yeah, but you could use, have you got one of those mats, like those applique mats?
Yes, you could use those.
You could use one of those.
Okay.
So exactly the same process as before. I'm not going to go all the way through it. So basically, you would fold it in half lengthways, and then you would fold it into the middle to create strips. So the strips end up looking like this. This is the back of the strip, and this is the front of the strip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then what you would do...
Do you use any specific needle when you're sewing with vinyl?
I tend to use a size 12 Schmetz needle with everything.
Oh, okay.
And I've never had a quiver yet. But,
right.
But that is my sort of preferred needle for everything. Now again, like I said, with the Liberty chain needle case, I would start from the middle and work my way out. But because I'm only going to do a few of these, I'm going to start at the edge and work in towards the middle. But if you start in the middle and work outwards, you will get it straighter than starting at one edge.
Yes, that makes sense.
And this time, I'm going to pin it again.
So in the instructions, it gives you some tips and tricks on working with vinyl.
Yeah. So you're going to turn your iron down. I mean, when you get it out of the packet, don't look too horrified, because you can iron it.
Yeah, it's so stiff, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, you look at it and you think, this is never going to work. This is never going to work. And then, you can, as you say, you can cut a piece out and you can iron it. And I generally iron it between like 2 pieces of parchment paper on a sort of a medium to low setting.
And you need to use something like that, not fabric.
Yeah.
It needs to be that, or an applique mat.
Yeah.
I bought a cookie baking mat, worked just as well.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think is actually the same thing.
So I'm just going to sew exactly the same as I did with the needle case, straight down the middle of my strip.
I guess because you're not sewing directly onto the vinyl, then it's fine.
Yeah, because otherwise you'd be looking at thinking, well, do I need a Teflon foot, or do I need...
But what I discovered when I was doing this is just use your walking foot. If you're just sewing direct onto it. I tried all these different feet, and then I happened to have the walking foot on, and it worked an absolute dream.
Did it?
Whereas all these Teflon, I've got a roller foot, I've got a Teflon foot, all sorts, but the walking foot just did on my machine.
Wow.
I know.
It's interesting.
And that was just by accident I discovered that, because I happened to have the walking foot on it from another project. I mean, whether that's worked with all, I've got the Elna 720 Pro, so whether that works with all of them, but the walking foot, fantastic. But like you say, because you're working with fabric on top, you don't get those sticky issues.
No.
Yeah, I guess it means your makeup bag is wipeable. On the inside?
On the inside, yeah.
On one side?
Yes. So if you have a spill inside, or I suppose the back though is fabric still.
Yeah, but that's the bit that will show through, so you can wipe it. I wonder if you could take these through the airport, you know, when you have to put your toiletries in a clear bag. You go, Liberty, is Liberty acceptable at customs, sir? Liberty clear?
Okay, and again, use the pen. The actual openings are a bit bigger with this.
Oh yes.
So it makes it a little bit easier.
Thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. And so yes, with this one, you have machine sewn it as well.
Yes.
Is that because of the vinyl, or because they just fancied that?
That's because of the vinyl.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine hand sewing vinyl is not the easiest thing. And all of this information is in the instructions. So when you've got yours or you've got your kit, it tells you all of this. But it's quite nice to watch the demos back, because sometimes it brings it alive a bit, that you can see, okay, so that's how it worked.
So I'm just going to sew now across in the other direction on the horizontal lines. So you wouldn't usually sew up the sides, but I'm just doing this for the demo.
Yeah, but it's amazing, isn't it? I think it's really lovely. If you've not worked with vinyl before but like to have a go, this is a really good way to start off, because once you've realised that it's not actually as scary as you think and you can press it and things, you can then start using it in other items. There's so many different things you see where you get like a pocket like on a wash bag that's got that, or those hanging pouches that have vinyl.
Yeah. So I just missed a line. I'm just going to go back in this one.
So June has sent in a question saying she's had trouble cutting vinyl. Any tips?
I wish I had lots of tips, but I don't really, apart from trying to put it somewhere where you can see it.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem. I'm sure that, didn't Becky have a tip? I'm sure she did for cutting
I
vinyl.
say the only thing I do is I always use a rotary cutter to cut it.
Oh yeah, I would always use a rotary
rather
cutter.
than scissors.
I don't know. I think there's a way of like adding like is it a Sharpie to the edge, or there's something.
Oh, okay.
There is something.
So that you can see it.
Yes.
Right. I guess press it first, because then that flattens it, takes out the creases.
Yeah.
And use a rotary cutter.
Right.
That's all I ever do.
Okay, let's see if we can peel back some of these little windows.
Yeah, you do have to, because it doesn't matter what colour you put it on it, you really can't see it. Can you?
No.
It doesn't matter, you just...
But there is something to like using a pen.
I don't
if anybody's
know.
at home has got
Just
the
knows
pen
what the tip is. Or quite often if I cut it, I might put fabric underneath and then cut it on top of fabric rather than straight onto the cutting mat. It doesn't seem to slip as much, but that's about it really. But it is such a great, once you get the hang of it, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Once you get going with it, it's fine. Right, so now I haven't actually taken out the pen marks, but I could do with the iron, but I'm just going to ignore that bit, and I'm going to start peeling back my little windows, and I'm going to use a stiletto to help me do it. So I'm just going to use like a straight stitch and a stiletto, and I think it's a size 2 or something, but you could use
stitch
whatever stitch you wanted.
Okay,
right.
So you sew round those in the same way you did this. So I'm just going to run through your final 2 patterns while you're doing that.
Okay.
So we've got the heartstrings pouch, again vinyl.
Yep, again
Love
vinyl.
that one, because it's vinyl. You can't really see as well there, but you see those little hearts? They are sitting on top of the vinyl. And what do you use your heartstrings pouch for?
I've got loads of sewing stuff in there.
Right, okay.
Yeah, in one, and I've got hair bands and scrunchies in another.
Oh, okay. So it's so pretty, isn't it? Again, used on vinyl, $9.99. So if you've not used vinyl before, this is a really good way of making a small project, but rather than just sort of playing with vinyl, you're actually making something. So $9.99, I think that's fantastic value. Again, you've got everything in, all the information you need in there. You've even got the grid template for there. You can got the heart template. You can join Sally's pattern club. Look, it's so comprehensive, everything you need to know. So if you've got some vinyl, then there's another project. I love all the Rick Rack and the Liberty fabric. You will need for that, there's a whole list of all the fabric you need for it. Oh, I'm running out of time. The final one, the Liberty basket weave cushion. This can either be a cushion or it can be a mini quilt. That's $9.99 as well. How long? Yes, we've got less than a minute. Ooh, right. Sallieann, thank you for joining me today. It's been brilliant. Learned loads as usual. It's been great.
It's been lovely to. I've sort of forgotten.
It's a bit like a memory lane, isn't it?
It has been. Yeah, it's been really good. Yeah.
Really come back. So, how long? When are you back on air?
I'm not booked in at the moment, but I hope
to be very soon. Yes, we will be. You need to have a chat with Hayley. Thank you so much for joining me today. Loads and loads are coming up tomorrow. Who's on air tomorrow? We don't know. Should be able to tell you. Anyway, John will be back tomorrow. Ask him questions. He's been to the show. And it's all about dressmaking tomorrow. Adele Rowland is on. So she will be, they will be on air tomorrow. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for all your questions, comments. I've had a lovely time. I will see you back here week after next.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.